Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku and Others React to For Want of a Nail. Now before starting, please give this video a like, and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Now playing cheat code support strategist test. Taking skills. Izuku didn't think that tests were normally supposed to be fun. And while his test anxiety definitely wasn't, he found himself forgetting to be nervous the more questions he answered. Even though the questions for the general section weren't extremely interesting, since they only covered the standard subjects he'd learned in middle school, they were challenging enough to make up for it. Izuku was glad that he'd studied in preparation for the test, because that meant that instead of being intimidating, the more difficult questions were actually invigorating. He actually enjoys taking tests. Kaminari asks in abject horror. He's a DMN nerd, of course, he likes taking tests. Bakugo snaps back. Are we really gonna watch him take the whole test? Ashita whines. I mean, Siro starts. He is doing intelligent stuff, so it makes sense. I guess. She grumbles. And then came the support section. Izuku assumed that part of its purpose was to gauge each student's potential for the other tracks, because the questions were pulled from all three. Izuku felt like he did decently well on the design questions, even if that wasn't exactly his passion. But the only questions about inventions that he could even make sense of were the ones that dealt with computer hardware. Maybe he should have studied mechanics a little more. Oh well, it was too late for that now. The lack of knowledge for one track will not in any way be held against him. Nedzu comments. To Izuku's surprise, there were only 2 questions about analysis, and both of them were essays. So he could only hope that would be enough to show his skills and set him apart from the other applicants. Nedzu suppresses a chuckle. No spoilers. He didn't want to have to think about what he'd do if his new dream got crushed like his last one had been. I want to hug him so bad, Hagakure exclaims. For the first analysis question, he was given a quirk registration form and told to theorize about the strengths and weaknesses of the quirk, as well as give suggestions about how to use it. To his surprise, he actually recognized the quirk. It belonged to a retired hero named Glimmer, who could manipulate light energy around her body in the form of sparkles. I don't recognize that hero, Izuku says, eyebrows furrowed. Really? Uraraka asks. At his nod, she waves down Headcase. Our Deku doesn't recognize her. Did she not become a hero in our world? I'm not even sure she exists in your world. If she does, she might be younger or older, maybe even a part of a different generation. That's so cool. Izuku and Ochako cheered together. At first, it didn't seem like a very powerful quirk, but Izuku knew better. The sparkles that Glimmer controlled didn't just look pretty. They could get bright enough that looking at them was like staring into the sun. Tempting, sure, but definitely not recommended. As a pro hero, she had used it to blind and disorient her opponents, leading to a high rate of capture. So she's probably a combat hero with a focus on distraction. Izuku mumbles as he writes in his notebook. The drawbacks, of course, were that if Glimmer wasn't careful, she could permanently blind villains, bystanders, or even herself. She had to carefully manipulate the light of her quirk to make sure that it was bright enough to be effective without causing permanent damage, which was a pretty fine line. She wasn't a well-known hero, but from what Izuku knew about her, she had done her job well. That sounds so tricky, Kirishima comments. As someone who has to carefully manage the strength of her acid, I can imagine. Ashido replies offhandedly. All of that was common knowledge, though, if someone knew where to look. So while it was necessary to list that out, Izuku didn't think that a basic level of analysis would help him stand out. But what else? Well, he was supposed to give suggestions, right? It felt kind of blasphemous to give suggestions to such a successful pro hero. But Izuku forced himself to look at it like it was any other quirk. The test hadn't actually specified that the quirk belonged to a pro, after all, so he couldn't let that hold back his analysis. Not to mention that if he was accepted into the support course, he'd be giving pros suggestions for a living. Oh God, Izuku jolts. What's wrong? Uraraka turns quickly. I just imagined a life of criticizing heroes. He replies, looking pale. His friends giggle and huff in amusement, turning back to the screen. So how could the quirk go beyond what Glimmer had used it for? Well, she manipulated light energy, right? Izuku's eyes widened. and he started writing the ideas as fast as he could structure them. Not all light was visible. So what if she could manipulate not only the intensity of the lights, but also the wavelength? From the footage he'd seen, some of the sparkles Glimmer had used had appeared colorful, especially that one time she'd produced rainbow sparkles during a pride parade. So it was definitely possible for her to shift the wavelength within the visible spectrum. And if she could do that much, she could probably train enough to create ultraviolet light and infrared light, which meant that she could use her quirk to burn rather than blind, and maybe even use it like a black light to find forensic evidence at crime scenes. As the on-screen Midoriya continued his analysis, Nezu's grin widens as the teachers shiver in cautious curiosity as to what this world might hold. In the end, Izuku's essay ended up being 3 pages long, 2 of which were entirely suggestions based on his theory that Glimmer could manipulate the wavelength of light. It really made him wonder why she'd never used it that way. It would have effectively negated a lot of the drawbacks of her quirk, since she wouldn't have had to worry about blinding anyone if her light was invisible. It would also make her much more difficult to fight since the threats wouldn't be as obvious. It was almost a shame that she had already retired, because Izuku would have loved to see if any of his theories were actually useful. 1 million. Mei turns to him. Yes? Izuku questions nervously. You gotta show me your notes on your classmates, so I can make them some sweet babies. Maybe, he rubs the back of his neck. I'll think about it. Mei pouts slightly at his hesitance, but turns back to the screen regardless. He didn't recognize the other quirk, so he didn't have the advantage of previous knowledge. But then again, he also didn't go into the analysis with any biases, so it all balanced out. It was some sort of jet quirk that allowed the user to blow air out of the bottoms of their feet. Gran Torino, Izuku calls out as the old man in question smirks. Which would probably be most useful for speed, or maybe even for flight, depending on how long the hero could keep continuously blowing air. They would need specialized shoes that protected their feet, while still allowing the air to flow, and the rest of their costume might need extra ventilation as well, depending on where the air came from. It was probable that the quirk actually worked by taking air in through the skin to power the quirk, or maybe it was powered by the breath. Midoriya turns to Gran hoping he would finally answer some questions, at which he gets not a chance in response, turning back to the screen in disappointment. If the hero could manipulate the temperature of the air, that opened a whole new field of opportunities. He could use hot air to make himself rise faster, or cool air to help victims during fire rescues. There were just so many possibilities, but Izuku limited those speculations to less than a page. He didn't know if temperature manipulation was actually within the limits of the quirk, so he didn't want to waste too much time on suggestions that might not actually be useful. Instead, Izuku tried to focus his analysis on ideas that were possible with only the information he'd been given. Beyond mobility, the quirk could probably be used to impair an opponent's vision, since if the hero could aim the jets at a villain's eyes, it would dry them out pretty quickly. It would be difficult to keep one's eyes open in a targeted windstorm. But even a brief puff to the face would force the villain to blink, which could make him a perfect counter to Eraserhead if he came up on him from behind. Problem child. Aizawa grabs his attention. Do you pit heroes against each other in all your analysis? Not all the time. He smiles sheepishly. Izuku debated about whether he should actually include that tidbit before deciding to just leave it in. It probably wasn't necessary. But at the same time, any little bit of information could mean the difference between being accepted to his dream school or having to find a third dream in under a year. So Izuku didn't want to take any chances. It couldn't hurt, right? Unless they thought it was creepy. What if they thought he was creepy? But then again, the entire analysis section was kinda creepy, just by the way it was designed. But what if his classmates were right, and his notebooks weren't useful at all, and he made Yua hate him because he saw too many weaknesses in the quirks they gave him? Better an ally than an enemy. Nezu comments. Izuku hurried and finished the essay before he could work himself into a panic about it, and used the rest of the time to check his answers in the general section, as a way to distract himself. He was already here, at UA, taking the entrance exam, so it was way too late to second-guess himself now, right? And maybe Yua would be like Mei, who didn't think he was creepy at all. But maybe that was because Mei was a little creepy herself. And proud of it. Mei cheers. By the time Powerloader announced the end of the test, Izuku had successfully talked himself down from his anxiety attack. Ectoplasm must be one of the teachers at UA, because it was his clones that came to collect everyone's tests once the time was called. It was kind of surreal that there were so many real pro heroes in the building right now. Izuku hoped that, if he actually got into UI, he'd be able to rein Izukuner fanboy enough to not make a fool of himself around every single one of the teachers. Oh boy, yeah, that was going to be difficult. Knowing what a fanboy you are, Uraraka starts, really explains some things about the start of the year. Yeah, it was a challenge. As soon as Ectoplasm grabbed her test, Mei was immediately back in Izuku's personal space, grinning like a mad woman. How did you do, Izukun? I bet those analysis questions were a piece of cake for you, huh? I could make so many babies to help those heroes. It's amazing. I already have so many ideas. Maybe that's what I'll build in the practical. But I have so many other baby ideas too. Well, this is going to be so much fun. Izuku couldn't help smiling as Mei cackled, even if the other examinees were shooting them strange looks. But her ramblings reminded him that he still didn't know what his practical exam was going to be. Analysts didn't have anything physical to show off, unlike inventors and designers. So what were they going to ask him to do? And why didn't Powerloader mention it along with the others? After a few minutes, they were excused to make their way to the practical exams, and there was a flurry of movement as all the examinees stretched and gathered their things to leave the room. Izuku turned to Mei and smiled. Good luck with your practical, Maiken. I hope you make it in. My babies are amazing. The proctors won't be able to ignore them, Mei declared confidently. And you're not allowed to fail either, Izukun. You have to make it into UA, so we can make awesome babies together. Do you know how that sounds? Ida asks Mei. She turns to him with a subdued smile and confused eyes, saying, What do you mean? He debated explaining it to her before turning back to the screen. Izuku sputtered and turned red, but Mei was already skipping toward the doors. He was definitely going to have to get used to the way she phrased things. Did she even realize how she sounded, or did she just not care? Honestly, from what Izuku had seen from her so far, it could be either one. Still, it was comforting to know that he'd have at least one friend if he made it into the support course. Well, one person who didn't hate him at the very least. That was going to be weird. And just like that, it's depressing again. Kaminari comments. Come on, my guy, Ashido replies. Every good story has its ups and downs. Doesn't mean I have to like the downs. He shoots back. Izuku shook his head and grabbed his bag, then made his way to the front of the room, where Powerloader was sitting at a large desk next to the pro hero Midnight, who must have arrived sometime while they were taking the written exam. Izuku didn't want to interrupt their conversation, but he also didn't want to be late for the practical just because he didn't know where it was. There was a possibility that there were signs outside that he could follow, since that seemed to be the case for the invention and design tracks. But considering that Powerloader hadn't even mentioned the analysis track since Izuku had arrived, he wasn't willing to bet on that. Izuku hesitated another moment before speaking. He was gonna feel so stupid if they told him to just follow the signs. Excuse me. Midnight stopped halfway through whatever story she had been telling, and both heroes turned to look at Izuku, who fidgeted in place at the sudden attention. Hey, hot stuff. Midnight purred. What can we do for you? Really? Aizawa deadpan. It's my gimmick, and he's so nervous it's cute. Midnight defends. I was just wondering, Izuku grimaced. Way to make a good first impression. Do you know where the intelligence and analytics test will be? I mean, of course, you're in charge. It's just that you didn't say anything about it, Powerloader, sir. So I, just was kinda confused, and Izuku trailed off awkwardly. The heroes seemed a little shocked, for some reason. Oh, just wait. Mike shivers. But they didn't seem annoyed by his question, so that was something. Powerloader flipped through some papers on the desk in front of him before looking up at Izuku again. You're Izuku Midoriya, correct? Izuku nodded, and the heroes shared a look that Izuku couldn't read before Powerloader turned back to him. Sorry for the confusion, Midoriya. It's just that most years, we don't actually have any applicants for that emphasis, so it's easy to forget it exists. Since you're the only one applying, it honestly slipped my mind, so I went on autopilot and gave the same spiel I give every year. Sorry. Ooh. Izuku swallowed, suddenly even more insecure. I knew it wasn't as popular, but I thought there'd be at least a few others. Oh, you're so cute. I could just eat you up, Midnight cooed. Are you sure you don't want to swap to the iron track? I'm a lot more fun than that scheming old rat. Rat? She doesn't mean no way. Is this why the teachers seem so nervous? What? Izuku sputtered. Teeth rat? Powerloader glared at her. Sorry about her. Midnight teaches art here at UA, which puts her at the head of the design emphasis, which still doesn't give her any right to steal students from the rest of us. Midnight stuck her tongue out at him, but otherwise didn't interrupt. And most students who end up emphasizing intelligence and analytics are recruited by Nedzu after they show potential in other courses. We're not used to people applying for analytics right off the bat. That's kinda cool, Hagakure cheered. Izuku didn't know how to respond to that, so he just nodded. So, about the practical. I'll take him, Midnight squealed. We can get to know each other better. You really gotta stop flirting with the students. Mike comments. Never. Don't you have your own practical to run? Powerloader said dryly. You'd better go before your students spread paint everywhere. I'll show Midoriya where to go. Let's be honest. If anyone is going to destroy the room, it's going to be your brats, not mine. But okay. Midnight pouted for a second, then shot Izuku a wink. Good luck, hot stuff. You're gonna need it. Poor thing has no idea. Midnight mumbles. Ignore her, Powerloader said as he stood. She's just a tease. Izuku jogged after Powerloader as they walked through the maze of hallways to wherever they were going. No one had actually said where that was yet. His mind was still reeling from the revelation that he was the only applicant for intelligence and analytics. So, should I be worried? Powerloader shrugged. I honestly don't know. Like I said, most people don't apply to this track, so I don't actually know what the practical consists of. But you wouldn't have made it this far if you didn't have some kind of skill or interest in it. So you'll probably be fine. Do the other applicants usually make it in? Izuku asked. I know there's not many, but Izuku was interrupted when a door in front of them swung open. When he glanced at Powerloader, the man looked tired, but not necessarily surprised, so Izuku turned back to the doorway, his eyes widening as he realized who exactly stood there. Hello, Midoriya. Nedzu's grin was wide enough for it to be slightly unsettling. You must be the one who was poking around my servers this morning. The screen fades. That's it, Ashido cried. I want to know what happens next. Cliffhangers SCK, Kaminari agrees. Many other cries ring out complaining and eager to see Nedzu's test. It took longer than usual to settle the theater as the next chapter starts. Now playing Deku. I think he's some pro. The interview all the examinees sat awkwardly in the lobby outside Nedzu's office, waiting for their turn to be called. The atmosphere was tense not only because everyone was nervous, but because the boy with a wind quirk kept glaring at the boy with the ice quirk, who didn't seem to notice and kept staring straight ahead. Izuku couldn't think of why the wind was so angry at ice, considering that wind won their round of the physical, but he figured there must be a good reason. Unless of course wind was like Kaken and just angry all the time. That was always a possibility. Better give him a wide berth. Thank God we don't have to deal with that tension anymore. Izuku comments. Todoroki cringes, again. I'm sorry about what happened at the provisional license exam. It wasn't entirely your fault. Izuku defends. So, a girl with green hair broke the silence. That physical was something else, right? Yeah, another examinee laughed. Some serious American ninja warrior stuff. Do you really think we'll have to climb that much as heroes? My arms are still sore. I love that show. Kaminari cheers. I think it'll depend on what kind of hero you want to be. Izuku hadn't even realized he'd opened his mouth until everyone was looking at him. Oh no. He hurried on in a panic. I mean, well, daylight heroes probably don't have to climb as much since most daytime villains are on street level. But it's very helpful for underground heroes to get a bird's eye view of situations, and they spend most of their time patrolling from the rooftops rather than the street. Daylight heroes stay on the street so that people can see them, so they don't have much use for climbing, except for maybe in a rescue situation. Andy'll shut up now. Are we gonna have Parker lessons? Kaminari wonders aloud. That'd be kinda cool. Ashido comments. Until you fall off a roof. Kirishima jabs. Izuku's face was hot in embarrassment. And he looked at the floor as the rest of the examinees stared at him. "I'd never thought of it that way," Yaoyorozu said. And Izuku shot her a grateful look. "I'm planning on being a spotlight hero myself. I never really hear about underground heroes, so I sometimes forget they exist." "That's the point," Aizawa grumbles. "That's kind of the point of underground heroes, though, isn't it? So that no one really knows they exist?" The green-haired girl spoke up. "I've considered going that route, but I'm not really sure. My quirk is kinda gross, so I'm not sure I'd ever be very popular anyway." "That's no reason to choose your path," Izuku remarks concerned. Izuku perked up. "Your quirk involves disconnecting your limbs, right? I saw you use it a few times during the practical. How much muscle control do you have over a body part when it's disconnected? What would happen if a body part was injured or destroyed when it wasn't connected?" Izuku realized he was rambling and quickly slammed his mouth shut. The green-haired girl sat in shock for a moment before responding. "Ooh yeah. My quirk is called Lizard Tail Splitter, and it allows me to disconnect any part of my body at will. I can split into up to 50 pieces at a time." Her right hand disconnected and scuttered toward Izuku and up his arm, poking him in the cheek. "I can fully control them, even disconnected, and levitate them. If any are destroyed, I can regenerate them. But it takes a lot of energy, so I prefer to just call them back if I can." "That's so cool," Izuku shouts in unison with a scream. "That's so cool," Izuku gushed. "That would be great for underground work. Most villains wouldn't think to look for an eye or an ear hiding in the corner of a room, so your quirk would be perfect for intelligence gathering. It would also probably be useful for sabotage, since a hand could easily fit into small spaces. You'll make a wonderful underground hero if you choose, but don't just do it because you think your quirk is gross." She smiled widely. "Thanks. I'd never thought of it like that." "I really didn't. Thanks, Green Bean," Setsuna calls out. Izuku nodded. "Yaoyorozu, your quirk is some kind of creation, right? That grappling hook was really complicated, but you made it with no problem. What kind of objects can you create?" Analysis mode engaged. Kaminari joked, causing a few snickers. Yaoyorozu smiled. "My quirk is called creation. I can transform the lipids in my body into any non-living thing I want. But I have to understand the molecular structure. I've been studying chemistry since I first developed my quirk, so I can produce any element on the periodic table fairly easily, as well as most known molecules. It's just a question of how they all come together." Most of the other examinees were paying attention to the conversation now, and they were quick to pipe up with their own observations of Yaoyorozu's quirk. After that, another person piped up, and soon everyone was sharing their quirks. Even wind and ice had been roped into the discussion. "Yeah, my quirk is whirlwind. I can control any wind, and I am super passionate about hero work." Izuku was almost physically blown back by the sheer energy that wind put off. Okay, so being constantly angry like Kaken was out. But if he said passion was so important, it was easy to see why he didn't like Ice, who remained blank-faced and probably didn't express passion for anything. "That makes sense, I guess." Todoroki winces. "You've gotten a lot better socially." Uraraka pipes. "It helps that I live with people who care." Todoroki whispers to himself. Izuku leans over and subtly squeezes his hand as Uraraka turns to him concerned. Noticing her look, Izuku says, "Let's just watch the screen." Accepting the dismissal for what it was, the squad turns back to the screen. Now it was Ice's turn. He paused for a moment, then said flatly, "My quirk is called half hot, half cold. I can produce ice from my right side and fire from my left. But I don't use my fire." His tone clearly communicated that he was done talking, and everyone sat awkwardly for a moment as they digested his declaration. Wind was glaring at him again with even more intensity than before. "Why didn't your kid use his fire anyway?" Hawks asks innocently. Endeavor winces, wondering how to explain his son's rebellious phase. "I loathe to admit it. He started seemingly pained by what he's saying. But I have been a terrible father." While the pros and teachers present want to ask questions, they silently agree now is not the time. "Well, that's cool then," Yaoyorozu said finally, then turned to Izuku. "What about you, Midoriya? What's your quirk?" It wasn't really obvious from the physical round. Izuku's stomach sunk. Of course, they were going to ask about his quirk. These were the first people that acted like they could be friends since he'd gotten his quirk. Well, besides the underground heroes. But did they really count since they were all so much older than him? They'd reject him as soon as they knew everyone did. How was he going to get out of this? All of a sudden, the door to Nedzu's office opened, and an examinee walked out, followed by the principal himself. Izuku Midoriya. He timed that. Bet. Nedzu to the rescue. Izuku nodded in relief and practically ran into the office. Nedzu smiled knowingly and shut the door behind him. Have a seat. So you're the famous Deku I've heard so much about. To tell you the truth, I was quite surprised to hear that you were so young. Izuku sat down across from the principal and nodded. I honestly wasn't trying to trick anyone, he laughed. I freaked out when I realized how old a racer and everyone thought I was. I thought it would be obvious from my analysis that I was just a fanboy. Just a fanboy? Uraraka asks dramatically. Uraraka what? Izuku starts. Try the ultimate fanboy, she cries loudly, much to Izuku's embarrassment. Nedzu poured 2 cups of tea and took a sip. I've read some of your analyses. They are extremely impressive. Izuku shook his head quickly. They're really not. They're just a fanboy's rambling, and I have no idea why heroes like them so much. Everyone else seems to think they're creepy. Well, Nedzu clapped his hands together. While we're on the subject, perhaps you wouldn't mind giving me a brief analysis of your fellow examinees. Now he's done it. Bakugo grumbles. Izuku's eye lit up as he started to wonder. Well, there's Yaoyorozu. She's got a creation quirk that is super cool. It wouldn't be easy to use, but she's put in a massive amount of work learning chemistry so that she can create pretty much anything. The only weaknesses I can see are maybe how fast she can think under pressure. Also, if she has to create a lot in a short amount of time, I'm not sure she has the fat stores for that. Then there's the girl with the lizard tail quirk. She can separate her body parts, which would be perfect for intelligence gathering. The interview continued with Izuku rambling as Nedzu listened and sipped his tea, occasionally interrupting with an observation or question. Before Izuku knew it, a half hour had passed, and there were 2 empty cups of tea sitting on the desk. That sounds like fun. Izuku remarks to the horror of his friends. Well, Deku, thank you. Nedzu stood and walked around the desk. You may go rejoin the other applicants outside, or you may go home if you wish. Wait, the interview is over, Izuku looked confused. But I just did some analysis, which I was going to do for fun anyway. Isn't the interview supposed to be difficult? Aren't you supposed to ask why I deserve a place at UA? Why I deserve to be a hero? Nedzu looked at him curiously. Your analysis is a valuable skill, and I never doubted that you were deserving, as you put it. Would you prefer the interview were more difficult? Izuku waved his hands. Well, no, it's just. He rubbed the back of his neck. This just felt like tea with a friend. It felt like what? Ashido shrieked. Most of the theater couldn't help but agree. Nedzu's eyes brightened and he smiled. Then I hope we can do this again sometime, regardless of your results. Izuku returned the smile and Nedzu led him back out into the lobby and grabbed the next student, and just like that, his entrance exam was over. The screen fades as the theater fills with a mixture of horror and curiosity. Nedzu excitedly planned tea with a certain student. As everyone settles, the screen loads. Now playing. Mastermind strategist for higher learning. I'm gonna meet Mastermind. Toga screeches. Izuku checked the address Jurin had texted him to make sure he was in the right place before going in, letting the door swing on its hinges behind him. The travel agency he was in was obviously a front, the bored young woman at the front desk fixing him with an unimpressed stare that very obviously said, "You're lost, idiot. Get out of here before you hurt yourself." Izuku just ignored it, walking up to the desk with the sweetest smile on his face. We'll have to do some background checks on travel agencies to find this one. Sakachi remarks. Hi, I have an appointment with Jurin. He said he had a package for me. The girl continued staring at him for a minute before she gave up and sighed. If you're sure, SQR. What's the name? Izuku's smile got wider. Mastermind? He almost laughed as she did a double take, suddenly much more awake. Just a moment, sir. Her voice shook slightly. I'll just let him know you've arrived. Talk about appearances can be deceiving. Dabai snarks as he chuckles. Izuku nodded and found a seat in the lobby as the receptionist made a call. He was just pretending to look through a magazine when the door swung open again and a blonde girl in a loose school uniform came skipping in and leaned over the receptionist's desk. "It's me," Toga cries. "Is it just me, or does she look older in this world?" Dabai wonders. "The game master did say anything could be different," Shiggy reminds. "This is so cool. Talk about lame." "Hiya baby, you're cute. Jurin said he wanted to see me. Do you know why? Was it to meet you? I like your shirt, by the way. It's such a pretty shade of red. Red's my favorite color. I love seeing everyone in it. You just came prepared. She totally would look even cuter covered in BLD." Toga agrees as the boys snicker. Izuku smirked at the cornered look on the receptionist's face as Toga encroached further and further into her personal space. She was saved by Jurin coming out from the back. "Mastermind, pleasure to see you again. Nice to see that the phone I gave you is working well." "It's working wonderfully, thanks," Izuku replied. "The laptop as well. If the other gear I've ordered is even half that quality, I don't think I'll ever order from anyone else." "Jurin does no quality," Dabai remarks, puffing out his scene as Shigaraki rolls his eyes. "That's what I like to hear." Jurin clapped him on the back and turned toward the receptionist and Toga, who was looking at Izuku hungrily. "Toga, I'll be with you in just a few minutes. Can you find something to entertain yourself out here in the meantime?" The receptionist looked faint as Toga smiled widely at her, her fangs on full display. "Your poor receptionist," Izuku said when the two arrived at Jurin's office. "Yeah," Jurin replied. "But remind me whose fault it is that Toga is here, to begin with." "He has a point, Kiro." "I doubt Mastermind cares," Izuku replies. "Point taken," Izuku chuckled. "So, you have my villain outfit?" Instead of replying, Jurin just took a large box and put it on the desk. Izuku looked over the contents, inspecting the armored pants, shirt, and jacket before moving on to the gas mask. Overall, it was simple and more than a little plain compared to the flashy hero costumes plastered all over the news, and it was exactly what Izuku wanted. He'll be able to hide better this way. Aizawa grumbles. He just keeps getting harder to find. Tsukachi sighs. It all looks good. And the weapons? In the gym where you'll be training with Toga. Speaking of, I don't really like the idea of having to find a new receptionist. I just barely hired this one. The gym is the last door on the left. I'll go get Toga and meet you there. He isn't really gonna let him just wander around, is he? Ashido asks. The doors are probably all locked and sit. Bakugo snaps. Izuku nodded and made his way down the hall. He tried a few of the other doors, but they were all locked. See? Good, Jurin's not just a trusting idiot. The gym wasn't huge, but there was enough room to move around comfortably. There were a variety of different sized boxes stacked against the walls so that they could train with obstacles when they were ready, and there was a large display of weapons on the wall beside the door. Izuku guessed that this room was normally used for demonstrations of the most common weapons Jurin sold. He noticed an innocent-looking cardboard box sitting on the ground under the weapons display and was halfway to wondering what was inside before he saw the name Mastermind written in small black letters in one corner. He smiled and opened it. All the weapons he'd ordered were there, as well as a few extra training versions, which were basically the same, except dull instead of sharp. "I'm so excited," Toga squealed, bouncing in her seat. "Is this really him? Is this Mastermind? He's so tiny." It was a wonder this girl was such an effective killer, considering she probably wouldn't know stealth if it bit her in the butt. Izuku really hoped that this wasn't one of those smart people make stupid decisions moments, because he wasn't really ready to die today. Maybe he should have put his affairs in order before showing up. Probably, Dabai snarks. Something must have shown on his face because Jurin laughed. "I would say she won't bite, but honestly, I don't know. Yeah, Toga, this kid is Mastermind. Don't let his size fool you though. He's probably one of the smartest villains I've ever met." "Mastermind, I'm sure you already know this is Toga Himiko, considering you're the one that wanted this meeting." "Whoa," Himiko squealed. "Mastermind knows who I am. And he's so cute. You need a cute nickname to match, like Stainy, Mastermindy, Masterchin, Mindchin. Mindchin, that's perfect." Jurin said you asked for me, Minshin. Why does a cutie like you want to meet an adorable killer like me? Minshin, Toga cheered. Izuku swallowed his doubts and smiled. It was getting easier to understand her the more he listened. Her excitement wasn't too different from his own ramblings after all. And Jurin probably wouldn't let her kill him. Probably. Well, you probably know that not many people have met me, yet. So, I need to learn how to defend myself. And, you're really good at knife combat, so, yeah. He cringed and saw Jurin mirroring the expression. Smooth. Toga, however, didn't really care. On good, that was awkward, Izuku whined. Most of the room cringed along with him. Wow, so you want me to teach you how to fight Minshin? That's so cool. I don't really know what I'm doing half the time. I just like to see people in red. So I don't know if I'll be a good teacher. But it'll be lots of fun to try. Despite his common sense screaming at him to get as far away from this girl as possible, her enthusiasm was contagious. Perfect, Toge-sensei. You, Toga cringed. If you'll try to be a good teacher, I'll do my best to be a good student. It was Toga's turn to cringe. Toge-sensei? That's not cute at all. Just call me Himiko, Minshin. And then she ran at him with a knife. Just jump right in there. Dabai grumbled. Izuku didn't think he had ever been sorer in his life. He was currently stretched out on the couch, icing his bruises with bags of frozen peas. Thankfully, the training knives he and Toga had been using only left bruises instead of slashes. Toga wasn't too happy about that. She insisted that red was a much prettier color than purple. That's because it is, Toga called out. Izuku heard the door open, but didn't bother moving. He wasn't even sure he could at this point. But maybe he was just being dramatic. Oh, Izuku sweetie, are you okay? What happened? Hi Mom, Izuku tried to smile. But it came out as more of a pained grimace. I just spent the afternoon with a few friends. One of them is pretty good at martial arts, and she was trying to teach me. She's just, really enthusiastic. That's one way to put it. Todoroki deadpans. His mom didn't seem any less worried, but seemed to decide to take his word for it. Did you learn a lot? What's she like? Izuku lit up. Yeah, I did. We basically spent the whole time going over some basics and getting them into my body. She said I'm a really fast learner. What else? Like I said, she's really enthusiastic and not just about fighting. Himiko just does everything with about twice as much energy as anyone else. So she's actually a lot of fun to be around. It was a little intimidating at first, but I'm getting used to her, so it's not too bad. At least someone appreciates my energy. Toga pouts at the boys. Mom was smiling too now. I'm so happy you're making friends, Izuku. She sounds really nice. Maybe you should bring her around for dinner sometime. Oh man, can you imagine? Izuku asks in horror. Yeah, no, that would not be happening. You've been so happy these past few months. I was so worried about you after Katsuki was attacked by that awful villain. You were just so quiet for months after. And then that whole thing with trying to find a job. I don't know what changed, but you seem to be thriving now. Izuku thought about it for a minute. It definitely hadn't been a smooth transition from wannabe hero to up-and-coming villain, but was he happier now? He thought of his fight with Toga and how she didn't ever ask about his quirk, just pouted that she wasn't allowed to make him bleed. He thought of Jurin and how he treated him like an equal. He thought about his overflowing inbox, full of people who respected him and wanted to be associated with him, and he felt a small smile tug at the corners of his mouth as he looked up at his mom. Yeah, I guess I am. I've found people who like me, and I'm doing something I enjoy. For the first time in a while, I think I'm really happy. As the screen fades, the theater sat in silence. Even the villains were solemn in the fact that he could only find happiness in the pain of others, though they each understood. As the people shook off their melancholy, the next chapter began. Now playing Vigilante the Green Guide. Trigger when Izuku rolled out of bed and immediately started his nightly stretches before getting dressed in his vigilante clothes. Was it weird that the middle of the night was turning into his favorite time of day? It probably was. Kaken would probably think he was crazy for wanting to go out in the middle of the night to bother heroes. Considering he goes to bed at 8, I wouldn't be surprised. Todoroki comments. Izuku snuck out to the front door, but froze with his hand on the doorknob. Hadn't he decided yesterday that he really needed to take weapons with him? He hesitated another long moment while he debated the merits of just going out weaponless again. He could always just rely on what trash he could find, right? It had worked just fine last time. Relying on street trash is a good way to get yourself injured. Aizawa grumbles. But while he could do that, he probably shouldn't. Mom would kill him if she knew he was running into fights without any kind of weapon or plan of attack, and while he wasn't planning on her finding out. It was the principle of the thing. When she finds out about this, she's gonna lose her mind. Izuku whines. So something small and easy to hide, but also something he could grab quickly, so he didn't cut too much into his vigilante time tonight. A cut maybe, he should bring some sort of knife? As logical as that is, I'm not sure if I like the problem child using one. Aizawa gripes. I'm sure young Viridian will figure it out. All Might reassures. Let's not forget Mastermind is also planning to wield knives. Nedzu chirps. The teachers grumble and gripe at the villain and vigilante taking to knives. He turned on his phone's flashlight and went into the kitchen. Were there any knives that Mom wouldn't miss? He obviously couldn't take any from the knife block. They'd be missed immediately. He might be able to get away with taking a steak knife. Boutique probably wouldn't be a good idea to put a knife in his pocket without any kind of sheath, would it? He'd just end up cutting himself as he tried to run get heroes, and that wouldn't do any good. That's a good point. Uraraka murmurs. He needed a knife with some kind of protection already built in. Izuku smiled as an idea occurred to him, and he started to rummage as quietly as he could in the junk drawer. It took him a while to find what he was looking for since they used it so infrequently, and he was starting to get scared that they'd actually lost it when his hand closed around the old box cutter. Izuku practiced extending and retracting the blade a few times to get a feel for it. Yeah, the cuts wouldn't be very deep, but they'd be enough to distract a villain in a pinch so Izuku could run away or find another opening. It was a good start. That's a relatively safe blade to start with, Toga whispered. The boys turned to her with a little confusion. What? She snarks. Everybody's got to start somewhere. Now onto a bludgeoning weapon. On a whim, Izuku went to the pantry and grabbed a can of soup. Running around with a can wouldn't be good in the long run, since it was heavy and strong to hold. But he could always replace it with something more streamlined later. Besides, it had worked so well last time that he knew it was reliable. Midnight snorts. Now I'm just imagining running into a teenager late at night and asking why they have soup in their pocket. It'd be fun trying to watch him explain it. Mike chuckles. A can and a box cutter didn't feel like enough, though. Izuku was going to be fighting quirkless against people with quirks, so he probably needed a few more weapons than most vigilantes did. He wished he had something like tonfa, but he didn't know how to use them, and they were just a bit larger than he was comfortable carrying around in his hoodie pocket. Some kind of stick would work pretty well, though, if only Izuku quickly went to the hall closet, where Mom kept her old crafting supplies. Hadn't she done a project with wooden dowels a few months ago? If Izuku was lucky, there'd be a few left. Those are going to snap in his first fight. Aizawa complains. Let's just hope he'll be okay. All Might comforts. He grinned when he saw the dowels standing up against the wall. He grabbed two of the shorter pieces, each about 20 centimeters long and 3 around, but one was slightly shorter than the other. Izuku hoped that the difference wouldn't throw him too off balance if he had to use them in a fight. Now that he finally felt armed enough, Izuku turned off his flashlight and walked out the front door. He was ready. No, he definitely isn't. Aizawa is getting a little frazzled. Izuku pressed himself against the wall to make sure he was completely hidden in the shadows while he watched the thugs. He had heard raised voices, so ran toward the side street and was currently hiding in an alley. But the thugs weren't actually doing anything. There were about 10 of them, and they were probably part of a gang or something. But they seemed to be joking around and roughhousing, not doing anything nefarious. Then walk away, problem child. Aizawa remarks to the screen. When did your friend say she was coming? One of the thugs asked. And why did we have to meet her here? There are flies everywhere, man. Oh, stop being such a baby. That guy seemed to be the leader. He had green skin and what looked like thorns on his face, which made Izuku wonder what his quirk was. She'll be here soon. Izuku shook his head and turned away. There were other people who needed his help. There was no point in waiting around here. He was just about to leave when the first thug cried out in pain, and Izuku whipped around to see him clutching a hand to his neck. DMN fly bit me. Man, I hate fly bites. Uraraka scratches her neck in sympathy. If flies are bugging, you just let me know, Kiro. Uraraka barked a laugh at the implication. Thanks, Tsu, you're the best. Within a few seconds, each of the thugs slapped a hand to their necks and cried out. Those must be some vicious flies if they bit all of them. But why bite all of them at once? Izuku should run. Those bites looked painful, and he didn't necessarily want to have to explain to his mom how he got an insect bite when he was supposedly at home in bed. He turned to leave again. You beach. I'll kill you. Izuku watched in shock as the thugs all started powering up and attacking each other. What? And they all had such powerful quirks too. He thought quirks this powerful were rare, and the more powerful your quirk, the more likely you would be encouraged to be a hero. So a group of thugs all with powerful quirks was unheard of. But they were going crazy like they were on drags or something. But they hadn't even been smoking. Oh, sit. Aizawa whispered. All the teachers turned to him. He wants to tell them, but one look at Headcase says he shouldn't. Resigned, he remarks, I'm sure it'll be explained eventually. Understanding his predicament, they settled down. Just then, one of the thugs caught sight of him. Boys, look, we've got a toothpick to crush. Izuku froze and swallowed thickly as every one of the thugs turned toward him. Time to run. Run. Get away. Seeking book it. Shota crouched on a rooftop overlooking the bar district. Normally this was Amplifier's territory, but she'd come down with the flu and had to call in sick, so Shota had agreed to cover her shift. He would usually be trying to track down leads on the Trigger case, but he hadn't gotten any new information recently. He was starting to get frustrated with the whole thing. Trigger had been in Japan for years, now and so far they had only been able to arrest low-level thugs and pawns, and were no closer to finding the people behind the villain factory. Aizawa-sensei and Viridian are gonna meet. Kaminari cheers as the rest of the room chatter excitedly. He wouldn't admit it, but Shota was scared. People didn't do things for no reason, so there had to be some eventual goal to use drags to temporarily turn normal people into powerful villains, but Shota couldn't see it. Trigger on its own was bad enough, but the stuff it was sometimes cut with made the user violent and prone to attacking anyone in sight. And that wasn't even counting the people who had been abducted and had their bodies modified to accommodate their more powerful quirks. That sounds like human experimentation. Ida remarks. Who needs drags when you could have my babies? Mei exclaims loudly. Phrasing. Todoroki deadpans. Was that a reference? Izuku asks. To what? Todoroki wonders innocently. Never mind. Hopefully, the people behind the villain factory weren't doing this to gear up for a major attack. But there was no way to know if they were. The dealers didn't know anything about the production of the drag, and even those higher up on the supply chain hadn't known anything about the kidnappings. Shota was just ready for this case to be over already. He was sick of not knowing anything. That's going to be frustrating. Ashita whines. I don't think daylights really deal with organized crime. So comments. But you might be called in for raids that can take weeks to plan, and waiting is painful. Kirishima reminds, and then more quietly adds, especially when you know someone's in danger. The rest of the squad comfort him quickly, even Bakugo adding in his gruff, You saved her, didn't you? And don't say that was Deku, 'cause you know he couldn't have done it alone. There was a crash off to his left and Shota turned to see a kid running as fast as he could as he was chased by a mob of powered-up villains. The kid was wearing a green hoodie and goggles and kept glancing around as he ran like he was looking for someone. Was this the new Vigilante Amplifier had told him about? It must be, but didn't Viridian lead heroes to villains, and not the other way around? Plans never survive contact with the enemy, was echoed by many pros, to which the students took note. As the group got closer, Shota decided it didn't matter much. He needed to stop them before any civilians could be injured, which in the bar district was a distinct possibility. DMN problem child. Why couldn't he have left the villains where they were? Really, Sho? Might test. To be fair, he doesn't know how this happened. Midnight remarks. Aizawa just growls to himself. Shota jumped down, startling Viridian, who stared at him with wide eyes that Shota could barely see behind his goggles, then tripped and landed flat on his stomach, making Shota snort, as did a few others. "Stay away from the fight, kid," he said. "I'll handle this." He canceled the villain's quirks, then started to wrap as many as he could in his capture weapon, knocking them into each other and into the walls to disorient them. He couldn't see Viridian anymore, so hopefully, the kid had enough sense to run away. If only. Aizawa grumbles. Izuku watched with wide eyes as Eraserhead fought the thugs. Eraserhead. He'd been trying to get Amplifier, mostly because she was the closest and the thugs' quirks were making it very strong for Izuku to stay ahead of them. But Eraserhead was even better. His quirk was so cool. Izuku could tell where he was looking just by seeing whose quirk could activate and whose couldn't. And then his hair. Did he have a secondary levitation quirk? Or was there something about his hair floating that was necessary for his quirk? Maybe it was built into his quirk to make sure that the hair didn't get in his eyes. If that were the case, if Eraserhead was hanging upside down and activated his quirk, would his hair float upwards like it was defying gravity like it did when he was standing up? Or would it obey the laws of physics and stay down so that it wouldn't risk getting in his eyes? What if? "Oh my god, Shota," Midnight squealed. "We got to see his analysis of you," she gasped. "Do you think we'll see mine?" "Maybe," he shrugs. "Right now I'm just trying to answer those questions. We can run some tests when we return." Nedzu pipes in. Izuku was so caught up watching Eraserhead's quirk in action that he didn't notice that one of the thugs had gotten out of Eraserhead's line of sight and was looking straight at him. Izuku yelped as a tentacle wrapped around his ankle and started pulling him toward the grinning villain, who apparently had a squid quirk that gave him tentacles for hair. "Pay attention. Get away. Don't hurt the bean." Izuku hurriedly reached into his pocket and grabbed the box cutter he'd brought, fumbling as he expended the blade, then slashed at the tentacle. The villain screamed and let go as dark BLD started pouring out of the wound. He growled at Izuku, who was holding his knife in front of him like a lifeline, then launched several tentacles at him at once. Izuku slashed and dodged as fast as he could, thankful that he was used to dodging explosions. He managed to cut quite a few of the tentacles that were attacking him, but the box cutter wasn't long enough to cut them off. Not that Izuku really wanted to do that anyway. If he cut them off, would they grow back? Or were they like an arm that once it was severed, was gone forever? That doesn't matter right now. Focus. Keep it up. He really needed to stop getting distracted by interesting quirks, because just as he was getting into a rhythm fighting the tentacle villain, another came up and hit him between the shoulder blades, throwing him to the ground and making him lose his hold on the box cutter. He looked up to see a villain with bulging muscles looming above him. This wasn't good. "Get up. Hurry. Don't hurt him." Well, he didn't have any ranged weapons, but his best option was the dowel, probably, since he'd lost his knife. Izuku's heart sank as he grabbed the wooden sticks from his hoodie pocket. They didn't look like they'd do a lot of good against a strength quirk. The man lunged for him again and Izuku dodged around him, then brought both sticks down on the back of the man's skull. They broke. "Sit. FCK. D a minute. Yuho." Izuku gulped as the man slowly turned around and glared at him. This was it. This was how he died. Wait, was he deflating? "I thought I told you to get away, kid." Cheers rang out at the teacher's rescue. Suddenly the man was wrapped in a Eraserhead scarf and pulled out of the way to reveal the hero himself staring down at Izuku with an exasperated expression. Okay, this was how he died. Snort, talk about dramatic. Valid. Sorry, Eraserhead, sir. just. A movement behind Eraserhead caught Izuku's eye, and he realized that the tentacle villain hadn't been taken down yet, and was going to grab Eraserhead. Izuku didn't even have time to think before he was rushing forward. His dowels may be broken, but they had splintered when they broke, which made them more like stakes. He didn't need to completely defeat the villain. He just needed to immobilize him for long enough for Eraserhead to erase his quirk. "Get him. Let's go. Don't encourage him. He can't hear us." He ducked beneath Eraserhead's arm and brought his stakes down on two of the tentacles, pinning them to the ground and making the villain cry out in pain. A few seconds later, The man was dragged toward him as his tentacles retracted back into his head. Izuku looked up behind him and could barely see a glint of red behind the gold goggles. Eraserhead waited a few seconds to make sure that the villain wasn't getting up. He must have passed out from the pain once his quirk was erased, then turned his glare toward Izuku. You must be Viridian. Izuku winced. I didn't ask for that article, I swear. I'm so sorry, Eraserhead. I was going to get Amplifier when these guys just started going crazy all of a sudden. But then one of them saw me, and then I… Wait, did you say they went crazy all of a sudden? Izuku nodded and shrunk a little when he saw the scowl deepen on Eraserhead's face. He watched as Eraserhead knelt down and turned the tentacle villain over onto his back, then opened his mouth and took out his tongue. Black. Figures. Why is the color of his tongue important, Eraserhead? Izuku asked hesitantly. Couldn't it just be a part of his quirk? Don't some species of squid naturally have black tongues? Children, Nedzu calls out, please take note of any investigative procedures these stories show. I imagine it will be quite useful in your careers. Eraserhead looked up at him appraisingly. True, but why don't you check one of the other villains? I doubt you can justify them all having black tongues naturally. Izuku slowly made his way over to one of the unconscious villains and looked at his tongue. Sure enough, it was black, but the color's fading. So if a villain is all jacked up and acting off their rocker, check the tongue. Ashido says, rubbing her chin. Eraserhead nodded. It's the drag. It's called trigger. You can tell who's addicted because the tongue stays black. These guys must have just shot up the one time. Good to know. Izuku mumbles. But they didn't shoot up, Izuku said. Eraserhead froze. What? Izuku fidgeted under his stare. I was watching them. They weren't using needles or anything before they went crazy. They weren't even smoking. Eraserhead frowned. Strange. Eraserhead, sir? Izuku fidgeted again. I'm sorry for getting in your way. Eraserhead sighed. Just call me Eraser, kid. And while I wish you hadn't gotten involved, you managed to hold your own. Stay out of fights, kid. You don't want to die. Izuku waited for probably a moment too long before nodding and running away. Pick up on the hint, please. Midnight whines at the screen. I'm sure I will, Aizawa says confidently. Izuku tucked himself back into bed after tending to his injuries for the night and thought about those weird thugs. Eraser said it was some kind of a drag. But how did they get exposed to it? Izuku shook his head. He should leave the investigation to Eraser and the police. He would just get in the way. Right as he was falling asleep, he remembered what one of the thugs had said right before going crazy. There are flies everywhere. Weren't flies supposed to be asleep at night? Weird. Put it together, kid. Aizawa grumbles. The screen fades as the student discuss what flies had to do with drags, while their teacher silently screams to himself, no spoilers. Now playing cheat code support strategist practical. Izuku gaped at Nedzu, the Nedzu, principal of UA, and tried not to fanboy. He failed. Oh my goodness, you're Nedzu. One of the few animals with a quirk. Although that is becoming more common as animals evolve alongside humans. But high specs gives you hyperintelligence and… Suddenly, Izuku's brain caught up with his mouth, and he realized exactly what Nedzu had just said. And you caught me trying to hack UA before I even took the entrance exam. Cue the freakout. Izuku huffs in resignation. He really was an idiot, just like Kaken said, wasn't he? He was going to get kicked out of UA before he even got accepted, just because he'd gotten bored and decided to do something stupid. Of course, Powerloader wasn't leading him to his practical exam. He was taking him to the principal, who was going to press charges, and then he'd get a permanent record, and nowhere else would accept him, and… Nedzu tries to suppress his chuckles. I'll leave him to you, then. Good luck, Powerloader said. As he turned his back to leave, Izuku could have sworn he muttered something about the end of the world. But honestly, he was too scared of what was about to happen to pay much attention. He swallowed thickly and looked at the principal, who was still grinning at him. Maybe he was just waiting for Izuku to apologize. Well, apologizing couldn't make things worse, at least. I mean, Uraka starts. He did hack into the school. Izuku lowered himself into a deep bow. I am so sorry, Principal Nedzu, sir. What I did was see completely uncalled for and inappropriate. I, wasn't thinking see clearly and obviously. That's no excuse, but… Oh, there's no need for that, Midoriya, Nezu chirped. In fact, what you did was quite impressive. Impressive? Izuku asks. Are you really surprised? Eda remarks. Nezu is rather chaotic. Todoroki comments. Izuku straightened up in shock. The principal's expression was strong to read, on account of his face not being human. But he couldn't see any anger or malice. What? You're not mad? Oh no. Nezu stepped aside and gestured for Izuku to come in. In fact, I was quite delighted. It's not often that people are brave enough to try. So it's quite fun to test my defenses against new faces. That makes too much sense. Mei comments. Izuku nodded numbly and sat in the chair Nezu offered him. He still couldn't believe that he wasn't in trouble. But apparently, Mei had been right about him making a good first impression. Or maybe Nezu was just getting his hopes up to crush them later. It wouldn't be the first time. And it's sad again. Kaminari whines while Ashido pats him on the back. Nezu carefully poured the tea and set a cup down in front of Izuku. So, how long have you been hacking? I think about 8 months. Izuku took the cup and held it while he waited for it to cool. I only picked it up after I decided to apply to the support course. I thought it'd be useful for information gathering. Quite astute. Nezu chirps. Oh, I agree completely. Nezu chirped and took a sip of his tea. But I am surprised that you're still so new to it, considering your creativity this morning. Was applying to support a recent decision? You could say that. Dabai snarks. Well, Izuku chuckled awkwardly. I thought that hero support was just inventing stuff. I didn't think to look into the analysis track until sorry, I'm rambling. But well, since I really enjoy analyzing heroes and quirks, it just seemed perfect, I guess. Nezu smiled knowingly. It's not often that we get young people applying to be analysts. Most people assume that support is simply the invention of support items like you did. And while analysis is an important part of creating those support items, many people overlook its potential in strategy and intelligence gathering. Speaking of your analysis, may I see your portfolio? The moment of truth. Mike comments. I'm both excited and terrified at the thought of him being Nezu's student. Midnight chimes. Izuku nodded and dug the notebook out of his backpack to hand to Nezu, who eagerly started leafing through it. Izuku wondered if he was just skimming his writing, or if his quirk gave him the ability to speed read. If it was the latter, then how fast could he read? Was the speed limited by his quirk, or could he train himself to read even faster? If he wasn't limited by his brain, then his speed would probably be limited by how fast he could physically turn the pages. But if he was reading something that scrolled automatically, like on a computer, how would that affect the speed? All these questions I didn't even know to ask. Aizawa comments in well-hidden awe. I'm not as fast as all that, Midoriya. Nezu chuckled. I still have to wait for my brain to catch up before I can turn the page. And while my quirk definitely helps, most of my speed reading is actually a skill I've cultivated. Izuku flushed red and slammed his mouth shut. Sorry, I know my muttering is creepy. On the contrary, it was a wonderful demonstration of your real-time analysis skills. Nezu said simply, turning back to the portfolio. And while it will most likely be useful to learn to be aware of when you are muttering, there is nothing inherently wrong with the habit. As Izuku looks at the screen with awe, his friends take the opportunity to encourage him to speak up during his mutter storms. Izuku's eyes widened, and he stared at Nezu silently while he finished the portfolio. His muttering wasn't bad. That just seemed so weird to him. Kaken had always said that it was annoying and creepy. But then again, he'd said the same things about Izuku's notebooks. Maybe it was creepy if a hero did it, but was simply an eccentricity when an analyst did. That would make sense. Yeah, an eccentricity, not an annoying habit that he had to get rid of. Izuku liked that. Awa, Hagakure starts. I'm all warm and fuzzy now. Nezu finally turned the final page of his portfolio and set it aside. This is quite impressive. I am assuming that you have been analyzing heroes for much longer than you've been hacking. Yes, sir. Izuku said. I started analyzing heroes as a hobby when I was 4, I just didn't realize it was a marketable skill. Would it be alright if I held on to this, so I can peruse it more thoroughly at a later date? Nedzu asked. Izuku nodded, a weird sense of pride growing in his since the more the principal praised him. I already assumed that I wasn't going to be getting it back since it's part of my application. Maybe I should share my notebooks after all. Izuku whispers to himself. His friends brighten, but leave him be so as to not overwhelm him. Excellent! Nedzu clapped his paws together. Now, you have your laptop with you, correct? Yes. Izuku dug out his laptop and set it on the desk in front of him. Perfect, Nedzu said. Now onto the practical portion of your exam. Izuku swallowed nervously, thinking of all the ominous good luck wishes from Midnight and Powerloader. What will I be doing exactly? As I said, I was very impressed with your efforts this morning, so I simply want you to continue. What you were doing then? Nedzu's eyes twinkled with mischief. I want you to hack into Yua. That's just mean. Is that really his test? Rip. Izuku blinked away tears of exhaustion and frustration as he limped away from Yua, sore from sitting hunched over his laptop for the past few hours. He tried everything he could think of, every backdoor, every little trick, even a hastily made virus. But by the end of the exam, Izuku had barely made it past the first round of defenses. It didn't matter how much Nedzu had enjoyed his portfolio, or how well he'd done on the written exam. He'd completely failed the practical. Poor baby. You probably did better than you think. Don't be sad. What was his mom going to think? After all these months of her going out of her way to support him, would they grow apart again? Would she be disappointed in him? Where was he going to go to school? What job would even take a stupid, weak, quirkless nobody like him? He's spiraling, HeadcaseKiller warns. Quick, someone comfort him, Ashido cheers. Suddenly, Izuku was rammed into by somebody going full speed. Immediately, he froze and curled in on himself to try to become a smaller target. Kaken shouldn't still be here, should he? Nedzu had left sometime during Izuku's exam to go monitor the hero course practical, and Izuku had tried to use that time to hack Yua using Nedzu's computer, but couldn't even crack the password. But Nedzu had come back pretty quickly, so Kaken should already be at home by now. What if it was someone else who had learned he was quirkless and was going to beat him up, and they'd never find his body and… Good lord dude, Zero turns to Bakugo. That world's version of you did a number on that kid. I've noticed. He snaps back. Whoa, Izuku-kun, are you okay? What's wrong? Izuku jolted from his spiraling thoughts and looked around. But the only person near him was Mei, who currently had one hand resting on his shoulder. Oh, Mei running into him was actually completely in character, probably. It was just Mei, not Kaken. And Mei wasn't anything like Kaken, so she wasn't going to beat him up. Probably. I'd never, Mei yells. Izuku forced a smile onto his face. Nothing. You just startled me, is all. Mei frowned like she didn't believe him. Then what's with the tears? Now she's done it. Bakugo and Midoriya say in unison. He tried, he really did. But he only lasted about 2 seconds before those stupid Midoriya tears were running down his face like some sort of stupid geyser. He hadn't even known this girl a full day, and now he'd ruined their friendship or their partnership or whatever it was because here he was, crying in front of her, and he just couldn't stop. It's okay, Deku. Yororoka comforts. Tears are manly. Kirishima adds. We've never thought any less of you for crying, and we never will. Todoroki affirms. Mei had started rubbing his shoulder sometime during his breakdown and was probably trying to be comforting. But her muttering about unleashing her babies on whoever hurt him was actually pretty intimidating. You'd never beat someone up, huh? Yororoka jabs in amusement. Unless someone deserves it, Mei snarks back. No one hurt me, Mikan. Izuku finally got out between the tears. It's my own fault anyway. Mei looked at him skeptically. Then what happened? That set off the tears again, but thankfully he could speak through them this time. And Nedzu wanted me to hack Yua for my practical. But I couldn't do it. I failed. Oh, Mei sat down on the sidewalk and pulled him down next to her, ignoring the weird looks from the people passing by. Are you sure they didn't just want you to try? Izuku starts, but it's interrupted by the screen. That made Izuku pause. What? Well, every failure is just a stepping stone to success, right? May said excitedly. And you said yourself that US cybersecurity is absolutely insane. So what if he was planning on you failing? Izuku just stared at her. If he wanted me to fail, then why did he tell me to succeed? May fell seek at him on the forehead, which was apparently her way of getting him out of his head and telling him that he was being an idiot. A lot of inventions are just about learning the process. Even if they don't work, they still weren't a waste of time because they make the next invention faster. US security wouldn't be the best in the business if a first year could ram through it, right? They probably just wanted to see how you approached a problem that you couldn't solve. They wanted to see your process. That makes a lot of sense, Kiro. Tsu comments. Izuku thought about that for a moment. It made a certain kind of sense. But then again, it seemed like everything May said towed the line between being reasonable and being absolutely insane. So maybe it was just that she was saying it that made it sound so believable. Still, it might make waiting for his rejection letter a little less painful, just so long as he was careful not to get his hopes up too high. Cautious optimism is still optimism. Ashido cheers. If you say so, he said slowly. But what about you? How did your practical go? May grinned and immediately launched into a story that involved blowing up her workspace 3 times, until she finally got a working prototype of hover boots 20 minutes before the end of the exam. Izuku listened and laughed with her until his tears dried and Mom started frantically texting him wondering when he was going to be home. By the time he started walking home, his heart was a little lighter than it had been, and his phone was a little heavier. It had a new number in it, after all. As the screen fades, Yoraka cheers, all in favor of May being an official member of the Deku squad. I'm not against it, Kiro. Tsu agrees. If Midori is fine with it. Todoroki informs. I'll try not to hold the sports festival against her. Ida remarks. Welcome to the squad, Maiken. Izuku cheers. Great to be here, Izuku. May laughs. Now playing Deku. I think he's some pro. Acceptance. Izuku had an anxiety attack every day, right before the mail came. He tried to tell himself that it was just a letter, that it wasn't important and wasn't worth getting worked up over. But it wasn't just a letter, was it? It was a letter from Yua, a letter that would determine his future, a letter that would tell him whether or not he was worthy to be a hero. And there it was, the anxiety attack was back. Izuku sighed. He thought he'd already done this today. Why did he have to do it again? Story of my life. Izuku grumbles. You're way too HRD on yourself, Izuku. May comments. Please tell us if you ever feel this way. Ida chops. No reason to do it alone. Yoraka chimes. Thanks, guys. It had been a week since the entrance exam, and there still wasn't a letter. Not that the letter couldn't come later than a week after the exam. President Mike had said in the introduction that letters normally came between 5 days to 2 weeks after. But Izuku just wanted this over with already. It was torture just waiting, not knowing if he was good enough or not. You're awesome. Be patient. We believe in you. There was a knock at the door. Izuku. His mom called out. Could you get the door? My hands are full making dinner. Okay, Mom. He got up from the couch and opened the door, only to do a double take when he saw who it was. They're delivering the news in person, Ashido cheers. That's so awesome, Kaminari cries. Hey kid, Eraser said. We brought you something. Can we come in? Izuku stood aside in shock, allowing Eraser, Miss Joke, and Mr. Brave, all in civilian garb, to come inside. Sorry Nightai couldn't come, Miss Joke said. He's in the middle of a major case right now. Yeah, right, Brave laughed. The old man's just a spoilsport. Mom, Izuku said as he walked into the kitchen, the 3 pro heroes trailing close behind. These are my friends. This is Eraserhead, Miss Joke, and Mr. Brave. Yup, just some friends. Midnight teases. Nothing special about this at all. Mike adds sarcastically. Inko's eyes widened. These are the pro hero friends you told me about when you were recommended, right? When Izuku nodded, she bowed. Thank you all for being so kind to my son. I was so excited when he told me he had friends. So imagine my shock a few months ago when I learned that all his friends were pro heroes. It's concerning that we are all his friends at this point. Mr. Brave comments. That'll change when he starts school. miss. Joke waves him off. Eraser raised an eyebrow. He suspected that Izuku didn't get a lot of encouragement to be a hero. But all his friends. She was probably exaggerating. Nope echoes through the theater. He's a great kid, Midoriya-san. Miss. Joke laughed. We're lucky to have met him. By the way, since I'm not in costume right now, you can just call me Emi Fukukato. Nice to meet you, Fukukato-san. Yeah, me too, Mr. Brave said. My name is Haruto Nakamura. The other two looked at Eraser, who stared back for a minute before sighing. I'm Shota Aizawa. Deku's a smart kid. You must be proud of him. So enthusiastic. Midnight drones as Mike and Joke snicker. Inko's face soured slightly at the nickname. But it was almost too fast for the pros to catch before she was smiling again. I wish he would pick a better career path though. Heroics isn't very forgiving for someone like Izuku. DMN. Well, FCK me, I guess. Yeesh. Izuku looked like he wanted to sink into the floor as the room went cold. Fix this. So why are you guys here? Not that you're not welcome, you totally are. It's just that you've never come over before, and you guys sounded like you planned it. But I didn't know about it unless I forgot. Oh no, did I forget? Mr. Brave. Nakamura laughed. No, Deku, you didn't forget. We wanted to surprise you. Show him Eraser. Aizawa rolled his eyes, but had a small smile as he reached into his pocket and took out an envelope. My Yua letter. No sit, Sherlock. Dabai snarked. Aizawa handed it to the kid, who looked at it with wide eyes. Of course, kid. Did you forget I work at Yua? We wanted to be here when you open it. Aizawa-sensei's a surprisingly good friend. Kaminari comments. Dude. Zero chastises. What was that, Kaminari? Aizawa calls out. Nothing, sir. He squeaks back. Izuku looked to his mother, who smiled sadly. You and your friends go open it in the living room. I'll keep working on dinner, and you all can come eat after, okay? Izuku nodded and went back to sit on the couch. Aizawa sat beside him, while Nakamura sat on the chair and Fukukato made her home on the floor. All three looked at Izuku in anticipation, and he took a deep breath before tearing open the envelope. He then promptly started crying. Typical. Uraraka, Bakugo, and All Might said in unison. Oh no, Eraser. I thought you said it was good news. I'm going to kill you. Fukukato screamed. Don't do that. They're happy tears. That's just how he is. Aizawa looked slightly panicked. It is good news. I don't know why he's crying, I swear. I'm just so happy, Izuku choked out, saving Aizawa from being physically wrestled to the floor. Roman 2 made it. I'm going to Yua. I'm going to be a hero. Little Green does that a lot, I take it. Brave remarks. That'd take some getting used to. Joke giggled. Congratulations, Deku, Nakamura said. You deserve it. Fukukato gave him a big hug. Oh, I'm so excited for you. I kinda wish you were coming to Ketsubutsu with me. But you're gonna need Nedzu to help you with that big brain of yours. She sighed. Oh well, there's still internships. And I'm sure you'll hear about me all the time since Eraser's madly in love with me. One does their best to suppress their laughter, as the other students whisper in confusion. The villains are just as confused looking back at Eraserhead, noting the mix of confusion and amusement, as the man in question seethes in his seat. No, I'm not. Aizawa denied. Stop telling people that. Joke. It's not a joke, I am. Fukukato laughed loudly and tried to mess up Aizawa's hair. But he dodged and scowled at her. She responded by sticking out her tongue. I ship it. Ashido whispers conspiratorially. I swear even Deku is more mature than you. Maturity is overrated. Nakamura said, then crossed his eyes and pulled a face, making Izuku giggle. The theater starts to crack much to Aizawa's dismay. Aizawa looked dead inside. You're all impossible. I hate all of you. Except for Joke. Nakamura said. You love her. Izuku laughed even harder. So this is what having friends really felt like. Somehow when Joke teased, it didn't feel the same as when Kaken did it. It wasn't hurtful at all. It was just friends giving each other a strong time. It was nice. Hell yeah it is. Uraraka cheered as the theater reins themselves in. Dinner's ready, Inko looked to where her son was laughing on the floor with his friends. Even if she didn't want him to be a hero, she thought she could deal with it if it meant he had friends like these. Oof. Ouch. Jeez. Thanks, Mom. Izuku led his friends back to the kitchen, and they all sat down. Thanks for the food, Midoriya-san, Fukukado said as they dug in. Yeah, this tastes amazing. Nakamura added. Of course it does, my mom made it. Izuku mumbled, and then turned red at the realization he said that aloud. Inko smiled. It's really the least I could do. And besides, we have to celebrate my baby boy getting into his dream school. She leveled a serious look at Aizawa. I trust you'll take care of him and make sure he stays safe. I'd rather face 1,000 villains than an angry mother. Mike shivers. You're just saying that because you can punch a villain. Midnight teases. So you'd rather willingly fail a student in some way than face a villain? Aizawa asked, efficiently shutting her up. Aizawa nodded solemnly. Of course, Midoriya-san. I would never send Deku into a situation he wasn't prepared for. When we take him along on internships, we'll always be with him to protect him if things get dangerous. Deku may be smarter than most pros, but he's still a student, and he'll be treated accordingly. Good, Inko sighed. I'll hold you to that, Aizawa-san. So, Eraser, I guess you can't expel your whole class this semester, Brave smiled. Because that would mean expelling Deku too. Wait, that actually happened? Kaminari asked in horror. Many others did the same, albeit quietly and to themselves. You expelled a whole class? Inko was witty. Aizawa put down his fork. I only expel kids who have no potential. It's cruel to let them continue when they'll only end up getting themselves or others killed. I won't expel Deku because he has potential. I wouldn't have recommended him otherwise. Guys, Hagakure cried out in excitement. We all have potential. The rest of the class preened at that revelation. I find it strong to believe that an entire class was completely devoid of potential, Izuku insisted. They must have had strong quirks. You're living proof that quirks aren't everything, Aizawa said. They might have had strong quirks, but their personalities convinced me they didn't have what it takes. Spoiled brats, every single one of them. No one had ever told them no and let them get away with murder just because of their quirks. That's not how you raise a hero. Heroes have to be willing to protect people and give their all, not just coast by or be the best. By the sounds of it, Mainta and Bakugo seem most likely to get expelled. Shoji comments. Indeed, though Bakugo has improved since the year began. Takoyami retorts. Izuku couldn't help but think of Kaken. Everyone praised him no matter what he did simply because his quirk was perfect for heroics. But Eraser couldn't be talking about people like Kaken, could he? After all, Kaken would be an amazing hero. If one were to look at the Baka squad, one might notice how unusually quiet they were. Most teachers aren't as strict on expulsions as Eraser here, Midoriya-san, Fukukado explained. I teach at another hero school, and I probably expel maybe one student a year. Sometimes I don't expel any at all. It all depends on the class. But then again, Ketsubutsu isn't as competitive as you are. Oh, that's good, I guess. One of Izuku's oldest friends is going to be applying to UA as well. And I wouldn't want to have to deal with Mitsuki if her son gets expelled. Izuku shivers violently at the thought. Don't worry about Kaken, Mom. I'm sure he won't have any problem getting in. And I know he'll be the best hero. Inko smiled. You're right. It's silly to worry. Who knows, maybe you two will be in the same class. Aizawa hoped he was imagining the tension that came into Deku's shoulders at that. Maybe. Have we been misreading their relationship all year? Aizawa asks. Sometimes things slip through the crack, Sho. Mike comforts. Though that does beg the question, how much of this did our Bakugo do? Midnight posits. No matter what, you'll probably make some of the best friends you've ever had in hero school, Nakamura said. I know I did. And I have. Izuku beams, making his friends swell in joy. Maybe you'll find someone you have instant chemistry with, like me and Eraser. Fukukado said while Aizawa rolled his eyes. Oh, are you together? Inko asked. How did you two meet? We're not, Aizawa started. But Fukukado interrupted him. Our agencies were nearby when we were first starting out. In between missions and drama, a mutual love blossomed. No, it didn't, Aizawa muttered. Nakamura and Izuku snickered, as did much of the audience. That sounds so romantic. Inko sighed. We aren't dating, Midoriya-san, Aizawa said. Not yet, Fukukato said. But don't worry, Midoriya-san, I'll win him over eventually. A mischievous glint came into Inko's eye as she looked between the two and Aizawa gulped. The poor thing, Izuku whispers. It's all right, Fukukato-san, I understand completely, Inko said. Did you know that I had known Izuku's father for almost a year by the time he realized I was flirting with him? Mom, Izuku cried out in betrayal. Fukukato just laughed. And the theater erupted in laughter. Well, at least we've passed that stage of the courtship. I doubt a racer could ignore my flirting. Neither can anyone else, that's the problem, Aizawa said. Oh, snap, Ashido cried with her laughter. Oh, so you want me to be more subtle in my affections? I can do that. Aizawa just sighed as everyone laughed at him. Deku, don't encourage her. Why not? Izuku said innocently. You two are so cute together. Izuku promptly smacked his hands over his mouth to muffle his laughter as Aizawa called out a gruff, that little sit. This made Nakamura spit out his drink as Aizawa looked betrayed. I trusted you, Deku. I trusted you, and you stabbed me in the back and left me with her. God, it's too much. Kaminari chuckles. That was amazing, Deku. Fukukato held out her hand for a fist bump, which Izuku took her up on. And don't be so dramatic, Eraser. I'll win you over eventually, and you know it. Aizawa just sighed and shook his head. More like you'll wear me down. Your way of flirting is like a war of attrition. He turned to look at Izuku as he pointedly changed the subject. So Deku, we need to talk about internship options. The room starts to settle at that. Don't internships happen after school starts? Inko asked. Normally, yes. Your son, however, is a special case. He's been working with us in an advisory role for several months at this point. And there is a raid coming up that we invited him on before knowing how young he is. We still think that his input will be essential, but he'll need to be part of an official internship in order to come. Inko looked worried. We will make sure he stays safe while still allowing him to contribute to the mission. This is going to be so cool, Izuku enthuses. Internships for first years normally only last a week, and we've been arguing nonstop about who gets to take you. Fukukato said. One of the options we've thought of is having you do a few different internships in the next 2 months leading up to the raid. That way, you'd get more intensive training to make sure you're ready, and we can all stop fighting. Multiple internships, Izuku cries excitedly for his counterpart. Izuku's eyes went wide. That sounds amazing. Can I, Mom? Please? Inko looked at him for a long moment before caving. You're sure that these internships will help him be safe? The three heroes nodded. Then okay. But don't put yourself in any more danger than you need to and listen to the heroes, okay? Duh. Izuku snarks. His friends pointedly remained silent at that. Okay, he hugged her tightly. Thank you so much, Mom. Thanks for dinner, Midoriya-san. Congratulations, Deku, Fukukato said as the heroes left. See you for training and internships. And don't forget, there's a planning meeting Saturday, Nakamura said. Detective Tsukachi will be picking you up. I still don't understand why I can't just walk, Izuku said sullenly. It's because you're still a kid, Aizawa ruffled Izuku's hair. Problem child. As the screen fades, teasing and excitement rose through most of the room. It took some time for everything to calm down, but once it did, many remembered what story came next, and all but the villains, who were eager, became greatly on edge. Now playing. Mastermind strategist for hire face-to-face Mastermind looked back at Izuku from the full-length mirror in Jiren's office. He didn't want to get dressed in his villain outfit at home and potentially risk getting caught by his mom or the neighbors. If everything went well tonight, he would be finding his own base soon enough. But until then, Jiren's office would have to do. A secondary location will make him even harder to track. Tsukachi sighs. His villain outfit was practical, but still managed to look intimidating. Or at least it would, if Izuku wasn't so short. People will get over that real quick. Dabai snarks. The black armored pants were fitted, but flexible, and were paired with a black armored shirt made from the same material. But what tied the outfit together was the jacket. It was dark green and had a hood he had pulled up, his hair just peeking out from underneath it. There were dozens of pockets that had smoke bombs, grenades, flashbangs, and, of course, his knives. Talk about armed to the teeth. Yororoka comments. Plus ultra. Izuku grins. She gasps, Deku no. I'm sorry. He laughs back. You don't sound sorry. Todoroki deadpans. He also had knives strapped to each of his legs, and a few hidden in his dark red boots for emergencies. After a few months of training with Toga, he was deadly with a knife, if not quite as good as his teacher. The last thing he put on was his mask. It was a solid black and covered his entire face below the nose. It didn't look like a standard gas mask, looking instead like a simple ski mask. But Jiren assured him it would filter out any harmful gas attacks. Looking in the mirror, the effect was stunning. The knives alone would have been intimidating, but the hood partially shaded Izuku's face, so that the only distinguishing feature was his bright green eyes, lit with a deadly sort of fire. He loved it. Anyone else feels that chill crawling up their spine? Zero asks around. Many raise their hands or nod in reply. Jiren had arranged a face-to-face meetup, now that Toga said he probably wouldn't die immediately as soon as he was attacked. The meeting was with a small gang that had territory in eastern Tokyo and were wanting to rob a casino. Izuku himself was still considered small time, even if he was becoming more well-known. So Jiren said this would be a good chance for Mastermind to start showing his face, even if it was behind a mask. Great, he gonna gain even more traction. Aizawa deadpans, looking pretty snazzy. Jiren was leaning against the doorframe, smoking his ever-present cigarette. I'd say knock him dead, but that'd be bad for business. Izuku rolled his eyes, again marveling at how they stood out against his outfit. Let's go. The sooner we get this over with, the sooner I can pretend I'm not nervous. Mood, Izuku says. You can tell us if and when you feel that way, Kiro. Stuff like that's what friends are for. Yororoka cheers. I think we should all keep that in mind. Ida informs. Jiren chuckled, but grabbed his keys. You're such a smart kid. I keep forgetting how new to the game you are. Normally it takes years for small fry like you to get to this point in their careers. Yeah well, normally small fry don't make a living killing heroes. Since when was Golden Boy sassy? Dabai smirks. The drive to the warehouse was short, but maybe that was because there was not really any traffic at 2 o'clock in the morning. As they walked in, Jiren and Mastermind were met with a dozen armed guards, surrounding a man almost as big as Fatgum, who was obviously the head honcho. Izuku immediately started analyzing, matching the people and quirks he saw to the research he'd done beforehand. Minshin's first meeting, Toga bounces, so exciting. The head honcho was sneering at him. Jiren, I said I wanted to meet with Mastermind, not some kid who's still wearing diapers. What kind of a joke are you trying to pull here? Oh, he's gonna get it. Dabai grins and rubs his hands together, leaning forward in anticipation. Jiren just smirked. Izuku was fairly certain it was his default expression, but there was a possibility that he was genuinely amused by the situation. Yeah, I know he doesn't look like much, but I guarantee you he's the real deal. Apparently, you don't have to be tall to be smart. And he about to prove it. Shiggy grins menacingly. Izuku's nervousness was slowly morphing into anger and determination. If there was anything he was used to from his life before villainy, it was jerks who thought it was their right to look down on him. The head honcho had gone on a rant about Jiren, not taking him seriously, and how he was powerful and blah, blah, blah. Izuku just sat down on the chair provided for him and spoke quietly, the determination in his voice and eyes passing for confidence in his words. Takumi Fujito, age 42. Quirk spines. You convert the fat in your body into spines that can be detached. However, they have a tendency to bleed when you do that, so you avoid detaching them if at all possible. Family. You have a wife that you married 10 years ago and 4 kids, all under the age of 15. Your youngest just turned 6 last Wednesday. Congratulations, by the way. Weaknesses. Your family, the dependence of your quirk on your previous fat stores, and the risk of BLD loss if forced to use it in the wrong way. You also have a severe allergy to shellfish. Did I get anything wrong? Oh snap, Twice calls out. That was nothing. Can you imagine being on the receiving end of that? Dabai asks, still grinning. I'd prefer not to. Shiggy snaps. The room had gone completely silent, and Izuku smiled innocently beneath his mask and looked directly at the head honcho, who gulped. So, Izuku said pleasantly, shall we begin? Did we get all that? Aizawa asks. Word for word. Nedzu chirps happily. I'll add it to the files when we return. Sakachi sighs. Detective Tsukachi rubbed his eyes in frustration before taking another gulp of his coffee. The Mastermind case was rapidly turning from a minor headache to a massive migraine. The guy had been on the scene for less than 10 months, and he was already becoming one of the most dangerous villains the detective had ever been tasked with finding. Now we get to see how the cops and heroes are handling Mastermind. Ashido grins. Best part of crime shows. Kaminari replies. He looked at the file again, filled with whatever neatly written plans they had managed to confiscate from villains and a handful of blurry photographs pulled from security cameras at internet cafes. All the evidence pointed to one thing: Mastermind was a ghost. The police hadn't even known about his existence until months after his first murder, and it was the media who first caught onto the fact that all the recent hero deaths were connected. The heroes and police hadn't even thought to check. Why would they? Each murder was committed by different people with different quirks, and there wasn't any signature connecting the deaths. So it took a long time to figure out he even existed, because they didn't have anything in common. Zero concludes. So not manly. Kirishima agrees. It wasn't until Nedzu noticed that the villains committing the crimes weren't smart enough to pull off the kinds of heists they were doing that they began looking for a strategist rather than a serial killer. A strategist for hire. Looking at it now, it seemed obvious and simple. The murders were only possible because there was some genius pulling the strings from behind, making sure that the villains knew every possible weakness and how to exploit it. Nedzu was anxious to catch Mastermind mostly because he wanted an intellectual equal to play chess with. But Tsukachi wanted to catch him because the more his influence grew, the more dangerous he became. This version of me seems rather crass. Nedzu remarks. I'd hope you wouldn't track down a career criminal for a simple game of chess. Tsukachi adds. Such a thing would be little more than icing on the cake. He replies. The only comforting fact about the entire case was that Mastermind never agreed to in-person meetups, which limited his influence considerably. The theater cringes at that. So who wants to tell him? Jiru snarks. If the police and heroes could catch him before he got up the courage to show his face, then they might be able to nip this in the bud. But Mastermind was starting to change his mo, and that made Tsukachi nervous. For a long time, Mastermind had used internet cafes to communicate with the villains who hired him, which had been the only solid lead the police could get on the guy, as thin as it was. He had been caught on camera multiple times, but always kept his hood up and seemed to know where the cameras were placed, so they still had no idea what he really looked like. Tsukachi and Sansa had gone to interview employees at the various cafes, but because they didn't know about Mastermind until several months after he became active, it had been too long for most to remember a random guy in a hoodie. The only thing they had to show for the interviews was one clerk, who remembered a young man with green hair. But even he admitted it could have been black, and the harsh fluorescent lights were just messing with his eyes. So close. Ajaru stressed. In short, they still had nothing, but were tracking any suspicious activity at dozens of internet cafes in the city. And then he stopped using them. The villains have started laughing at this point. The crimes continued, accelerated even, but there was no physical sign of Mastermind anywhere. Tsukachi and the rest of the police could only guess that he had either bought some sort of untraceable tech, or he had figured out how to build it himself. Either way, their most solid lead had gone cold, and they were back to where they started. Well, almost. At least they knew the guy existed now. 'Cause that's an amazing comfort for the poor little heroes. Dabai smirked sarcastically. A slight movement in the corner of his eye made Tsukachi reflexively drop the file and reach for his gun. Hey now, I didn't think I was being that quiet. Tsukachi curbed his panic for long enough to recognize the long white scarf, tangled hair, and tired eyes of the hero in front of him. He sighed in relief. The downside of stealth. Hagakure giggles. Eraser. Sorry, I didn't hear you coming. He looked at the papers spread all over the floor. Got lost in thought, I guess. Eraser grunted in response. I guess I should apologize for sneaking up on you. Stealth is just kind of a reflex for underground heroes. It takes too much work to turn it off. That's something to look forward to. Shoji comments. Once one is swallowed by darkness, it becomes strong to find the light. Takoyami adds. No, Tsukachi shook his head. It's not a problem. So, why are you here, Eraser? Normally you go straight to sleep after patrols. Eraserhead's expression, minute as the change was, turned grim. I heard something concerning from one of my informants, and needed to let you know as soon as possible. He glanced down at the file that was still lying in disarray at their feet. I have something else to add to your file. Tsukachi perked up half in excitement and half in dread. While he hoped Eraser was bringing good news, his grim attitude made that much less likely. Please tell me that you have some sort of lead on how to find him. Even as he said it, he knew it was a useless hope. If Eraser was bringing something like that, he'd be smiling, as unhinged as the hero's smile was. Unhinged? Dabai asks as the villains turn to Wanna to notice their shivers, wisely leaving that alone. As expected, Eraser shook his head and frowned. Much worse. According to my contact, over the past week, Mastermind has met with the leaders of several minor gangs. In person. Eraser waited a moment for his news to sink in, watching as all the overworked cogs in Tsukachi's brain finished turning to the correct positions. And when they did, FCK. As the screen fades, theories of what's to come next are discussed, internships, plans, gear, weapons, and anything in between until the screen loads, now playing. Viridian, the Green Guide Weapons. Izuku had never actually been to a hardware store before. It probably had something to do with growing up without a father. But Mom had always just hired a handyman for anything that needed to be fixed around the house. And that guy always brought his own materials. So Izuku had never really had any reason to walk inside a store like this before, which was why he was currently standing frozen at the entrance, unsure of where to begin. Where is your father anyway? Ochako turned to Izuku. America, as far as I know. Izuku comments offhandedly. Some of the employees were starting to stare at him strangely, probably wondering why a kid in a middle school uniform was staring at their store like it was some kind of labyrinth that was going to eat him alive. So Izuku forced his feet to move and started aimlessly wandering while trying to look discreetly at the sign. It wasn't his fault the store was so big and intimidating. How have we not killed this kid? Dabai wonders aloud. He has a quirk for one. Shigaraki gripes. And he's like never alone. Toga chirps. All right, he'd had a goal when he'd walked in here, hadn't he? Oh, right, pipe. After the fight with those drugged-up villains last week, he'd decided that he needed to fine-tune his weapon selection. The dowels had worked great for the first few seconds, but they broke far too easily. And just because Mom hadn't realized they were missing from the closet, yet didn't mean he could just keep taking them until they were gone. What if Mom wanted to use them for another project? Awa, he's such a good son. Midnight coos. Except for the sneaking out and risking his life without her knowledge. Eraser reminds. Killjoy. She mumbles back. So, anyway, a pipe hopefully wouldn't break as easily, and it shouldn't be that strong to buy, right? But what section was he supposed top plumbing sounded promising? Plumbing used pipes, didn't it? Izuku fought to not facepalm at his own stupidity, since he didn't need to give the staff any more reasons to question his sanity. Of course, plumbing used pipes. He really was as stupid as Kaken said, wasn't he? On occasion, Tsu remarks. Then again, we all have our moments. Her lips curl slightly as those around her agree and argue all at once. He turned down the aisle and started looking around while desperately trying to pretend he knew what he was doing. Why were there so many pipes? And why were they all so long? He wasn't looking for a quarterstaff. He wanted something he could fit in his pocket. Finally, he found some copper pipe that looked short enough to be promising. He picked up a piece and started passing it between his hands. It was light, but felt comfortable enough. Is there anything I can help you with? Wait a minute. No way. Is it really? Izuku yelped and dropped the pipe, which made a series of loud clanging sounds as it bounced on the floor. Izuku felt his face heat up and turned to the employee who was looking at him apologetically. The kid was around his own age and had yellow hair that was almost as bright as the red apron of his store uniform. Sorry about that, dude, the employee said. We're just supposed to offer help and expertise to the people who come in. Not that I actually have much expertise, I'm just a part-timer. But I could help you find someone who's an expert if you want. Holy shit, it's me, Kaminari exclaimed. We can see that. Bakugo deadpans. You worked at a hardware store? Siro asked. Until I got into UA, yeah, Kaminari replied. Izuku didn't think that any of the employees were experts in vigilantism. No thanks, I'm just browsing. Can you imagine? Uraraka snorts. If you tell me what your project is, I could probably point you in the right direction. The kid offered. It's just a hobby. Izuku glanced down at the copper pipe, which was still sitting forgotten on the floor. It seemed too conspicuous, like it was a physical reminder of how useless he was. He not only didn't know what kind of pipe to buy, but he'd also managed to loudly drop one within minutes of arriving at the store. He really was such an idiot, wasn't he? This is emotionally exhausting. Monoma whispers. None of us are even in the story yet. Kendo comments. The employee followed his gaze downward and smiled sheepishly. Sorry, dude, normally I'd grab that and put it back for you. But, he chuckled awkwardly, I'm not really supposed to handle any conductive materials. For the first time, Izuku noticed the black lightning bolt pattern in the employee's hair. Oh, you have an electricity quirk. Your observational skills are always quite impressive, Midoriya. Ida insists. Okay, you have to admit Kaminari's quirks is easy to guess, Izuku defends. I mean, he has a lightning bolt in his hair. We will concede to that. Todoroki confirms as the others begrudgingly agree. Yeah, the employee smiled brightly. My name's Kaminari, by the way. Nice to meet you. Izuku leaned down and picked up the pipe. It's really smart of you to work here with your quirk. I'm sure you're learning all sorts of stuff about circuits and electricity. A loud smack echoes through the theater, causing everyone to turn just in time to see Kaminari pull his hand away from a very red forehead and glare at the screen as if it had insulted the very core of his being. Kaminari's eyes widened. Whoa, I hadn't even thought of that, dude. I just wanted to save some extra money for high school. I wonder if some of the guys in the electronics section would be willing to teach me. I'm sure they would, Izuku smiled. Good luck. Thanks, dude, Kaminari smiled. And good luck on your project. Izuku nodded and watched Kaminari leave before turning back to the pipe in his hands. He looked it over and frowned when he saw some small dents from where he'd dropped it. Copper was probably really good for traditional pipes, but it seemed like it was too soft for what Izuku had in mind. It would be really inconvenient to have to fix dents in his weapons every night. No point in using inferior materials. Mei mumbles softly, which put him back to square one. If copper wasn't going to cut it, then what kinds of metal were there? There were a bunch of different plastics in PVC pipes, but those would probably have the same problems with breaking as the dowels did, so he didn't waste much time in that section. Finally, he saw a section with black pipes that said they were made of iron. He picked up a shorter piece, and it seemed like it was heavy enough to pack a punch. He almost wanted to drop it to make sure it wouldn't dent, but the embarrassment had been bad enough the first time, and that had been an accident. Snickers and whispers about what they would do in such a situation rumbled quietly through the room. He chose 2 identical pieces that were thick enough for him to hold comfortably and around 30 centimeters long. They'd take some getting used to, but the store didn't sell anything shorter than that in the iron, so they'd have to do. He put his pipes in his basket and started wandering toward a sign that said tools. He probably wouldn't buy anything from there, but it wouldn't hurt to look right. Famous last words. Chorus most of the girls and a few of the boys, all of who could be considered impulse buyers. Maybe they'd have a larger box cutter or something similar. The one he had was functional, but it hadn't been long enough to do any meaningful damage to that tentacle villain, so it'd be good to have something with a longer blade as a backup. Looking at the box cutters, though, Izuku realized that they didn't really have a lot of variety when it came to blade length. It seemed like most of the differences between different models were just the width and the handle, which wasn't something that Izuku cared about. Everyone should have a knife or two as a backup. Aizawa agreed. I mean, you're not wrong. Mike comments. Though some of us can't carry knives. Endeavor comments absent-mindedly, causing a few raised eyebrows, Fire and metal doesn't typically mix well, he says in a way of explanation. Displayed right next to the box cutters, though, were a few utility knives. Izuku hesitated before looking at them. Was he really ready to carry a knife? That seemed more serious somehow. Like he was actually planning on hurting someone, rather than just taking along a weapon in case of emergencies. But was a knife really all that different than a box cutter? They were both sharp and could do some damage, and the utility knife would be really useful. Get a bunch. Knives are so pretty, especially covered in BLD. Toga shouts at the screen. He gave in and got a generic-looking knife that was able to fold into its own handle, so he wouldn't accidentally cut himself. It's not like he had to use it, right? It was just good to have. Between the knife and the pipes, though, Izuku was starting to get concerned about how he was going to carry everything. Sure, he had his hoodie pocket, but he'd already dropped his soup can 3 times while running, and it had only been a week. Things just started to fall out from all the bouncing that running involved, so he should probably find a better solution. Amplifier snickers. I can see it now, just chasing after this green guide, probably expecting a mugging. And this fool stops to pick up a can that fell out of his pocket. I might have an aneurysm just thinking about it. Rocklock grumbles. He wandered around the tool aisle a little longer before he saw a section labeled tool aprons. Some looked like actual aprons, like the kind Kaminari had been wearing, but others were more like utility belts. They had loops that were probably meant for hammers, but Izuku could easily modify them to hold his pipes, and some pockets that would probably be perfect for his knife and can. He chose one made out of a dark green canvas-like material that would match well with the rest of his Vigilante outfit and added it to his basket. It was a little pricey, but he hadn't bought any hero merch since, well, the point was that he had a little extra allowance saved up, so he could afford it. It's sad that our resident fanboy isn't drowning in merch. HeadcaseKiller bemoans. At least he can better protect himself. Ojiru comforts. And won't drop his can. Sato adds. Izuku made his way toward the checkout section, but stopped when one of the displays at the end of the aisles caught his attention. Slingshots. Well, it would be nice to have something capable of long-range attacks. Good. Aizawa comments, less likely to get himself injured. One can only hope. Recovery Girl comments. He gave in to temptation and read the packaging. Slingshots, a fun, effective tool perfect for hunting and survival. Simply put your preferred ammunition. We recommend steel shot, marbles, or even smooth rocks in the LTHR pouch and fire. There were some packages of steel shot in the same display, which basically looked like metal marbles, but Izuku didn't grab any. Firing metal at someone sounded really serious, like firing a bullet, and he really wasn't a serious vigilante. Besides, other people were probably a lot better at slingshots than he was, and if they were planning on using them for hunting or survival, then they needed the professional ammunition much more than he did. Of course, you're worried about the villains. Uraraka says fondly. Not all of them are bad people, Midoriya starts. Some of them are just in bad situations. The cashier gave Izuku a weird look as he checked out, but he wasn't really paying attention. He should buy some marbles on the way home. They'd be perfect for his slingshot, plus, they'd solve a problem he'd been having finding rocks. Normally, there was enough rubble from past hero fights that Izuku didn't have any trouble finding stuff to throw to get heroes' attention. But there had been a few times when it had taken a minute or two to find something to throw and the heroes had almost been too late. If he had marbles to throw, he wouldn't have to waste any time finding rocks. He wouldn't use his slingshot on the heroes. That'd be rude, but throwing them would work fine. We're totally gonna use those as souvenirs, Amplifier exclaimed. It'll become a competition, I'm calling it now. Rocklock added he chose a bigger toy store downtown, hoping they'd have a bigger variety of marbles. Thankfully, he didn't get nearly as many odd looks here, but it did feel weird to be here without making a beeline for the hero collectibles aisle. His classmates chime in with variations of poor baby, and it'll be okay much to Izuku's embarrassment. It took him a few minutes to find the marbles, but when he did, he was glad he'd come here rather than a smaller store. There were a lot of marbles that were sold in small net bags that had 10 or so normal marbles and a larger one. But what made Izuku grin was the large dispensers that sold marbles in bulk. He grabbed one of the canvas bags and looked at the different colors. Whoever was in charge of naming marble colors should help students come up with their hero names, because they were obviously having way too much fun with their job, if the crazy names like Tsunami or Wild Tiger were any indication. Can we? Midnight wonders. It would certainly be interesting. Nedzu comments. Aizawa just groans. Izuku finally settled on a color called Enchanted Forest, which was a swirling mix of dark green and black, because it matched his vigilante outfit, and he bought about 2 pounds worth of marbles. Hopefully, that would be enough to last him at least a couple of weeks, and there were a few pockets on his new tool belt that would be perfect for them. For the first time since he'd met All Might, Izuku walked home smiling. When the screen fades out, a pop-up appears, shadows the horror movie heroes, accept download cancel headcase squeals, and immediately accepts turning to their audience. It seems a 5th story will be added to the rotation. So what should we call this one? Midoriya asks. Shadows for now at least. Let's continue while the new story downloads. Headcase turns to the screen, ignoring the call for discussions. Now playing cheat code support strategist. Acceptance, the letter was heavier than he expected. Well, logically, Izuku knew that the envelope was probably stuffed with all sorts of paperwork for if he was accepted, or maybe resources for if he wasn't, so it made sense for it to weigh something. But for some reason, it felt heavier than just paper. Or maybe that was an emotional reaction to the tension he'd been feeling ever since Mom had run in from getting the mail. God, this kid is dramatic. Shigaraki whines. This letter was going to determine the rest of his future. This would determine if he remained a worthless loser, or if he went to All Might's alma mater to become a professional analyst. So no wonder the envelope felt so heavy. It's not just in your head, it really is that heavy. Izuku comments, causing Uraraka to snort. Mom hovered nervously, wringing her hands as she waited for him to open it. A few months ago, he probably would have gone to his room to be alone, but she had been just as involved in his preparation for the entrance exam as he had been. And honestly, after bombing the practical, he could really use the support. Wow, Midoriya breathes. I had to watch mine alone. Ida turns to him in concern. Why is that? My mom doesn't want me to be a hero. He paused. Whether I passed or failed, I couldn't deal with her reaction. His friends, not knowing what else to do, simply leaned into him in silent comfort. Izuku, Mom said finally. It's not going to get any easier if you wait. Izuku nodded and took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and ripped the envelope open like he was taking off a band-aid. There was a metallic thud that made Izuku open his eyes as something inside fell out and hit the coffee table. Is that a hologram projector? You brats seriously had holograms as acceptance letters? Shiggy exclaims incredulously. Oh yeah, Gyro snarks, very plus ultra. Almost as soon as he said that, the disc came to life and a small screen appeared. Powerloader was staring right at the camera, looking somewhat tired, which made sense if he'd had to make one of these for every student in the support course. Man, I do not envy the teachers that have to do that every year. Kaminari comments, especially if they sent out rejection videos too. Zero adds. See, now I'm curious. Ashido remarks. Izuku Midoriya. Powerloader began. You passed the written exam with flying colors and turned in an impressive portfolio. However, I have been told that during the practical exam, you did not succeed in hacking UA. Tears pricked at the corners of his eyes, and he could feel Mom looking at him with pity as he stared at the ground. Of course, he knew that he'd failed the exam, as much as he wanted to believe that May had been right about them, not expecting him to succeed. He hadn't been able to push away the dread whenever he thought about the test. He really was a failure. He was a quirkless nobody, just like Kekken always said. I'm glad. Majima, Aizawa starts. In my defense, I don't know about his anxiety in that world. Not an excuse. Izuku whipped his head up fast enough to almost give him whiplash. Was Powerloader glad he didn't make it into UA? Was he rubbing it in? That didn't seem like appropriate behavior for a pro hero. If you had succeeded, I would honestly be concerned about the quality of our school's defenses. Powerloader chucked. Thankfully, Nedzu didn't actually expect you to succeed. He simply set the task as a way to gauge your skill and drive, even though your portfolio was impressive enough to guarantee your admittance without any need for a practical. Take it from someone who has been working under him for quite a while now. Impressing Nedzu like that is no easy feat. He seems to have, Powerloader shivered almost imperceptibly. Special plans to help you realize your potential. It's the end of the world as we know it, Ashido and Kaminari sang. Izuku held his breath as Powerloader gave a tired smile. As the head of the support course at UA, welcome, Izuku Midoriya. This is your support academia. Izuku's jaw dropped, and he kept staring at the screen as Mom cried and hugged him tightly. He made it. He was going to UA. He did it. Wait, Powerloader was still talking. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, there's a few housekeeping items I need to tell you about. There are 3 first-year support classes at UA. Classes 1F and 1G cater to the invention track, while Class 1H focuses primarily on design. Because of the rarity of students entering the intelligence and analytics track, you have been assigned to Class 1F with the invention students. May begins vibrating in her seat, desperate to keep quiet. No spoilers. No spoilers. No spoilers on loop in her head. Your projects and assignments will, of course, be modified to fit your emphasis, and you'll also have daily lessons with Principal Nedzu. But you will still need to pass the lab safety test on US website before school starts, since 1F meets in a lab rather than a traditional classroom. Please fill out the forms included with your acceptance letter to inform us of any equipment or materials you need, so we can have those ready for you on the first day of class. Congratulations, Midoriya. I look forward to seeing you in my class. And his friends and classmates cheer happily for the accomplishment of another version of their friend. Will you all just shut up? Dabai snaps after a few minutes of celebration too many. FCKU, you crispy beach. Bakugo stands to flip him off. Make me diarrhea boy. He snarks back. What's that supposed to mean? You're an explosive piece of shit. That's what it means. Enough. Headcase interrupts their light, dim to almost black. If you want to have a pissing contest, wait until you're out of my theater. You ain't the boss of me, beach. Dabai rounds on the entity. Headcase somehow darkens even further. Leaning toward Dabai, she whispers just loud enough for him, and him alone, to hear, do not test me, Tauya Todoroki. You are in my home. Dabai, not being a complete fool, slowly sat down and looked toward the screen. You did it, baby. Mom hadn't stopped hugging him since Powerloader had said he was accepted. You worked so strong. I'm so proud of you. That was what finally pushed Izuku over the edge into tears of his own. He had no idea how much he needed to hear that. All those years of her apologizing for him being quirkless and telling him to choose a different dream were over. His mom believed in him now. She was proud of him. That felt almost as good as being told he actually got accepted into UA. I'm so happy she's proud of him, but so sad it took so long. Hagakure complains. That's pretty much the definition of bittersweet. Ojuru adds. Do you think anyone told him how proud they were in our world? Sato wonders. Momo stands and turns to Izuku Midoriya. When he turns to her, a soft smile spreads across her face. I am proud to count you among my friends, and it is an honor to be one of yours. As he starts to tear up, the rest of his class jumps to add their enthusiastic agreement. Izuku, Mom said. I think your phone is vibrating. Izuku listened and, sure enough, there was a faint vibrating noise. He looked around to see that his phone had fallen out of his pocket and was sitting on the couch beside him. Who would even be calling him? Kaken was the only one at school who had his number. But Izuku was half convinced he had deleted it as soon as Auntie Mitsuki had forced him to put it in his phone. A loud groan comes from the blonde. No, I did not delete the stupid phone number. Causing his friends to giggle at his apparent misfortune. Hesitantly, Izuku answered the call. I got in. He didn't even get a chance to say hello before Mei was shouting in his ear. I got in, Izuku-kun. I'm going to UA. Izuku couldn't help the grin that spread across his face. Congratulations, Maiken. I knew you could do it. Well duh, I'm me. Mei comments, making her new squad giggle, snicker, and smirk in amusement. Mom looked very confused, and Izuku suddenly realized that in his post-exam depressive haze, not only had he almost forgotten about giving Mei his number, but he'd also completely forgotten to tell Mom that he met Mei at all. He'd been so depressed when he came home after failing the practical that he'd gone straight to his room. And then he'd spent the rest of the wait trying not to think about it, especially since he was never going to see her again if he didn't make it into UA. Now he had to explain who this random girl was to his mom. Awkward. Did you tell your mom anything about our entrance exam? Yororaka asks. Honestly, I kind of dissociated most of the time between the exam and getting the letter. Izuku replied. Dissociated? Todoroki remarks. Numb, empty, static in my mind. Izuku takes a moment. I didn't get a single villain point in our exam, and I didn't know about rescue points, so I thought I failed. That sounds tiring. Ida replies softly, it was. He pulled the phone away from his mouth and spoke quietly. Maiken is, well, May was acting like they were friends. But he still didn't want to assume anything. We met at the entrance exam. Mom nodded in understanding, but still seemed a little nervous. What about you, Izuku? The question made Izuku tune back into May's ramblings. Did you pass? Because if you didn't, I'm gonna march straight into Yua and tell them that. No. Izuku screamed, but then realized that could be taken the wrong way. No, please don't do that, Maiken. I got in. Apparently, my final was just a formality, and they didn't actually expect me to succeed. I told you so, May cackled. You dare doubt me? May exclaims with joy, causing laughter to surround her. I knew they wouldn't fail you. That would be like ignoring my perfect babies. So what class are you going to be in? Are you going to be with all the other analysis students? Actually, I'm the only one. So they put me in an invention class, Izuku said nervously. I'm in 1F. There was a beat of silence and Izuku was just starting to wonder if he'd somehow said something wrong, when Hatsune squealed so loud that he had to hold the phone at arm's length, just to avoid going deaf. A real concern when you grow up with a living bomb. Izuku says under his breath, just loud enough for his friends to have to hide their laughter. Mom kept looking between him and the phone, obviously concerned. Is she okay? Izuku shrugged helplessly. I think she might just be excited. I'm in 1F too. May screamed. We're in the same class. What? No way. Awesome. All the while May is squealing. Izuku blinked in shock for a moment. He was going to have a friend in class. That hadn't happened since, well, it depended on if he was counting Kekken as a friend. They'd been in plenty of classes together. But it definitely wasn't enjoyable. Or at least not as enjoyable as he thought being in a class with May would be. So he wasn't sure if that counted. Izuku grinned. He was finally going to be in the same class as a friend. Well, if they were actually friends. Oh my god. May shouts at the screen. We are friends, don't you doubt me on that. We should do something to celebrate, May declared. Ooh, Izuku held the phone away from his mouth again and glanced at Mom. Would you mind if I went to hang out with Maiken? She wants to celebrate us getting in. Mom frowned for a moment. Does she want to come over for dinner? If she's your friend, I want to meet her. I could make your favorites. Izuku hesitated. Was inviting her over weird? He couldn't imagine inviting anyone from his middle school over. And Kaken would probably laugh at Mom insisting she meets his new friend. But May didn't seem like the type to get embarrassed by societal norms like that. So she probably wouldn't care. I guess I can ask her. I can't wait to meet your mom, and I bet the rest of your friends agree. May is quick to inform, and the rest eagerly agree. 20 minutes later, Izuku was frantically cleaning the kitchen while Mom started dinner. What if May thought their house was too dirty? What if she thought it was in a bad part of town? What if she saw the pictures of 4-year-old Izuku in an all-night onesie and never wanted to talk to him again? They were in the same class. He'd have to be careful to always sit on the other side of the room. Or maybe behind her so she didn't have to see his face. Was it safer to take the pictures down? Yes, definitely safer to take the pictures down. Oh no, that was a knock. Too late. Abort mission. Izuku, I can call you that now, right? Of course, I can. May enthuses. Your overthinking is both adorable and concerning. Yeah. Izuku sighs. They both ran to answer the door. But before Mom could open it, Izuku suddenly grabbed her hand. Before you meet May, I kinda need to warn you about something. Mom looked worried. Does she have tattoos or something? No, nothing like that. Izuku said frantically. It's just calls her inventions her babies. He's just mentioning that now. Twice wonders, should have kept it to himself. Would have been so funny, Toga giggles. Why would you need to warn me about? Izuku opened the door before she could finish, and immediately got an armful of excitable Mikan. Izuku. This year is gonna be so much fun. Izuku willed his face to go back to a normal color as he pried her away from him. May, this is my mom. Mom, this is Mikan. May's eyes lit up, and she ran up to Mom, practically vibrating with excitement. It's awesome to meet you, Midoriya-san. Your son and I are gonna make so many appealing babies together. Oh God, May phrasing. Izuku chokes out as Uraraka tries not to laugh. I'd have to agree. Ida comments as Tsu and Todoroki hold back mirthful smiles, and all the while their May cackles at her other self. Mom immediately choked and stared at her in shock before she connected the dots. She visually relaxed and sighed in relief. Oh, that's what you meant, Izuku. I see why you warned me. And yes, Izuku seems to be looking forward to working with you too. DMN Mamadori is pretty chill. Kirishima comments. Auntie's always been that way, Bakugo informs. I don't think I've ever seen her angry either. So manly. Kiri grins back at him. Good, May grinned. I'm so excited to see what babies I can make with your son's awesome brains. Did you teach him how to do that? Mom still seemed a little overwhelmed by May's energy. What? I think she means my analysis, Mom. Izuku came to her rescue. Or did you mean the hacking? Both. Oh, analysis has always been Izuku's hobby, really. Even as a kid, he was looking at quirks and writing notes about them. I didn't even know what he was doing until he showed me his first notebook. Mom said. And besides buying him notebooks and computer classes, it's all him. It's good to hear the green bean getting the praise and recognition he deserves. Midnight coos. Even if he's Nedzu's second coming in that world. Mike mumbles. Wow, May said. I knew you were smart, Izuku. But that's something else. You really taught yourself how to make your notebooks? Izuku nodded. I, just always loved heroes, so it just kinda made sense. I've been doing them forever, so the first ones are really stupid, and I think they're probably written in crayon. Cool, my first blueprints were the same. I knew they were blueprints, so I was very particular that I had to draw them with a blue crayon. May grinned and Izuku was pleased to realize that Mom looked more at ease now that she'd had a chance to adjust to May's energy. So what's for dinner? Okay, Headcase calls for attention. Before I start the next chapter, I'm afraid the new story won't be in rotation until after the 15th set of chapters. As everyone starts asking questions and complaining, she raised her hand to silence them. I know you want to get to it right away, but it's just not possible. Though put out at having to wait the groups settle to watch again. Now playing Deku. I think he's some pro. Is this supposed to be a joke? My internship with the green bean. Miss Joke squeals. Deku? I think he's some pro. Is this supposed to be a joke? My internship with the green bean. Miss Joke squeals. So, Deku, you ready for your first internship? Izuku nodded as Miss Joke led the way into the agency she shared with several other underground pros. He couldn't believe he was actually going to be staying the week, learning how to be a hero. Yeah, he knew he'd made it into UA, but this just felt more real, somehow. I react that way to everything. Izuku realizes. So do I. Uraraka comments. It's probably because each milestone means we're that much closer to being hero. Tsu affirms. Okay, we'll drop your bag off in your room. Then our support department wants to meet you. Support department? Like the people who make your weapons. Joke nodded. That's part of what they do. But there's more too. The support department of a hero agency provides us with costumes, gear, and weapons. But they also do analysis, help us track down villains, and gather evidence to turn into the police. Basically, kind of what you've been doing so far. That's why they're so eager to meet you. Just like cheat code, May exclaims. Ook. Joke led him up several floors to where they had several small rooms for internship purposes, and let him drop off all his stuff before going to another floor, and leading him down a long hallway to a dark room filled with various monitors and a team of people Izuku had never seen before. Hey everyone. Hey Joke, who's the kid? Oh him? Joke smiled and pulled him out from where he had been trying to hide behind her. This is Deku. Izuku gave a hesitant wave as the team stared at him. That's Deku? I heard Deku was young. It's just tiny. Izuku shrunk in on himself as the whispers continued. Of course, even Deku was cooler than him. He shouldn't have come. Maybe it wasn't too late to tell Joke he wanted to go home. He felt Joke put a hand on his shoulder, and he looked up at her. No green bean, Miss Joke-Coos, you're gonna do so good. She was smiling. Why don't you go show him what you got, she said softly. Hey, you got any videos Deku here can analyze? One of the support team pulled up a video from earlier that day and pressed play before Izuku could even get out his notebook. A bullet quirk, but why are the bullets ricocheting like that? They seem to be breaking the laws of physics. Maybe a telekinesis quirk? Is that her quirk, or does she have a partner? She doesn't look betrayed when she's arrested, so probably no partner then. Most likely she brings along a limited number of bullets, then pretends to have a bullet quirk so people are more wary of her. Still, the speed she's able to move them are really impressive. Wow, Izuku stopped and tried to stomp down his embarrassment at being caught muttering. It really is Deku. No sit Sherlock. Dabai snarks. What? Did you think I'd lie to you? Joke laughed. I mean, you do have a tendency to pull prank, so, that's fair. But I'm telling ya, the kid's the real deal. Nearly gave us all a heart attack the first time we saw him though. We were expecting some gray beard. Then in walks a baby. He's 14, Izuku exclaims, causing many to giggle or chuckle. The team laughed and Izuku joined in. He really should be used to people being surprised at his age by now. But he still couldn't figure out why. His analysis really wasn't that spectacular. They were just being nice. Mastermind would beg to differ. Shigaraki huffs. Cheat code 2. Shoji adds offhandedly. So, Deku's here on an internship, and he's not cleared for combat yet. But I'd like him to have an earpiece, so I can talk to him during patrols. One of the support team members nodded and fiddled with something for a minute before handing it to Izuku. That's a standard hero commission earpiece, plus some. It will allow you to talk to the rest of the team, mostly just Joke, and then probably one of us. And it will allow us to see your location at all times. What a great way not to get separated from your internship host. Izuku comments. If only it was commonplace. Todoroki laments, turning toward Ida. Yes, Izuku pointedly stares at Ida, such a shame. Ida refuses to look at either of them. The girls are very confused. Izuku put it in his ear and smiled at Joke, who laughed and put an arm around his shoulder. Looking good, kid. You're all official now. So Deku, someone asked. I have to ask, when and how did you get started on analysis? Who taught you? Well, Izuku replied. I first started when I was about 4. He was about to say he thought it would help make up for his quirklessness. But he wasn't quite ready to have all that out in the open yet. I thought it might help me become a hero. I had my heart set on it even back then. I guess it worked. That made everyone laugh. To answer your other question, no one taught me. I just watched the news and started making notes on what I saw. He shrugged. I don't even want to look back at my first one. I've still got it, but I'm fairly certain I wrote at least half of it in crayon. When we get back, can we at least see that first notebook? Uraraka begs. I don't know. Izuku says warily. What if the rest of us track down some childhood art project? Kiro. Tsu proposes. I didn't do art when I was younger. Todoroki informs. Perhaps your first theory then. Ida offers. That actually sounds fun. Izuku replies with a warm smile. They all smile back at him. Mei promises to bring her first blueprints along. There was complete silence, and Izuku turned to see every member of the support team staring at him with open mouths, while Joke simply smiled proudly. What happened? Did he say something wrong? Oh my goodness. One of them grabbed a notebook and pen that had been sitting on the desk. Deku, I need your autograph. I don't care that you're going to be an underground hero, that's amazing. Oh, wow, my first autograph, and I'm not even the one signing it. Izuku chuckles to himself. Ook, Izuku looked up at Joke, who nodded, then took the paper. Do I sign as Deku or my real name? You go by Deku professionally, so I'd probably use that one. Joke said. I sign everything as Miss Joke, because no one knows who Emi Fukukato is, she laughed. Izuku smiled. I did. Dude, you're like the god of forbidden knowledge at this point. Kaminari calls out. How'd you know that old nickname? Izuku says a little too quickly. What? Denki replies. While Izuku pretends not to hear him, Bakugo gets him to pay attention again. You don't count. She ruffled his hair as he signed the notebook and gave it back. I'd actually like to ask you guys a few questions while we're here, he said. The head of the support team nodded. That's what we're here for. Shoot. Not again. Bakugo huffs. So about Miss Joke's laugh mask. Did you design it, or did a support firm? Does it work by focusing her quirk like Present Mike's directional speaker, or does it completely neutralize the quirk? If it doesn't, can it? How do you… They stayed for another hour or so, while Izuku asked dozens of questions, and the support team asked a few of their own. Miss Joke just smiled proudly the whole time. She was thrilled to have gotten Deku first for internships. But the other heroes couldn't argue. She had called dibs, after all. Ah yes, the almighty dibs. Ashido speaks with fake seriousness, rivaled only by the sacred pinky promise. Zero adds in the same tone. Deku just looked so happy. In moments like this, it was strong to remember that no one had ever encouraged him, that he curled in on himself to make himself a smaller target, or that he stuttered and flinched whenever he realized he'd been rambling. By the time they left the support room, Izuku had filled up half a notebook. In his arms, he held the earpiece as well as a plain black jumpsuit they'd given him. He didn't have a hero costume yet, so he'd just have to make do with that until he figured out what he wanted. Izuku didn't even know what he wanted for his hero costume. All his old designs had been heavily inspired by All Might. But that was too painful now, and besides, he wasn't going to be a hero like All Might. Oof, my heart. Hagakure strains dramatically. Miss Joke? He asked hesitantly. How did you decide on your hero costume? Joke hummed and brought a finger to her chin as she thought. Well, it wasn't simple, and my first costume looked almost nothing like this. At first, I thought I wanted something like a clown, but I just couldn't get it to work. Honestly, I don't know exactly what started me on the pirate motif. I just kinda stumbled on the stripes, and it kinda grew from there. Besides that, some of it's functional, like I didn't start with a bandana, but my hair kept falling in my face during spars and hero training. Same with my gloves. I didn't think I'd ever use brass knuckles, but the support department at my school suggested them, and I found that they really gave me an edge, especially since I had boxing training. She shrugged. I guess you just start with something that sounds cool. Then it grows from there as you get more experience and figure out what you need. Why? You thinking about what you want. It hasn't even been a year yet, and I've changed my costume so much. Izuku comments. Remember Todoroki's first costume? Uraraka asks. Please don't remind me of my failures. Shoto sighs. Unfortunately, Mei picked this moment to ask what it looked like, and upon hearing the description immediately began cackling. Izuku nodded. I had some ideas when I was a kid, but my goals are different now. I don't need to be flashy. I just want to make people feel safe. Except for the villains, Miss Joke teased. Except for the villains. Izuku agreed. He hummed. I wonder, would it be better to have an intimidating costume to scare villains, or something cuter to comfort victims? It's about finding a balance between the two, really. Midnight comments. Though that's easier said than done. Mike adds. Well, for underground heroes, it's often better to scare the villains. You won't be doing as much rescue work as heroes like the Cats or 13. But that doesn't mean you can completely ignore how the victims see you, either. I don't mean to say your costume has to be cute. Heroes like Edgeshot can be comforting to civilians while still looking cool. She shrugged. I don't know what to tell you, kid. You kind of have to find a balance. What's going to look intimidating to villains while comforting civilians? Izuku thought for a moment. If I had to say, you'd almost want to say epic. Good luck with that, brat, Shiggy snarks. Joke laughed. Well, when you figure out how to transfer that into visuals, let me know. Izuku smiled. Yeah, epic seemed like a good start. All right, miss. Joke put her hands on her hips and looked Izuku in the eye. Here are the rules. Interns are allowed to tag along on patrols, but you have to do what I tell you to, okay? Izuku nodded. Should we make bets on how long it takes for him to break one of these rules? Midnight teases. That's a sucker's bet. No point to it. Aizawa grumbles. Rule number 1 is no combat. We'll probably run into a few villains tonight, but I'm the one who'll be fighting them. You'll be staying on the rooftops or in the shadows, analyzing the situation and making observations, but not fighting. Are we clear? Please just follow the rules. Izuku whines at his on-screen counterpart. Izuku nodded, but hesitated. What if you're in trouble and need help? Then you run and contact the support team. They'll send another pro to assist me, but you stay away. She sighed. I know it sounds harsh, but even if you don't have a quirk, you could still get in trouble if you step in. The only times you're allowed to fight are if your life is in danger, or I give you XPLCT permission in an emergency. Even if it weren't the law, your mom would kill me if you got hurt. She laughed. And then Eraser would find some way to bring me back from the dead, just so he could kill me again. But joking aside, do you understand? I don't think Sensei would settle for doing that only once. Koda quietly mentions. You're not wrong. Shoji says back. Yes. If you are in trouble, another pro will be much more help than I would be, and I won't have to worry about getting hurt or in trouble. He pouted. Doesn't mean I have to like it. Joke laughed again and ruffled his hair. Don't worry, kiddo. You'll have your license soon enough. Izuku looked up at her. So what other rules are there? Joke's eyes lit up with mischief. Keep up. With that, she ran up the nearest fire escape and onto the rooftops, while Izuku scrambled to catch up. No fair. On instinct one of choruses, life's not fair. Startling the rest of the theater besides Eraser. Shota. What the FCK? Midnight asks. It's true. Aizawa defends, and then adds, I didn't teach them to do that. Miss. Joke was taking care of her third mugging of the night when it happened. Izuku was staying up on the rooftops like he'd been told, muttering a live analysis of the fight into his earpiece when he sensed someone coming up behind him. It was only years of dodging Kaken and months of combat training with Eraserhead that allowed him to move out of the way as a spiked fist came crashing down. Oh, that was close, Izuku mumbled. Some hero brat. You're pretty creepy with your muttering, you know. The villain backed Izuku against the wall and swung his fist back. Oi, shut the FCK up. Bakugo seems incensed by the villain's words. Deku, Miss Joke cried. But the muggers on the street below came at her and wouldn't let her leave. Izuku flinched, knowing that the punch would hurt, maybe even worse than Kaken's. When he opened his eyes again, he was staring at the sky. He brought a hand up to his face, expecting BLD in pain, but to his surprise he was fine. What happened? Hey there, handsome. What were you doing up here in the middle of the night? Midnight squeals, it's me, in excitement. Midnight? He said in shock. Did you knock out that guy? The heroine nodded. Sorry it knocked you out too. But unfortunately my quirk just kinda goes everywhere. But that brings us back to what you're doing on a rooftop in the middle of the night. Is it just me, or are you older in that world? Mike asks. Midnight takes a closer look at her other self and realizes he's right. How interesting. She comments, Kiddo, are you okay? Did he hurt you? I am so sorry. Miss Joke climbed up onto the rooftop, having finally knocked out all the villains she'd been fighting. She was nearly frantic with worry when she finally saw Deku and Midnight. It's okay, Miss Joke. Midnight saved me just in time. Oh, thank goodness, she turned to Midnight. Thank you so much. I told him to stay on the rooftops while I fought the villains so that he'd be safe. I wasn't expecting a villain to attack him. I don't know what I would have done if he'd gotten hurt. It's really no problem. I only regret that I had to knock him out too. Midnight looked between the two and her eyes widened. Joke, you didn't tell me you had a son. Both parties sputtered, turning red as their friends teased them, and the audience breaks into laughter. Izuku turned red as Joke sputtered for a moment. He's not. Then she got a hold of herself and started laughing. He's not my son. He's my intern. Why'd you think he was my son? That's a great question, Miss Joke laughs. Well, Midnight replied. You both have green hair. His is quite a bit darker than yours, but if the father's hair was black, like say, Eraserhead's, that's a good point. Todoroki comments. No, it's really not. Izuku huffs at his friend. Joke turned red and smacked Midnight in the arm. Shut up, you tease. Ah, but teasing is so exciting, Midnight purred. But aren't you going to introduce me to this strapping young hero? Joke put her arm around Izuku's shoulders. Of course. Midnight, this is Deku, my intern for this week. Deku. This is the R-rated hero Midnight. Deku. Midnight was shocked. Like the analyst? Izuku nodded. It's nice to finally meet you in person, Midnight. Did you catch the BLD villain from the last analysis I sent you? Midnight shook her head. You said the villain was probably a woman. So I handed the case off to Vlad King since my quirk wouldn't work as well. She squealed. You're Deku. Oh, you're so cute. That's me, Toga shouted. It is me, right? Who else could it be? I don't know, but could you stop shrieking in my ear? Whoops, she says with fake guilt. I know, he's adorable, right? Joke said. Adorable doesn't even cut it. I don't think I've ever seen anyone so small and cute. I'm right here, Izuku grumbled. All right, Joke held up her hands in surrender. We'll stop. She paused. But you are adorable. Izuku groaned and Midnight laughed. Well then, I'll let you get back to your patrol. Actually, I think we're gonna head home. That was enough excitement for one night. Thank you very much. Joke said. Thanks again for saving him. You're welcome. Midnight waved to them as she left. See you at Deku. The two watched her leave before Deku couldn't contain himself anymore. That was Midnight. She's so cool and her quirk is super useful. She uses her theme well too, even if it was controversial when she first came on the scene. Miss Joke smiled and shook her head as Deku rambled the whole way back. It cut off his analysis of me. Midnight complained as Mike pat her on the back in sympathy. The chatter quickly subsided as the next chapter began. Now playing Mastermind Strategist for Hire. Entrance exam. Are you sure you're ready for this, Minshin? Izuku just rolled his eyes, ignoring the lump of guilt, excitement, and doubt that had been steadily growing in his gut all day. Himiko, you do realize I have killed people before, right? I know that, silly. It's just… She looked at him softly. It's just you've never taken a life with your own hands. It's different than just making murder plans and letting other people act them out. The BLD will be on your hands, no one else's. There's no coming back from this. I think he's already pretty far gone. Dabai snarks. She has a point though. Twice replies, so ridiculous. Real-time strategy is a lot different from a first-person RPG, Shigaraki adds. Izuku took a deep breath and started playing with his favorite knife. Yeah, I guess you're right. But, Izuku's eyes took on a determined glint. I think I need to do this. I mean, in the eyes of the law, I'm already a killer. So it's not like it'll save me a prison sentence, even if I never do it myself. And well, I think I need to prove to myself that I can, My whole life, I've been told that I can't do anything everyone else can do. I can't be a hero. I can't be a useful member of society. I can't be human. Hell, my own dad left because I was so useless. If I let everyone else do my dirty work forever, then isn't that proving everyone else right? Yeah, I'm smart, but when it comes down to the wire, I really am the useless Deku that everyone's always told me I am. He looked over at Himiko, crouched beside him on the rooftop, while they waited for their prey to pass through the alley below. I need to do this. I know that I'm capable of it. I just need to actually, do it. Does that make any sense? The fact he's had to go to this extreme to prove himself is horrible. Ida comments. Seeing someone we know go through all this makes me appreciate the version I got to know. Uraraka adds, leaning into Izuku's side. Not really to me, but I've never been one for big ideals. She got a contemplative look on her face. I mostly just kill people to see them bleed, which other people think is a dumb reason too. So I think that if it makes sense to you, can it really be wrong? I mean, any more wrong than murder is anyway? I hate that makes sense. Hakikure huffs. Izuku laughed. That really shouldn't have been as comforting as it is. Thanks, Himiko, you're a great friend. She smiled, her fangs glinting in the dim light of a nearby street lamp before her eyes brightened in excitement. She grabbed Izuku's shoulder and shook him roughly. Minshin, she whispered, somehow still managing to convey mania as if she were yelling at the top of her lungs. She's here. This is gonna be good. Dabai grins. Minshin's first BLD. Toga cheers. Izuku focused on the woman entering the alley below them. Hero named Glimmer. Sidekick at Uwabami Agency. Quirk sparkles. She can refract light to produce a glittery effect around her body that she uses to blind and disorient her opponents. Weaknesses: she is susceptible to the blinding effect of her own sparkles. She uses dark glasses as part of her hero costume to minimize this effect. But right now, she's coming off a day shift in the dark of night in civilian clothes, and dark glasses would just get in the way. Izuku smiled and put on his own dark goggles to shield his eyes before grabbing a pair of throwing knives. "Isn't that the retired chick from Cheat Code?" Ashido asks. "Hey, yeah, that's her." Kaminari's grin quickly dropped. "And we're about to watch her fight for her life. I hope she survives, but I don't have a good feeling about this." Zero replies sadly. Glimmer cried out as one stabbed her in the shoulder, and the other launched itself in her thigh, preventing her from running away. She instinctively surrounded herself with sparkles, but had to shield her eyes with her hand. She reached for her pocket, where she kept an extra pair of sunglasses, only to receive a swift kick to the hand as soon as she managed to grab them. She could tell by the sound of them hitting the floor that they were most likely cracked and useless. She dimmed her quirk enough that she could still see somewhat. She could just barely make out two figures behind the bright sparkles. One was hanging back, but the other was stalking toward her with knives in each hand. A knife hand quirk, perhaps. Glimmer shook her head. Not important right now. She needed to focus on staying alive. That poor girl won't ever know what's happened to her. Mount Lady comments. "We'll catch him." Kamui Woods comforted. "When? How long will that take?" Mount Lady tears up. She launched a punch at her attacker, only for him to dodge at the last second. How? Even dimmed, she knew her sparkles made it difficult to see her movements. It seemed it was her opponent's turn to attack as he ran close to her with a knife and gave her a deep cut on the side of her neck. Her eyes widened in pain and realization as she saw the dark goggles on his face. She stumbled backward, trying to get out of range before he came at her again, thanking every deity she could think of that her hurt leg didn't give out from the movement. "That neck wound is bleeding pretty fast," Ashido whispers. "She's not going to make it, is she?" Kaminari asks oh so quietly. No one has the stomach to answer. Glimmer was starting to hyperventilate. She didn't have her glasses, and her opponent's gear limited the effectiveness of her quirk anyway. She was also injured and bleeding heavily, while she hadn't even managed to land a hit on him. They fought for another few minutes, but for every hit she managed to get in, he gave her another few cuts or stabs. She hadn't been this scared since the first time she'd run into a major villain during her first internship. Her mentor had been there to save her then, but no one was going to come to save her now. She stilled and prepared to stand her ground as a last desperate strategy occurred to her. There was a risk she might go blind, but hopefully, it would incapacitate her attacker long enough for her to run away. "Despair, hero, you won't be walking out of this alive." Shigaraki grins savagely. "Her BLD is so pretty." Himiko whispers in infatuation. "Not bad for his first time." Dabai compliments. She slammed her hands over her screwed-shut eyes and sparkled brighter than she ever had in her life. She had never poured this much energy into her quirk, because even with standard dark glasses, this much light could cause permanent damage. She was just about to cut her quirk and run for her life when she felt a knife slide between her ribs. If her eyes hadn't been closed, she would have been concerned about how dark her vision was going as her legs finally gave out beneath her, and she succumbed to quirk exhaustion and BLD loss. "He did it," Izuku states quietly. "He isn't you," Todoroki comforts. "Please remember that." Izuku doesn't respond as his friends watch teary-eyed in horror. Izuku waited for the last of the sparkles to fizzle out before taking off his glasses. He'd had to close his eyes during that last attack, but the glasses Jiren had provided him with had done a wonderful job at protecting him. He watched the last bit of life drain from Glimmer's eyes as Himiko came to stand beside him. With his eyes closed, "FCK Yad," Dabai shouts, earning him dirty looks and withering glares from most of the room. "So," she drawled, "that looked like fun. How do you feel?" Izuku knew that the him of 10 months ago would have probably thrown up at the realization of what he had just done. But all he felt was a sick sense of pride, just like he'd felt that first time that a villain had honestly thanked him for coming up with a plan to kill Mount Lady. "I feel good." He smiled at Himiko as he retrieved whatever knives were still stuck in the hero, cleaning them off and putting them away. I think I told you when we were planning this that today was the UA entrance exam, Himiko nodded. Well, I've just been thinking about how proud my bully was when I saw him walking home this afternoon, and honestly, I think I've got him beat. This was like his own personal entrance exam, his own proof that he was a real villain. Izuku liked the poetic irony. It was just as ironic as a hero fanboy growing up to kill heroes because of the words of the #1 hero in Japan. Even now, he can't help comparing himself to those responsible for his pain. Nedzu speaks solemnly. This mindset lends itself to him seeking vengeance. All Might warms. Hopefully our other selves catch him before then. Sakachi comments. Sirens were starting to grow closer, most likely drawn by the bright light of Glimmer's final stand. But it wasn't important. Izuku and Himiko had plenty of time to get out of there before anyone else showed up. Come on, Himiko, he said. Let's go celebrate. While the villains chatter away, the rest take a moment to mourn for this hero that none of them knew or could hope to save. When the theater settles and steeled itself for the borderline suicidal vigilante in the next chapter, an error code flashed on the screen. The entity frantically began searching for a solution. Call out to those gathered to talk amongst yourselves in the meantime. Teacher's bros Aizawa, of course. Something like this would happen. Mike, well, it's not like we can do anything about this. Nedzu, I propose we take this opportunity to review what we've learned so far. Endeavor, one thing each of these worlds have in common is that child's quirk status, and I'd bet the fifth will be the same. Hawk, on top of that, the catalyst for his different motivations seems to center on the day of that slime incident. Midnight, and that's when we see the differences. Hound dog Deku took time away from anything heroes and preserved his love for them. Sakachi Mastermind tried to force himself to keep going and wound up drowning in his bitterness. Aizawa Viridian let every negative word he's been told echo on a loop. Nedzu and Cheat Code took the time to mourn one dream and search for another. Mike, then there's the implication that Bakugo was Midoriya's bully during middle school. Midnight Headcase specifically asked us not to blame our people for what we've seen on screen. Recovery Girl, I can at least confirm Midoriya doesn't have any burn scars. Nedzu, regardless, unless one of those boys tells us that such things have happened, there is nothing to be done. Hound Dog, except for setting up counseling for Midoriya's anxiety that should have been in his file, so I could help him from the beginning. All Might, I'll ask his mother, but I suspect it was a resource issue. Mess. Joke, they did admit their middle school was a toxic environment. Sakachi, which leads to my need to investigate Aldera and follow the leads concerning Jura. Nedzu and I will lend a paw whilst I improve the police cybersecurity. Mount. Lady, hopefully before some mastermind rises up in our world. Kamui Woods, if that were to happen, we would hunt him down. Mount Lady, I don't even know why I'm still here. I'm dead in one world and unimportant in the others. Headcase, I would have thought you wanted to see the fate of Mastermind. Mount Lady, when did you get here? Did you fix the problem already? Headcase, you were shouting dear. And I'm running a diagnostic scan, so I can only sit and wait. Death Arms, can any of us leave? Headcase, if you leave early, your memories of this place won't stick. Death Arms, fine by me. Death Arms has left the theater. Backdraft has left the theater. Mount. Lady Ugh. I just say fine, I'll stay. But that kid better rot for this. Headcase, wonderful, I'll be on my way then. League of Villains, Toga Minshin did so good on his first kill. Dabai, yeah he did, and that beach didn't lay a finger on him. Twice that last strike was a work of art. Anybody could have pulled that off. Shigaraki, the first of many, no doubt. With those blasted entrance exams done, with the new school year is about to start. Toga, and with the school year comes the USJ attack. Dabai DMN, it looks like Dusty really is gonna meet him next. Shigaraki, but did Sensei hire him for information gathering, or just the USJ? Twice, good question. Does it matter? Dabai, speaking of information gathering, how do you think we get our hands on those precious notebooks? Toga, we should get our hands on one of his classmates' BLD. Shigaraki, the electric dolt, seems the type to lose his ID, so he'd be our best bet. And so the scheming continues. Bakusquad Kaminari, that was so disturbing. Ashido, yeah, he's not even trying to be a hero anymore, but he's still competing with his Bakugo. Zero, speaking of which, bro, you good? Bakugo FCK, no. I'm in butt. Used to be an even bigger butt. And apparently in another life was, or am me, bad enough to FC King Scar, someone I've known most of my life. Kirishima, but you didn't. We'd have noticed any scars by now. Sharing the same changing room and all that. Zero, yeah man. It's not like he could hide something like that. Kaminari, besides, it's not like you'd actually tell him to take a swan dive off the roof. Ashido, yeah, and you've been getting better. I mean, you guys can have an actual conversation now. Bakugo, huff, I'm not that much better. Kiri Midabro said your middle school was practically hell, so UA can help you unlearn all their toxic ideals, right? Bakugo, yeah, enough with the sappy sit. Don't you have anything better to talk about? Kami, nothing more important than a friend. But we'll move on anyway. Ashido, we're not far enough in to do any real shipping. Zero, what about Aizawa and Mist? Joke. Ashido, there's a funny pairing, I'll give you that. But it's coming off as a joke so far. Kami, doesn't mean it'll stay a joke. Kiri, should we really be debating our teachers' love lives? Zero, we aren't. We're debating the love life of someone from another world. Totally different. Bakugo, sure, keep telling yourself that. Deku Squad Ida, I propose a discussion surrounding how to best help and support one another. Not as fellow heroes in training, but as friends. Though I admit, I'm not the best at asking for help. Uraraka, that's okay Ida. I don't think any of you boys are. Midoriya, and putting on a fake smile, instead of telling us you were disappointed in losing your match with Kaken, was what exactly? So first thing we should all understand is that it's okay not to be okay. Kiro. I know I've had my fair share of nightmares about the USG, the camp, and the raid. Todoroki Hasu wasn't any better. Midoriya, but the NDA we signed means we talk to you girls about it. May then talk to each other. I rarely sleep 8 hours straight, so don't be afraid to call me if you need to chat after a nightmare. Uraraka, in the meantime. Deku, you have an anxiety disorder. How can we help with that? Midoriya, I'm not sure what you could do. I've memorized a bunch of breathing exercises and some grounding techniques, and then there's the physical stuff. Ida, then teach us. It will be easier with assistance than alone, correct? Uraraka, isn't one of the most effective exercises putting their hand on your CH scent and exaggerating your breathing? Midoriya, if the touch doesn't cause them to flinch and panic more. Just remember to telegraph your movements and talk through everything you do. It won't guarantee anything, but it's your best bet. Todoroki, what about grounding techniques? Midoriya, a pretty simple one would be the 5 senses, 5 of one, 4 of another, 3 of next, and so on. Tsu, and the physical things. Midoriya, physical pressure helps calm anyone, weighted blankets, pressure clothing, and Uraraka, hugs. It's hugs, right? Midoriya, laughing, yes Uraraka, hugs. Just not surprise hugs. Uraraka, right? Todoroki, of course. Ida, understood. Tsu, got it. Kiro. May, gonna be honest, I might forget that. Headcase cheers and calls attention back to the screen, ready to continue. Debates peter out as everyone settles readily to continue. And the next chapter plays. Now playing Viridian, the Green Guide. Looking ahead, Izuku kept an eye on the clock and put all his books away 5 minutes before school ended. He saw some of the other students shooting him looks as the seconds ticked away and swallowed thickly. Hopefully he really had been getting faster since becoming a vigilante, because he wasn't looking forward to what would happen to him if he didn't manage to get away in time. The more I watch of this, the angrier I get. Mike growls. I know what you mean, Midnight adds. No child should have to escape from their teachers and peers. The bell was like the gun at the beginning of a race, and Izuku was out of the room before most of his classmates had even grabbed their bags. From there, it was just rushing to his locker, then out the door. The only one who could even hope to catch up to him at this point would be Kaken. But Izuku hoped that his luck would hold and Kaken would just go home like he'd been doing for the last few weeks. He didn't know why Kaken seemed to be taking it easy on him. But maybe he'd finally realized that Izuku didn't have any hope of being better than him. Maybe if Izuku kept his head down, then Kaken wouldn't see him as a threat, and he'd keep leaving him alone. It was almost too much to hope for. At least you're not terrorizing him in that world. Zero pats Bakugo's back. Anymore. Bakugo grumbles back. Hey, better late than never, bro. Kirishima tries, but it doesn't seem to help. Mom was at work when he got home, So he sent her a quick text saying that he was going to go watch hero fights as he got changed, then grabbed his slingshot and a few dozen marbles and walked out the door. He needed to get used to his new weapon, considering he'd never actually used a slingshot before, and it might just be his poor self-esteem talking. But somehow he didn't think that the middle of a fight was the best time to practice his aim. Hence why he was going to do some target practice. A wise course of action. Nedzu comments. I'll say, Snipe adds, if you gonna wield summon you best be knowin' how it's done. His first thought was to go to a park, but he didn't want to risk running into any of his classmates. They tried to destroy his things on the best of days, but if they were to see him practicing with a weapon, well, Izuku didn't want to have to go back to the hardware store so soon. Besides, it was probably better to practice someplace secluded anyway, because if people saw him practicing with a slingshot, and then Viridian started using a slingshot shortly after, then that might be suspicious enough to lead the police to his doorstep, and he'd rather not make mom worry. How is he going to find a place to practice? Ochako wonders out loud. He'll figure it out, Kiro. Tsu replies. So, parks were out. He could go to the woods where he used to play with Kaken. But he didn't really know if Kaken still hung out there after school, and he'd really rather stay off his radar right now. So he couldn't go to the woods. That, of course, left the beach. Isn't the trash beach Mastermind cleaned up in that area? Ojiru ponders. Yeah, that'd be a great place to hide. Hagakure agrees. Dagoba Beach definitely wasn't as pretty as it had been a few decades ago. But that wasn't really the beach's fault. Just like it wasn't Izuku's fault that he was useless. It was just kinda a fact of life. Izuku had been introduced to it a few years ago when he tagged along with Kaken and his friends for an afternoon, and they'd walked by it. Hey, that's where you should live, Deku. You'd feel right at home with all the other trash. How are these kids not considered villains? Shigaraki scowls. Seriously, I've met drag dealers nicer than the cowards. Dabai scoffs. He'd kinda been right. Yeah, the beach didn't smell the best since the weird fishy smell of the ocean mixed with the rotting piles of garbage. But the ventilation was okay. So it only took a few minutes for Izuku to stop noticing the smell. But it was secluded and peaceful. There wasn't anyone here to beat him up or tell him to kill himself. It was just him and all the other useless garbage that people had thrown away. It was nice. He should not be thinking of such things as positives in his life. Takoyami murmurs. He needs something to keep himself going. Shoji counters. Don't hate on the silver lining. Dark Shadow chuffs at her host. Izuku dug through the piles before he found a piece of sheet metal that wasn't too rusted and set it up against an old washing machine. Then stood a few meters back and got out his slingshot. It took him a few tries to figure out how to pinch the marble through the pouch so that he didn't drop it. But soon enough he'd lined up his shot and aimed for the dead center of his makeshift target. That's a pretty durable material. Majima considers. Thank goodness, Midnight comments. I'd hate for the green bean to have a setback right now. Or ever. Mike adds. Izuku took a deep breath and let go. Now, if he was right, the marble should make a sound when it hit the target, and well, either his target didn't actually make a sound or he'd missed. Of those two possibilities, Izuku had to admit that the latter was much more likely. He looked in the sand under the target, but couldn't see the marble, so his aim was obviously a bit off. He searched for a full 2 or 3 minutes before giving up and searching for a tarp to put behind his target instead. He didn't want the trash piles to eat all his marbles before he even had the chance to practice. You're really resourceful, Izuku. Mei comments, slightly impressed. Izuku rubs the back of his neck, a little embarrassed. Thanks, Mikan. She beamed at him, nodding her head in approval. Eventually, Izuku found a tarp that didn't have too many holes in it, and DD it between his target and the washing machine. Then put down another tarp on the sand underneath it. Okay, now as long as he managed to shoot in the general area of the target, he shouldn't lose his marbles. Not that he hadn't obviously lost his marbles a long time ago. Considering he'd chosen to become a vigilante, Sodom joke. He really should stop trying to be funny. Nah man, that was decent. Keep it up. Kaminari comforts. He still didn't hit the target on his next shot, but the tarp worked well and caught the marble so he could reuse it. His arms were starting to get sore by the time he finally heard the telltale metallic ding as he hit the target for the first time, and Izuku couldn't help himself as he whooped in excitement and started jumping around, startling a few seagulls that had been trying to find something to eat among the garbage. He flushed with embarrassment before he realized that no one would be annoyed at him for yelling, because no one was around. And then he smiled. He'd done it. He'd actually hit the target. Great job. You did it. Keep it up. Congratulations. Whoops and cheers joined the cacophony of the cinema at Viridian's success. By the time the sun was setting, Izuku was able to reliably hit his target, and the sheet metal was covered in small dents. He was down a few marbles from when his shots had gone wildly off course. But overall, Izuku thought that the afternoon had been a success. He felt all warm and happy, and if he didn't know any better, he'd almost say that he was proud. If this was how Kaken felt every time someone told him how awesome he was, then Izuku could see the appeal. Praise is addictive, Momo states matter-of-factly. Katsuki didn't know how he was supposed to feel. He really shouldn't pity Deku. And he definitely shouldn't feel guilty for how he treated him. The quirkless F-Seeker deserved it for being so weak, right? So then why did Katsuki feel like he was going to throw up every time one of those extras at school told him to jump off a roof? He'd told Deku to jump off a roof. It should be any different if someone else was saying it. Oh my goodness, Ashido squeals, Blasty's getting character development. Shut up, it's not that big a deal, Bakugo shouts defensively. No way man, Siro grins. We support removing one's head from their butt. With how badly these other versions of you treat Midabro, let us have this. Kirishima pleads. Fine, Bakugo concedes. But was Deku really as weak as all that? When all those heroes had been sitting on their asses, Deku had been the only one to run forward to try and save him. Did that mean that Deku was strong? Or did it mean that Katsuki was weak? Was he even weaker than Deku if he had to rely on a quirkless weakling like that to save him? No Kaken, neither of us were weak for any of that. Izuku whispers to himself sadly no. He had to be strong. He had a quirk that let him make FC King explosions. He was going to be the #1 hero, and there was no way Deku or any of those other useless extras were going to stand in his way. That sounds like some indoctrination bullshit. Aizawa comments. My investigation of those boys' school cannot come soon enough. Sakachi replies. He was going to be even better than All Might. But would All Might treat Deku like he had? But all his teachers knew that he was going to be a hero. And they would have told him if he wasn't acting like a hero, right? They were always going on about how Katsuki had what it took. And heroes were better than everyone else. So he was better than Deku, right? Well, that explains why we couldn't turn him, Shigaraki realizes. He's not a naturally bad kid, he was raised by bad people. Maybe in that world, but he acts worse in the others. Toga comments. So far. Twice chimes in. They're all the same. So why did he feel so bad? At first, he'd just thought that sludge must have just been making him nauseous or something, because there was no logical reason for him to feel this way. He was strong. He obviously wasn't doing anything wrong. But what if he was? You are in the wrong. Gyro snaps. But he's learning. Momo comforts. Katsuki threw off the covers and went to his computer. He obviously wasn't going to be getting any sleep anytime soon. He might as well do something productive. He found himself looking up how to be a hero. There were obviously the articles that he'd read a million times before about how to apply to hero schools, what it took to get a license, and all that CRP. But that wasn't what Katsuki was really looking for. He frowned before typing something else into the search bar. How is a hero supposed to act? Knowing what kind of person you want to be and taking steps to become that person is a feat few can follow through on. Hound dog informed. With Bakugo's work drive, I'm sure he'll figure it out. Aizawa affirms. He CLC'd on a video of All Might and rushed to put the headphones in so that he wouldn't wake up his dad. The hag slept like a rock, so he wasn't worried about her. The interview was a few years old, and All Might grinned as he sat across from the host, the couch sagging under the weight of his massive muscles. The host looked like a baby in comparison, but it was always possible they were smaller than normal because of their quirk. So All Might, I know that a lot of kids dream of being a hero like you. The host began. As well they should, All Might laughed. It's a difficult career, and it's definitely not for everyone. But if you have what it takes, It is extremely rewarding. Ain't that the truth? Jelly legs for days. No more noodle arms. Exactly. And we all know how physically grueling heroism can be. But what about emotionally? All Might, what do you think it takes to be a hero at heart? Even for those that will never get a license? That's a good question. All Might paused for a moment, as if he was thinking. I think a hero is someone who gives others hope. They lift others up at every opportunity and encourage them to be better. The people we heroes defend will almost always be weaker than we are. If this wasn't the case, then everyone would defend themselves and heroes wouldn't be the essential career they are today. But it is our responsibility to make sure they find their inner strength and become the best people they can be. We'll do that. That's the goal. We won't let you down. What about heroes like Endeavor, who have been known to look down on their fans? I can't speak for every hero, of course, but I personally wouldn't have gotten to the #1 spot if I spent my time and energy insulting my fans. Katsuki froze as All Might turned to look at the camera, and it felt like he was staring right into his soul. A hero isn't someone who insults others. A hero is kind and comforts people in the midst of disasters. My mentor once taught me that if a person is in need of saving, that means they are going through the worst day of their lives. If you insult them rather than save them with a smile, are you really, truly saving them? Or are you making the worst day of their lives even worse? That's why I believe a hero should always strive to be kind, make others happy, and give them hope. That is what truly makes a hero. The interviewer laughed and moved on to the next question, as the studio audience applauded the nation's symbol of peace, and Katsuki was left to stare at his reflection on the screen as it went dark as the next video in the playlist loaded. CRP. Talk about a rude awakening. Dabai snarks. The rest of the theater rumbles with support and speculation. Happy about this development, it takes some time to quiet the room and begin the next chapter. Now playing cheat code support strategist. Friends, Bakugo Katsuki and Izuku Midoriya. Please report to the principal's office. Bakugo Katsuki and Izuku Midoriya. Izuku froze in his seat as the classroom exploded in whispers at the announcement. He hesitantly looked over at Kaken, but whipped his head down to look at the floor, the second he saw the death glare that Kaken was leveling at him. Why were they being called down to the office? And together? Was this about? No, it couldn't be about the teasing. They'd never done anything about it before, so there wasn't any reason for them to do something now, especially now that Kaken had gotten into US Hero course. That investigation into Aldera can't come soon enough. Aizawa growls. If it makes you feel better, I can add you to the arrest team. Tsukachi suggested. Appreciated. Aizawa confirms. So that meant that Izuku was probably in trouble for something. But what? And why would Kaken have to come too? Izuku gathered his things and walked out into the hall, careful to keep a few steps behind Kaken, so he didn't think Izuku was trying to get ahead of him. Unfortunately, his efforts to not make Kaken angry were in vain, because as soon as they'd turned the corner, Izuku found himself being slammed against the wall. What is this about? Deku, Kaken growled. What did you do? God damn it, Bakugo complains. Watching myself be in a hole is getting old real fast. At least in Viridian's world, it looks like you'll be getting better. Kaminari cheers. It'll probably take a bit though. Zero counters a little perturbed. And we're here for it, Ashido insists. I don't know, I swear. Izuku held his bag securely against his Ch so Kaken couldn't grab it. His eyes fell seeking down to the smoke billowing from his hand. Let's just go. We probably shouldn't keep the principal waiting. Kaken seeked his tongue dismissively, but released his hold on Izuku and kept walking toward the principal's office. Izuku took a deep breath to steady himself before hurrying after him, leaving a larger gap between them this time, so he'd have a bit more warning if Kaken decided to confront him again. When they got to the office, Kaken knocked on the door and shot a warning glare back at Izuku before the door swung open. Why is he such an butt? Yororoka scowls. Reasons. Izuku dismisses politely. The principal was a man who really seemed too young to be balding, but that didn't stop him. Izuku had been to his office a few times in the past, none of which had necessarily been pleasant, so the smile on the principal's face didn't do anything to put him at ease. In fact, it made the whole thing more unsettling. because Izuku honestly couldn't think of a single reason why he'd be called down to the office if he wasn't in trouble. Well, isn't that telling? Dabai snarks. Hey Dabai, Toga sang sweetly. Can you burn down a school for us? For the hero kid? No, silly, for Mineshin. I just wanted to be the first person from our school to congratulate the both of you. The principal said. I can't believe we have not one. But 2 students from our school will be attending UA. And to think you're one of them, Midoriya. It's honestly a miracle. That FC King quirkist beach. Gyro snapped Yaomomo, doing her best to calm the girl as others quietly seethed. Izuku gulped as he felt the heat of Kaken's glare on him. Or maybe it was literal he thought Kaken activated his quirk. He wouldn't do that in the principal's office, would he? Would the principal let him get away with it? He didn't know why he'd assumed he'd be lucky enough to not have anyone at his middle school. No, he'd made it into UA. It had been so nice these past months with nobody knowing about his new dream. But of course, Aldera had to have been sent their exam results. He'd been even more of an idiot for somehow not preparing for the eventuality of Kaken finding out. They were going to be attending the same high school. They'd run into each other eventually, even if they were in different courses. Well, there was nothing he could do about any of that now. You really just figured you'd pretend you didn't exist for a while, didn't you? Mei asked, snickering. If only it had worked. Izuku sighs in exaggeration. Izuku forced a shaky smile onto his face. Thank you, sir. I hope we'll make you proud. The principal nodded and gestured for them to leave. Izuku stood awkwardly for a second, waiting for Kaken to leave first. But he just kept glaring at him until Izuku finally gave in and scurried toward the door. He just wanted to go back to class and pretend that the principal hadn't known exactly what he was doing by calling both of them into the office at the same time. He wanted to pretend that his new dream was still safe. He wanted to pretend that Kaken was like Mei and was excited that they'd be going to the same school, rather than enraged. Instead, reality grabbed him roughly by the arm and dragged him outside, taking him straight to an alcove behind the locker rooms that didn't have any cameras. At this time of day, even if Kaken let loose explosions, no one would be on the other side to hear them, which also meant that no one would be around to hear Izuku's screams. Not that they'd help him if they did hear, but it was the principle of the thing. Does that school even have security cameras? Midnight asked. Would they even use them if they did? Mike counters. Nedzu will find out as soon as we get back. Powerloader affirms. Izuku couldn't hold back a sharp cry as he was shoved against the wall for the second time in 10 minutes. Kaken glared down at him, and this time Izuku knew that the heat wasn't just from his glare, as he felt the skin on his St. blistering where Kaken's hand was holding his shirt. I thought you'd given up on being a hero, nerd. Izuku trembled as he realized he'd never actually seen Kaken this angry before. His thighs was bad. Even worse than usual. What would happen if Kaken killed him? Would they give his place at UA to someone else? Would Mei find someone else to make inventions with? Would anyone even notice he was gone? Stop it. Of course, you'll be missed. I want my other self to meet you. I bet you've had a great time laughing behind my back these past couple of months, haven't you? Kaken sneered. Pretending to have given up, when really you were lying to us the whole time. How'd you even pass the exam, you DMN nerd? Izuku hissed in pain as Kaken let loose an explosion to his St. I was supposed to be the first and only student from this crappy school to make it into UA, and you had to go and ruin it, Kaken yelled. Well, I hope your fun was worth it because it's over, Deku. I don't care if you somehow cheated and made it into UA. You're not gonna be a hero. I'm in the support course, Kaken, Izuku yelled. He was trembling from the pain, the anxiety, and now the emotional exertion it took to yell at his oldest friend. I didn't lie to you, Kakatsuki. I gave up on being a hero months ago. I didn't even try the hero course exam like you did. So don't get angry at me for chasing a dream that doesn't even affect you. You tell him. Way to go. Preach. He grabbed the arm that was holding him against the wall and shoved it away, then ran as fast as he could away from the school. He'd undoubtedly get in trouble for skipping class, but they wouldn't risk suspending him or punishing him too drastically now that he'd be attending UA. They wanted positive attention too badly for that. Maybe that was why they'd let Katsuki get away with everything they did, because he was the student with the greatest chance of making it big. They care more about their reputation than their students? Hawks asked incredulously. And that, right there, is their rep. Mirko scoffed. Izuku could hardly see through his tears as he ran home on autopilot, shooting a text to Mei for her to call him when she had a minute. He didn't know what he'd say if she called. There were too many emotions for him to process alone. Thankfully, Mom was at work, so he didn't have to worry about her seeing him barge through the door with tears running down his face as he went straight to the bathroom to bandage the ugly burn on his CH. Even in this world where their relationship is improved, he hides his injuries. All Might sighs sadly. To his surprise, Izuku's phone rang just as he was about to take off his uniform. He looked at the screen to see Mei's name on the caller ID. Shouldn't you be in class right now? I told the teacher that I'd accidentally added an unstable component to my cell phone battery, and it was going to explode if I didn't answer a call right away. Mei said. I've actually done that before, so they didn't question it. You've actually blown up your phone by accident? Izuku asked numbly. More than once, Mei laughs proudly. It wasn't a very large explosion. Mei dismissed. But what's going on? Your text sounded really upset, and now your voice is doing that weird choky thing it does when you've been crying. Izuku tried to hold back a sob, but it tore itself out of his CH anyway. Everyone at school found out I'm going to UA. There was a beat of silence at the other end. Isn't that a good thing? Shouldn't they be happy for you? No, you don't understand. I'm quirkless, Izuku yelled, then immediately felt like a bucket of ice water had been dumped over his head as he realized what he'd just said. He hadn't meant for her to know that. He hadn't, and he'd been looking forward to having a friend. I'm sorry. I'll just let you go. You didn't need to leave class, and you don't have to call me again. I'm sorry. Oh hell no. Mei and Uraraka chorus, and then grin at each other. Oh no, Izuku hacker Midoriya. Don't you dare hang up on me. Izuku stopped with his thumb halfway to the end call button. Did you just use hacker as my middle name? Well, I don't know your real one, and I needed a placeholder to get the full effect. Mei explained. So, Izuku hacker Midoriya, don't you dare think that I'm going to abandon all the amazing babies we're going to make together, just because you have some extra toe joint or whatever. I know for a fact that you're smarter than that, so I don't want to hear it. And this is why you're in the Deku squad. Uraraka comments with pride. The others smile and agree readily. Izuku's jaw dropped, and he gaped at his reflection in the mirror. What? You're still talking to me? Obviously. Mei huffed. So did one of your bullies get mad because you made it in? Izuku put his phone on speaker so he could focus on treating his burn. I don't know if bully is the right word. We used to be best friends, so it sounds so wrong to call him anything other than that. But well, we haven't really hung out since his quirk came in, so that was 10 years ago, Izuku. Mei said bluntly. What? That was 10 years ago. Mei repeated. If you haven't hung out in 10 years, you're not still friends. Izuku sucks in a harsh breath and swallows thickly. His friends go to comfort him or figure out what's wrong, but he can only shake his head silently. Did he hurt you? Izuku hissed in pain as his shirt pulled away from the burned skin. Today, Mei made a little exasperated noise. Ever. Izuku looked at the angry red burn in the mirror. Define hurt. Mei groaned. For someone who is so smart, you really are an idiot. Are you in pain right now? Don't you lie to her. Mei scolds at the screen. If I say no, are you going to believe me? Not a chance in hell, Izuku. Izuku grimaced. Then yes. Mei sighed. I'm gonna kill him. He did that just because you got into UA and he didn't? If only. Todoroki murmurs quietly, though the squad hears him anyway. Oh no, he got into. Izuku ran a washcloth under cold water. He's in the hero course. That's part of why he's so angry. They let your bully into the hero course. Mei yelled so loudly that the audio on the phone crackled. Like I said, bully isn't really the right word. Yes it is. Ojiru huffs in exasperation. Just because you were friends once doesn't mean he's not a bully, Izuku. Mei said, then continued more quietly. It also doesn't mean you deserved it. Izuku's hands stuttered to a stop from where he'd been gently patting the washcloth to his CH saying, What? You don't deserve the way he treats you, Izuku. May said. What's his excuse? That you don't have a quirk? Not your fault. Try again. Sing it. What she said. Listen to her. Izuku thought for a moment. Until about a year ago, I still wanted to be a hero despite that. Not a crime, May said. Tons of kids want to be heroes. Try again. Demonstrate. Hell yeah. You tell him. Izuku was starting to smile in spite of himself. I kept complimenting his quirk, which he somehow interpreted as me thinking I was better than him. I'm not even gonna try. This guy's an idiot. Next. Whoops of agreement continue to call out as Bakugo goes red at being thoroughly roasted. Izuku laughed. Yumi kept following him around like a lost puppy. Anyone would be lucky to have your brilliant mind behind them, May said. Any other complaints? So true. I know I'd be happy with that. Couldn't agree more, Izuku hesitated. He knew that it'd probably make May laugh, but it felt almost blasphemous to say. He's a DCK. And the room explodes in cheers and laughter, supporting Cheat Code's assessment of his old friend. Ding, 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 May cackled. We have a winner. For real, though, Izuku. That guy is a jerk. And if he ever comes to me for baby's eye lug, Izuku wasn't sure he actually wanted to know. You'll what? I'll use cheap materials, May blurted. No, I can't do that. My babies deserve only the best. Ugh, I'll figure it out. But it won't be pretty. Izuku laughs as he thanks May for her support. Izuku laughed. Thanks, May. That means a lot. So, are you feeling any better? Izuku shrugged as he spread burn cream on his CHC. It was definitely going to scar. I don't know. I just wish he hadn't taken it so personally, you know? I wasn't even trying to get into the hero course. Izuku's sadness had slowly been pushed away by May's enthusiasm, and it was quickly being replaced by something he wasn't used to letting himself feel. Anger. Couldn't he just let me have this one thing without ruining it? Izuku ranted. I mean, he already made sure I knew my last dream was a big fat pile of nothing. So couldn't he just be happy with that? No. He has to ruin my new one too. What is wrong with me? Bakugo grumbles to himself low enough for no one else to hear. Then don't let him, May said. It's your dream, not his, so that bully doesn't get any say. You're gonna be an amazing support analyst, Izuku, and he can't do a thing about it. Izuku finished wrapping the bandages around his CH-sant and grabbed the phone as he headed to his room to pick out a t-shirt. I don't know. It feels like he can. I know, May said. But hey, now you have me, and we're friends, and I'm not gonna let you give up. We're gonna take UA by storm, and that guy is gonna regret ever hurting you, okay? Izuku chucked. Okay. Good, May said resolutely. Now, did you find anything else out about that jet quirk from the exam? My hoverboot babies are having problems staying in the air. As the screen fades out, Headcase calls for a good night's rest. After a calm night in comfy beds returning to the theater in soft pajamas, everyone settles in for another session of chapters. Once all are still and ready, the next chapter begins to play. Now playing Deku. I think he's some pro. What's in a name? Come on, kiddo, we're gonna be late. Miss Joke called behind her as Izuku scrambled to catch up. If you want me to keep up, maybe you could take some of my bags. Joke just laughed, but grabbed the duffel bag from Izuku's outstretched hand. To celebrate the end of Izuku's first preschool internship, they were going to dinner with Eraserhead, Mr. Brave, and even Sir Nightai. Izuku was having trouble wrapping his head around the fact that the heroes wanted to hang out with him. They seemed to genuinely enjoy his company, which was strange. Even before Kaken had gotten his quirk, hanging out with him had required a fair bit of posturing, walking on eggshells, and telling Kaken how amazing he was. Bakugo groans at the reminder of his childhood self's actions. Hanging out with the heroes wasn't like hanging around Kaken. The heroes teased one another, but they didn't mean to hurt each other. They laughed, joked, and talked about each other's interests. The heroes had never cut off one of his mumble storms by telling him he was annoying or creepy, instead adding interesting insights and asking Izuku to speak up. The worst that had happened was the one time when they were in the middle of a meeting, and they told him that they needed to move on, but that they'd like to hear his ideas later. Izuku's eyes sparkle at the thought, and his friends make a mental note to themselves to do the very same. On the one hand, Izuku was the happiest he'd ever been. But however much he tried to ignore it, fear was bubbling just beneath the surface. It won't last. They'll grow tired of you soon enough. They'll realize how weak you are, and then they'll hate you just like everybody else. Izuku shook his head and followed Joke into the 24-hour diner they were meeting at. Eraser insisted they go there because of everyone's patrol schedules. But Izuku knew that he probably just wanted to avoid being around a lot of people. But it worked out with everyone's schedules, so they were going to dinner at 1000 at night. And then Miss Joke would take Izuku back home, and he'd spend a week with his mom before his next internship with Mr. Brave. Ima give him weapons. Brave claims enthusiastically. Please don't give him knives. Aizawa sighs. I have no control over what he's given. Mr. Brave says innocently, earning himself a cold glare. They were apparently the last to arrive since the others were already sitting in a corner booth. Mr. Brave was telling a joke to Sir Naitai, who was chuckling softly while Eraser brooded with a cup of coffee and tired energy that was making the waitresses steer clear. When they saw them, Mr. Brave waved energetically and Sir Naitai simply nodded. Eraser didn't acknowledge them, but downed the rest of his coffee and looked slightly less broody than before. Aw, that's the softest he's ever looked. Hagakure quietly celebrates. Yeah, just don't let him hear you say that. Ojiru warns. Hey everyone, Joke said loudly as she pushed Izuku into the booth and slid in after him. How was your week? The same as every week, Joke, Eraser grumbled. You were the only one with anything interesting happening. Joke laughed loudly. That's fair. I guess I am really spoiled. After all, I had Deku all week long. She bragged. It's so surreal to watch heroes compete over me. Izuku mentions. Mr. Brave rolled his eyes. Yeah, we heard you the first dozen times. He turned to Izuku. She's been bragging nonstop that she got the first internship, just because she called dibs. He rolled his eyes. It's like she's forgotten that he's going to intern with all of us. He called the last part a joke, who simply stuck her tongue out at him while Izuku giggled. It's good to see the kid loosening up a bit. Miss Joke grinned. I know, it's so refreshing. Midnight agrees. So how was the internship, problem child? Eraser asked. Izuku beamed. It was amazing. I got to watch Miss Joke fight and see how she used her quirk to take down the villains. I even got to meet Midnight. Eraser gave Joke a look. You took a 14-year-old to meet the R-rated heroine. Sharon into us while on patrol. And besides, you know she isn't that bad. They do let her teach at UA, don't they? Eraser sighed and Izuku continued. I got to hang out with the support department too. They were a lot of fun, and they gave me a real hero commission earpiece too. Oh my god, Ashido cheers. He's so excited it's adorable. I'm excited just watching it, Kaminari adds. Then maybe you should pipe down so we can keep watching. Bakugo growled sardonically. You should have seen them when I told them he was Deku. Joke smiled proudly. They couldn't take their jaws off the floor after they saw his skills in person. One guy even asked him for an autograph. Izuku turned a bright red, while the others laughed and Eraser patted his shoulder consolingly. That's tough, kid. You're already famous enough to sign autographs, and you're not even in high school yet. I'm not famous, Izuku grumbled. Only heroes really know I exist. That's more than some can say. Monoma grumbled. Mr. Brave shrugged. Maybe not, but among heroes, you've got quite the reputation. We're all waiting with bated breath the day that Deku becomes an official hero. Their food had arrived by that point since the others had ordered for Joke and Izuku before they arrived, and they all started to eat. Naitai looked at Izuku. That reminds me, why did you choose the name Deku as your hero name? Izuku looked surprised. Deku's going to be my hero name. Izuku snorts. Yep. He chirps, laughing a bit. The others just looked at him and Eraser sighed. Yes, problem child. It's kinda too late to change it now since you've made all your connections with the name Deku, and everyone knows who you are. That's how I got stuck with Eraserhead. I honestly didn't really care what I was called, so when we had to choose at the beginning of internships our first year, I just went with the first thing out of Present Mike's mouth. Then I got a reputation during my internship and the name stuck. Sorry if you wanted something else, kid, but that's the way the world works. Izuku nodded. I guess that makes sense. I just hadn't thought of it like that. You definitely chose an interesting name, Knight, I said. It means useless, doesn't it? I thought it was like Dekaru, Joke said. You know, I can do it. Because if anyone can do it, Deku can. Izuku blushed. Okay, Miss Joke is my spirit animal in this story. Uraraka comments offhandedly, while Tsu and Mei laugh a little. Ida and Todoroki are very confused, and Midoriya facepalms at the similarities. I thought it was supposed to be ironic, Brave spoke up. Like it's useless to resist or something like that. Izuku laughed. Not really. I'd never thought of it like that. So, Eraserhead prompted, why did you choose the name Deku? It's what my bullies called me because I was quirkless. Izuku was busy taking a drink, and so was oblivious to the looks of shocked horror on his friends' faces. I agree with your looks of abject horror. Aizawa deadpans, causing Mike and Midnight to snort. Brave was the first to speak up. Deku is an insult? Izuku nodded. My best friend gave me the nickname when we were 4, because it's an alternate reading of Izuku, and I was useless now because I didn't have a quirk. Pretty much everybody calls me that now, even the teachers. We've been calling you by an insult all this time. Eraser said angrily. Why didn't you say anything? Why did you tell us to call you that? Izuku played with his food for a minute before responding. The day you asked if I had a codename was a really bad day. I'm usually okay at ignoring all the voices that say I'm not good enough, but… He shrugged. At the time, I thought you guys deserved to know exactly who you were working with. That I was just a worthless Deku who would never be of any use to anyone. The heroes stared at him for a moment. It had never crossed their minds that Deku was using the name literally. They had never thought that maybe Deku called himself that because that's what he thought. Eraser wanted to find everyone who had ever hurt him and make them undergo the same psychological torture that Deku had been subjected to for years. Ah yes, psychological warfare, a personal favorite of mine. Nedzu grins sharply. Shivers are commonplace among the teachers, and pros around him for a moment. We can change it, Joke said. The others nodded. It would take a lot of work, and normally I'd say it's more trouble than it's worth. But if it's an insult… Yeah, Mr. Brave added. You shouldn't have to go by such a hurtful nickname for the rest of your career. Izuku shook his head. Thanks guys, but really, it's okay. He sipped his drink thoughtfully. I don't think I mind it as much anymore. At first, it was really hurtful, but people have been calling me Deku since I was 4, and I've gotten used to it. You shouldn't have to be used to it, Eraser said angrily. We've been insulting you for months. Intention makes all the difference between a nickname and an insult. Izuku states firmly before Uraraka can question herself again. Izuku looked at him in confusion. But it's not an insult when you guys say it. They stared at him for a moment, and he sighed. You guys don't say Deku like it's an insult. I can't explain it. But it's something in your tone of voice when you talk to me. To you guys, it's just a name. I know that you guys respect me, so I don't feel useless when you say it. I feel, he hesitated, appreciate it. I feel like you guys have taken something I hated for years and turned it on its head so that it means something completely different than it was meant to be. It makes me feel powerful to know that I've taken even my old insults and made them my own. Does that make any sense? You got one tough kid there. Gran Torino comments gruffly. I'm lucky to have met him. All Might pauses in thought. I hope my other selves learn that. He takes a second before adding, except Mastermind. There was a long moment of silence before Izuku yelped as Joke enveloped him in a hug. Brave and Nightai didn't hesitate, standing up and moving around the table to hug him as well. Get in here, Eraser. Joke glared at him, and Izuku started laughing and crying at the same time. Eraser just returned a glare of his own. No? Just get in here and join the hug, Nightai said. Eraser sighed heavily and rolled his eyes in defeat, but wrapped his arms around Izuku and the others. They stayed there for a few minutes until Izuku managed to stop crying. Could anyone blame him, though? Izuku beamed and wrapped his arms tighter around the heroes he was proud to call his friends. As many coo and tease at the sappy scene, the next chapter begins to load, quickly quieting and going tense as the villains grow excited. Now playing Mastermind strategist for hire caught, thank goodness. Tsukachi sighs in relief. Now playing Mastermind strategist for hire caught. Thank goodness. Tsukachi sighs in relief. Tsukachi checked his gun one last time and radioed the heroes who were coming on the raid. Everyone in position. Ready. Eraserhead responded. He was waiting in the rafters of the warehouse, hidden in the shadows. The current theory was that Mastermind had some sort of analysis quirk. But there was always the possibility he could have something more offensive. So they couldn't be too careful. Boy, are they in for a sweet surprise. Dabai grinned maniacally. Ready. Kamui Woods had insisted on being part of the raid. He and Mount Lady may have stepped on each other's toes, but they had been friends. In his mind, Mastermind might not have wielded the knife that killed her, but he was still responsible for her death. Thanks, Kamui. Mount Lady smiled sadly. What did I tell you? We got this. Kamui says proudly. Ready. Nedzu stood beside Tsukachi. It wasn't often that he physically came on missions, but he was the only one that could match Mastermind in intellect. Just in case it wasn't something Eraserhead could erase. Eraserhead's informants had caught wind of the deal a few days ago, and plainclothes officers on the scene had confirmed that Mastermind had entered the warehouse 20 minutes ago. Tsukachi took a deep breath to calm his nerves. It'd be over soon. Move in. Why do I have the feeling he just jinxed us? Aizawa deadpans. The chapter is called Caught. It's a safe bet. Mike defended. And when is anything that straightforward? I guess you have a point. Midnight replies a little more worried. Izuku was unimpressed. This group of drag dealers was hardly worth the trouble of meeting with. But Jurin had vouched for them, so he'd given them the benefit of the doubt. But seriously, all they wanted to do was make sure a rival group stopped encroaching on their territory. Kill their men? Send a message. Hiring a professional strategist was just redundant. He sighed. These guys were idiots. Endeavor snorted, most criminals are. All of a sudden, the warehouse exploded in movement as dozens of cops came pouring in and restraining the drag dealers. Izuku cried out as he was wrapped in branches. He swore. Heroes. A loud voice came from a megaphone outside. Mastermind, this is Detective Tsukachi from the Japanese police force. You are under arrest for accessory to multiple murders and other crimes. Do not resist. Izuku chuckled desperately as his mind raced for a way out of this situation. The heroes had gotten the drop on him. Both knew better than anyone that every hero has a weakness. He slumped and bowed his head, hiding his smile as he felt Kamui Wood's lacquered chain prison loosen slightly. He silently thanked his bullies for teaching him how to pretend he'd given up, all while reaching in his pocket. His knives wouldn't do much good against this current opponent. Kamui would be able to grow his branches much faster than Izuku would be able to cut through them. But he had a lot more tricks up his sleeve. He grinned as his hand finally grasped what he was looking for. Good thing his costume was flameproof. Gasps ring out as the theater takes in a collective harsh breath. Kamui Wood screamed as his branches were charred, and he reflexively let go. Izuku hit the floor in a roll, but still didn't let up his grip on the miniature flamethrower, instead targeting Kamui's main body. He made a break for the back of the warehouse and laughed as he felt triumph radiating from the police, thinking they'd managed to corner him. He took a grenade from one of his pockets and pulled the pin before throwing it at the wall. Just because there wasn't a door back here didn't mean he couldn't make one. FCK yeah, Dabai cheered. Go Minshin, Toga shouted. Sit. He took out Kamui and blew out the back wall. Head him off. Quickly, before he gets away. Izuku vaulted over the rubble into the back alley behind the warehouse and looked around to decide which direction to run. If he went left, he'd run right into the arms of the police. He turned right, but felt his body wrapped up for the second time that night. FCK. He swore under his breath. Of course, this was how he got caught. What would his mom think? He supposed he should have expected something like this after how quickly he'd risen through the villain ranks. How did the phrase go? The faster they rise, the quicker they fall. Something like that. Get him, sensei. Don't let him go. You're done for, Mastermind. Izuku desperately looked around and saw Eraserhead staring at him, hair floating around him like some kind of devil's halo. If he hadn't been so scared, he would have laughed that they sent Eraserhead after a quirkless kid. As it was, he couldn't suppress a deranged giggle, and the hero looked at him with suspicion. Well, that's not creepy, Gyro comments sarcastically. What's so funny? You can't use your quirk, and you can't get away. Just give yourself up. This just made Izuku laugh harder, because now he knew how to escape. Eraserhead wasn't used to people fighting back after their quirks were taken away. And unlike with Kamui's branches, Eraser's scarf was easy to cut through. Eraserhead reared back at the manic look in the villain's eyes as he looked up and didn't see how he grasped a knife in each hand. He made quick work of the capture weapon and threw one of his knives at Eraserhead. The hero managed to dodge only to be blinded by a bright flash as soon as he turned back to look at his opponent. By the time he could open his eyes again, Mastermind was nowhere to be seen. No, Diamante, Kamui better be okay. Mount Lady cries out, beginning to sob at her murderer's escape and her friend's peril. Kamui puts his hand on her shoulder to remind her he's still there. Izuku watched from the roof as Eraserhead looked around for him before heading into the warehouse. The heroes and cops would start canvassing the area soon. They'd probably already set up a perimeter. He crept to the other edge of the roof so he could see where the police were gathered. Most were still clearing the warehouse or loading the drag dealers into police cruisers. But some were having to hold back the crowd that was starting to form as people from a nearby shopping district rushed to see what all the commotion was about. He's right there. Someone see him. Tsukachi growls in frustration. Izuku smiled as an idea occurred to him, and he slipped off his mask and took off his jacket, folding it to look like a bag. He quickly gathered all his knives and weapons and placed them inside his jacket. It might have looked weird in the middle of the day, but under the cover of darkness and chaos, he just looked like a kid who'd been out a little too late with friends. He shimmied down the fire escape and took out his phone, setting it to record right as he came into view, not too far from the police line. He looks like some stupid kid. Izuku sighs. I think that's the point. Todoroki agrees. And they were so close too. Uraraka adds. Hey, kid, you're not supposed to be back here. An officer rushed to him and grabbed him roughly by the arm. Sorry, officer. But I heard there were heroes, and my friends dared me and Izuku lifted his phone helplessly as the officer rolled his eyes. Don't be stupid, kid. There's a dangerous villain out tonight. The police line is there to protect you. You and your friends can get autographs at HeroCon. And with that, Izuku was escorted outside the police line with firm instructions to never do something like that again. Izuku stayed with the crowd for a few minutes, watching Nezu talk to Tsukachi, who looked more tired with every officer or hero who came to talk to him. Please tell me someone has the foresight to record the crowd. Tsukachi hoped. An ambulance had been called for Kamui Woods, and the media had started showing up by the time Izuku left. No one paid a second glance to a plain-looking boy making his way away from the chaos, and he made it home without incident. He crawled through his window and drew a shuddering breath as the stress finally hit him. Tears leaked from his eyes, and he wiped them away in frustration. It seemed that being a feared villain didn't make him any less of a crybaby. Ah, Minchin. Toga whined in sympathy. That had been too close. If he hadn't had his flamethrower, or if they'd sent different heroes, Izuku cut off that train of thought before it could paralyze him. He still needed to lock away his villain gear and shower away the dust and soot that was sticking to him from the fire and the explosion. Most importantly, he needed to find a way to make sure this never happened again. Headcase lets the break go on a little longer to ensure everyone is calm enough to pay attention to the next chapter. The villains theorize about counter methods for Mastermind to use, while others simply refill their food and drink. By the time she calls for everyone's attention, all are prepared for what comes next. Now playing. Viridian, the green guide Parker Shouta, had never really understood the appeal of bars. He supposed that Yamada or Shirakumo probably would have dragged him along when they got old enough if they had actually started their own agency, as they'd always planned. But well, Shouta just thought it was irrational to dull his senses with alcohol and loud music when there was work that needed to be done. You really think about him a lot, don't you, Sho? Mike asks sadly. You say that like you're any different. Aizawa replies ruefully. Which was what brought him here, overlooking the bar district, while partiers enjoyed the nightlife. Amplifier had only been out sick for a day or two. But since the last trigger incident had been in her territory, Shouta had asked for her permission to stick around and look for any leads. He'd been hanging around for almost 2 weeks, And, while he'd managed to find a few small dealers, there hadn't been another major incident. Yet. Aizawa huffs. Shouta heard Amplifier's voice, echoing from a few streets over, and he sighed and started running in that direction. It was probably nothing she couldn't handle, but he may as well lend a hand as long as he didn't have any of his own leads to chase. As he got closer to the fight, however, he almost stopped in shock. He wasn't the only one who had shown up to the fight. Cue the problem child. Eraser size. Crouching on the rooftop, eyes glued to the fight below, was Viridian. The kid had a small notebook out, and Shouta wondered how he could even see what he was writing in the sparse light. It couldn't be good for his eyes. He could see the kid's lips moving as well, so he was probably muttering something. But the words were drowned out by the sound of Amplifier's quirk. She'd be really helpful for stealth and distraction tactics for team-ups. Izuku comments excitedly. The kid had also gotten some more gear, apparently, which alleviated some of Shouta's worries that Viridian wouldn't be able to defend himself. He had added a belt to his costume, which held his tin can and a couple of sticks. Hopefully, they were more durable than the ones he'd tried to use the last time Shouta had run into him. There was also a slingshot hanging from one of the loops, and Shouta nodded in satisfaction. At least the kid had enough sense to cover his long-range defenses. A touching compliment from someone such as our teacher. Tokoyami nods sagely. He decided he'd watched long enough. He should get Viridian to give him an overview of the situation, since he'd most likely been the one to lead Amplifier to the fight in the first place. Does she need any help? Viridian yelped and clutched his notebook to his sent as he turned around with panic in his eyes. Shouta snorted. Seriously, kid? I would think a vigilante would have more situational awareness. How do you manage to sniff out crimes as well as you do, if you couldn't even tell I was behind you? Really, Sho? Midnight scolds, WL, Eraserhead sir. You are one of the most stealth-based heroes out there, and Amplifier's quirk is based on volume. So you probably used her quirk to cover your own approach. Unless that's not what you were trying to do. But then again, I guess I was kinda distracted watching the fight, and... Shouta rolled his eyes as he went to the edge of the roof and looked down. Amplifier had stopped yelling and seemed to be comforting the victim as a group of thugs struggled weakly on the ground. You lead her to this one. Viridian nodded frantically. The guys were drunk, and I didn't want them to hurt that girl because she was alone, and I really didn't like the way they were looking at her, and... Shouta cut off the kid's rambling. Good work, kid. Class won a smile at the rare compliment their teacher gave out to the little vigilante. Viridian gave him a bright smile, like Shouta had congratulated him on saving the world, rather than just one girl, and practically started vibrating with excitement. Thank you, Eraserhead sir. Like I said before, kid, it's just Eraser. Oh, Viridian's face fell and Shouta hoped he was imagining the glimmer of tears behind his goggles. Sorry, Eraser. And the smiles fell to worry, knowing how much worse this version of their friend sees himself. It's not a big deal, kid. Seriously, he hadn't been expecting Viridian to be so emotional. What was up with the kid? He hadn't actually done anything wrong. Well, he hadn't if Shouta ignored the whole vigilante thing, but there was nothing actually wrong with calling him by his full hero name. So why had a simple correction been enough to move the kid to tears? Come on, you have enough context clues, figure it out. Aizawa tells his other self in frustration. Maybe he should change the subject. So, what were you writing? Viridian quickly hid the notebook in one of the pouches on his belt. Oh, nothing? Shouta shot him an unimpressed look. Really, kid? If you're going to lie, at least come up with a better excuse. Let me see. It's really nothing. Shouta raised one eyebrow. It's just me notes are silly and kinda embarrassing. Viridian finally muttered. It's just some thoughts on the fight, so I can figure out what Amplifier was doing, and maybe do something similar in the future. I mean, it's nothing special. I know it's kinda creepy. Somebody give this boy a hug, Hagakure cries out. Shouta raised an eyebrow at him. You're learning by example, that's smart. I wish my students had half that drive. Viridian's head snapped up, and he looked at Shouta with wide eyes. You're a teacher. Shouta snorted. Yeah, I expel brats at UA. Maybe if you actually stay off the streets, you could actually be in my class in a few years. Viridian looked at the ground and started fidgeting with the sleeves of his hoodie. Do you teach the hero course students? Yes, Shouta looked at Viridian curiously. I teach the first years. Then I won't be in your class. Viridian shook his head. Roman 2 can't be a hero. Why? That's a loaded question. Dabai huffs a laugh. Bye, Eraser, see you later. Viridian started scrambling down the fire escape, even though the roofs were close enough together that it'd be easier for him to parker away. Shouta thought fast and wrapped his capture weapon around one of Viridian's wrists. He stopped and Shouta could feel how strong he was trembling just from the way his capture weapon moved. Kid, do you not know Parker? P. Parker, Shouta rolled his eyes. Yes, kid, Parker. You know, running across rooftops without dying? It's pretty essential in this line of work. Viridian had started fidgeting with his sleeves again as soon as Shouta released the tension on his weapon. I don't know. I guess I've considered it, but I've never really learned, Sono. Shouta sighed. Follow me. Is Sensei about to teach this random vigilante Parker? Zero asks rhetorically. That's what it looks like. Kaminari answers anyway. He made his way down the fire escape, waving to Amplifier as they passed her, and was pleased when he saw that Viridian had actually started following him. He really should be working on finding leads, but it didn't look like anyone else was going to put in the work to make sure this kid didn't die. Oh no, Midnight exaggerates. How could nobody help the adorable little lawbreaker? It didn't take them long to reach a skate park a few streets over. It was practically abandoned at this time of night, except for a few homeless people and drag dealers. But as long as they left each other alone, Shouta wasn't going to worry about them. He turned around, forcing Viridian to stop quickly to avoid running into him. All right, first things first, you have to learn how to fall. That always sounds so bad. Sato comment. But it's so important. Koda agrees. Yumi thought the point of Parker was to not fall. Shouta gave him a deadpan glare. No. The point is to not get hurt when you fall. You're always going to fall, especially early on. And that's why you have to start small. He gestured to the park. Places like this are a good place to practice early on because you don't have that far to fall. Tonight, though, I'm just going to teach you how to roll. Yao, you are going to teach me. He's just too cute. Amplifier coos. I know, it's hilarious. Joke adds. Shouter rolled his eyes. Yes, kid, I'm going to teach you. Why else would I have led you here? Viridian shrugged. Catch me? Fair. Ojiru comments. Shout aside again. Not tonight, kid. Little known fact is that we heroes, especially underground heroes like me, often prefer to work with vigilantes than against them. If you get overly violent or turn to villainy, that'll change pretty quickly. But for right now, we're good. Just don't tell the cops. They're a little more uptight about the whole thing. Alright, now like I said, you're always going to fall. Rolling is a good way to make sure that your momentum gets dissipated gradually so that it doesn't hurt your body. You don't get hurt by moving fast. You get hurt when you suddenly stop moving. That made Viridian chuckle, which Shouta decided to count as a win considering he'd made the kid cry earlier. We're not going to start from on top of a wall. You're not ready for that right now, but just watch me. Viridian cried out as Shouta dove toward the ground, tucking his arm under him so that he rolled over his shoulder and landed back on his feet. That's a basic roll. Now let's go slow and I'll talk you through it. You kids better be paying attention to this. Aizawa reminds the students. Yes, sensei, they chorus all together. Shouta spent the next hour coaching the kid on some of the basic movements of Parker and giving him some exercises that would give him a decent foundation. The kid was obviously unused to the movement, but he was a pretty fast learner, all things considered. Occasionally, Viridian would stop to adjust the tools on his belt so that the weight didn't get in his way, or he would take out his notebook and write something down before putting it away again. Shouta couldn't help but be a little curious about it, even though the kid had told him it was nothing. That's good considering it's not even close to nothing. Gyro snarks. You should take notes on villains too. Shouta said as Viridian reached for his notebook yet again after Shouta had taught him a new movement. Taking notes on heroes is good, so you can learn what they do. But knowing what villains do is arguably more important. Viridian finished writing what he was going to and put the notebook back in his belt. But you don't fight repeat villains all the time. And everyone has unique quirks. Why does it matter how a particular villain fights? Think about it, kid. Shouta sat down on one of the low walls and gestured for Viridian to sit next to him. Yeah, you might not ever come across that exact quirk again. But take present mic and amplifier. Their quirks might not be identical, but they're similar enough that what works against one might work against another, Viridian said slowly. So the more I understand different villains' quirks, the more strategies I'll be prepared to fight with. I've never thought about that. Izuku comments, a little excited about the new possible project. Shouta nodded. At least the problem child was quick on his feet. Not that Shouta didn't already know that, considering that he'd won his first fight with literal garbage. You'll also get better at looking for weaknesses. Right now, because you're trying to emulate heroes, you're automatically looking for people's strengths, when what you really need to be focusing on is their weaknesses. Yep, already on it, Izuku says, noting the advice in his notebook. Viridian had pulled his notebook back out and was apparently taking notes on everything Shouta said. Now he really wished the kid was one of his students. Shouta glanced at his watch and stood. You'd probably better get to bed, kid. Don't you have school tomorrow? Whatever eagerness Viridian had been showing only moments before disappeared as the kid seemed to shrink in on himself, almost like he was trying to make himself a smaller target. Why? The people could only cringe at the knowledge they can't share with the on-screen Eraserhead. Good night, Eraser. Thank you for your help. Sorry for bothering you. He almost stopped the kid from running off again, but by the time he realized Viridian was going to run, he was already around the corner. DMN. He knew the kid was fast, but seriously. He sighed and made his way back to the rooftops. He'd wasted some time, but he couldn't bring himself to regret it. After all, an extra set of boots on the ground couldn't hurt, right? The crowd settles pretty quickly for the next chapter, hopeful for Cheat Code's progress. Now playing Cheat Code Support Strategist. Katsuki Izuku did his best to stare straight ahead and not give in to the temptation to hunch his shoulders in an attempt to make himself a smaller target. As he predicted, the news that he got into UA had spread like wildfire since yesterday, though Izuku didn't know if that was Katsuki's fault or the principal's. The moment he'd arrived, Izuku had felt dozens of eyes on him, and even now after half a day, his classmates just wouldn't stop staring. Some seemed angry, like Katsuki, but most simply thought he was lying for attention. I can't wait to be done with this stupid school. Gyro snaps. I wonder if the teachers will let us help take it down. Momo ponders aloud, city-eyeing the girl with a mischievous smile. Gyro responds with a menacing smirk. One can only hope. Worthless Deku. He's just gonna drag Yua down. Do you actually think he got in? Someone in my science class said it'd be possible to forge an acceptance letter if you were stupid enough to try. Even if he did get in, it's not like he's gonna stay there, right? UA is for the best and the brightest, so I bet they'll expel Deku on the first day. That's only a risk in the hero course, Powerloader says, absolutely scandalized, earning a glare for the resident expulsion expert. Izuku actually kind of wished they'd actually say what they wanted to his face, instead of whispering it as he walked by. It wasn't like they didn't know he could hear him, so really, it'd just be easier if they were upfront about it. If only so Izuku didn't have to feign ignorance. Maybe part of the reason Mei was so easy to be friends with was because she was so upfront about things. She might have a weird way of saying things, but Izuku was almost certain that she'd never lie to him, even to spare his feelings. If he asked her, she'd most likely say something about incorrect data making for bad inventions. But at least Izuku could trust her. Probably. Definitely. Mei corrects. Izuku sighed in relief as he walked out the front doors, grateful to finally be away from his classmates. It was only a couple more days until the end of the school year, and then he'd start UA with Mei, so he could handle it until then. He could handle it. He'd already gone through so much worse. Freedom. Cheers Toga, much to the dismay of the others. He didn't run into any hero fights on his way home, so maybe he wasn't paying as much attention to his surroundings as he should have been, and it came as a surprise to him when he turned a corner only to see Katsuki leaning against the wall, backed by two of his cronies. When Katsuki saw him, his eyes narrowed, but he didn't explode. Izuku froze momentarily before forcing himself to relax. It wasn't his fault that Katsuki was mean. He just had to keep reminding himself of that. Good. At this point, he doesn't deserve you. Zero comments. Bakugo tenses, but doesn't say anything. Katsuki pushed himself off the wall and glowered at Izuku. Where the FCK did you go yesterday, you DMN nerd? Izuku did his best to channel his inner Mei as he responded. I went home, Katsuki. That tends to happen after one gets cornered behind the school. But of course, you wouldn't know a thing about that, would you? He was prepared to dart away the moment Katsuki's cronies gave him an opening. But they were flanking him on either side and Katsuki himself was blocking his way forward. Izuku had been expecting him to explode at his last comment, but to his surprise, Katsuki was quiet. It was terrifying. Izuku knew how to deal with a screaming Katsuki. He even knew how to deal with an exploding Katsuki, even if that almost always ended up with him getting hurt. But this was new. Bro, do you know what's going on? Kirishima turns to Bakugo. Katsuki replies with his eyes glued to the screen. He didn't call me Kachin. It wasn't that Katsuki wasn't angry, but that anger was simmering beneath the surface in a type of cold rage and some other emotion Izuku couldn't place. Maybe confusion? Was Katsuki confused about Izuku talking back to him? Or maybe he didn't understand why he'd gone home yesterday. There wasn't much point in thinking about it right now, because ultimately, it didn't matter. What mattered was that Izuku got away from here before he got hurt again. Well, Izuku forced a wobbly smile onto his face, trying his best to imitate Mei's confidence. If that's all you wanted to ask me, then we should all probably be getting home. Katsuki looked at him intensely for a moment before scoffing. So, are you some sort of city inventor now or something? It took Izuku a moment to realize that Katsuki was talking about the support course. Of course, he'd made the same assumption that Izuku had at first. But he didn't really know if it was smart to let Katsuki know anything more than he had to about his new dream. What's it to you? You're going to be a hero. Katsuki, I'm not. Isn't that good enough for you? I told you not to apply, Katsuki growled. Selfish beach. Dabai snarks. And that's coming from us. Shigaraki agrees. Izuku felt a swell of anger and recognized the feeling from his phone call with Mei yesterday. It wasn't his fault that Katsuki was a jerk, so it wasn't his responsibility to avoid setting him off. I'm not one of your cronies, Katsuki. You don't control me. You tell him. Stand your ground. That's right. A few small explosions popped in Katsuki's hand. But instead of being afraid, all Izuku could think about was the fact that Mei had apparently accidentally blown up her phone at least once. Hope mingled itself with his anger. Maybe if he hung around her enough, explosions would take on a different meaning. Maybe eventually, he'd come to associate them with friendship and acceptance, rather than disappointment and pain. Hell yeah, Mei cheers excited by the thought. Izuku squared his shoulders. Katsuki. What the FCK is up with that? Deku, Katsuki interrupted. Why the hell are you calling me Katsuki all of a sudden? I thought you were still using that stupid nickname. Izuku took a step back. For some reason, he hadn't realized that Katsuki would even notice the change. He was just a pebble on the side of Katsuki's road to greatness. So what did it even matter what Izuku called him? But apparently, nothing that Katsuki did made any sense. He was angry when Izuku called him Kaken, and he was angry when he didn't. There was no way for Izuku to win, and honestly, he was sick of trying. People have nicknames for their friends, Katsuki, Izuku said lowly. And we're not friends anymore. Finally, he said it. Monoma sneers. Katsuki glared at him, but Izuku held his ground. He wasn't going to look away first. He wasn't going to let Katsuki win this one. Eventually, Katsuki scoffed and stepped aside. Whatever, Deku. Like I care what you do. Izuku gripped the straps of his backpack and walked past him, tense as he anticipated an attack from behind. Katsuki, however, seemed just as tense. He might be pretending like he didn't care, and that was why he was letting this go. But Izuku knew the truth. He had won. It filled him with an unfamiliar sense of victory and accomplishment that he'd only ever experienced when analyzing or hacking. It gave him the confidence to stop walking a few steps past Katsuki and turn around. Maybe it was petty and more than a little stupid, but Izuku wanted the last word. Oh, and Katsuki? Izuku smiled slightly as they made direct eye contact. I'm not going to be a city inventor. I'm going to be a city analyst. Turns out, some people actually like my creepy stalker notebooks. He turned and started walking away, promising himself that he'd have a panic attack when he got home. See you at UA, Katsuki. Katsuki didn't follow him. The theater claps and cheers at Cheat Code's success, looking forward to the analyst's journey as they prepare to watch the quirkless Hiroto. Now playing Deku. I think he's some pro. The baby has acquired a knife somehow. God damn it, Brave. Eraser shouts as Brave and Joke just laugh. Now playing Deku. I think he's some pro. The baby has acquired a knife somehow. God damn it, Brave. Eraser shouts as Brave and Joke just laugh. Izuku groaned as Mr. Brave used his hair like a WHP to flip him onto his back. Again. Ugh. This just isn't working. Izuku stared up at the ceiling piteously. I'm pretty good at hand-to-hand combat if I can get in close, but your quirk allows you to keep me at a distance. The way you can use your hair as a weapon, even when it's detached, means I can never get close to your actual body. The only way I could plausibly defeat you would be to completely destroy all your hair and then attack you. But I'd be exhausted long before that'd be a possibility. He rolled over and propped himself up on his elbows. What do you think I should do, Brave? Flamethrower, May cheers. Maiken no. Izuku responds, horrified as the villains laugh. Mr. Brave ran his hand through his hair. Well, I haven't ever run into that problem because my quirk is good for both ranged and close combat. But maybe it's time you start learning weapons. Izuku's eyes widened. Really? Brave shrugged. I don't see any reason why not. You were gonna have to learn how to use weapons and support items eventually anyway, because you don't have a quirk. So we may as well start now. Let's talk to the support department. See what they've got lying around for you to try. You're a weapons specialist. What doesn't your support department have? Aizawa deadpans. Good question. Brave replies, curiously, making it obvious he doesn't often practice without his quirk. Izuku failed miserably as he tried not to be overwhelmed as he stared at the buffet of weapons on the table. There were quarterstaffs, tonfas, knives, swords, guns, grappling hooks, grenades, and some things that Izuku couldn't tell what they were for the life of him. Do you think UA has weapons classes? Kaminari asks. Probably. Zero comments. I think I heard a rumor it's part of our second year, Ashido gossips. Yeah, but what would we even do? Kirishima wonders. I'm gonna add brass knuckles to my gauntlets. Bakugo comments. Hey, yeah, since you already fight with your hands, they'll be perfect for you. Kaminari compliments. Especially when there's something like a gas leak that would make your quirk extra dangerous. Zero considers. Now you'll probably want something for ranged combat and something for close combat, Mr. Brave said. Izuku nodded. Like how Eraser has his capture weapon to keep people with mutant quirks at a distance, but also has a knife if he needs it. I mean, I think he mostly uses his knife to cut his capture weapon if it gets caught, Mr. Brave said thoughtfully. But you've got the right idea. The goal is just to be safe, and to make sure you have options for every situation. It'd probably also be good for you to learn how to use things like flash grenades and smoke bombs as well, so that you can run away from fights you're not ready for, especially while you're on your internships. He looked at Izuku. So Deku, are you ready to try some of these babies out? No. Izuku shook his head and sighed. But I want to do it anyway. Story of my life. Mood. Same. Ditto. Brave laughed. That's the spirit. What do you want to try first? Izuku awkwardly picked up the quarterstaff and gave it a few experimental twirls. Nice pick. Brave yanked a few strands of hair from the back of his head and grew, twisted, and hardened them until he was holding a black quarterstaff about the same size as the one Izuku had chosen. Izuku stared wide-eyed at the process. Do you know how to use it? Brave nodded. At least a little. Back when I was in school, I realized that I could use my hair to make basically any melee weapon I wanted, within reason. So I learned the basics of as many as I could. I prefer swords, myself, but, he shrugged. What can you do? Then he charged. When getting the opportunity to wield weapons ourselves, we should take the time to ensure they fit us well. Ida chops. Whatever I get, it will need to be temperature resistant. Todoroki mentions hesitantly. Izuku winces. Right, I'd be strong to use weapons that shatter in one use. Izuku tried to block Mr. Brave's attack, but ended up awkwardly fumbling his staff, tripping over it as he tried to retreat, then hitting himself on the head as he fell. Brave dropped his staff to hold his gut, laughing as Izuku glared at him, rubbing his sore head. "Shut up. It's not as easy as it looks. I think I'm too short for a quarterstaff. Anyway." Chuckle and laughter fill the theater. Brave just held up a finger as he took a few minutes to compose himself. After a minute or so he sighed. "Okay, I'm done. But really, you can't expect to be amazing at a weapon the first time you hold it. Weapons mastery takes time, just like other skills, and it's always going to be painful at the beginning. That being said, you want to enjoy the feeling of the weapon you choose, because otherwise you won't want to practice it, and you'll never learn." Izuku sighed. "I think I want to try something else if that's okay." Brave nodded and helped him up from the floor. They ended up spending the next few hours with Izuku trying all the weapons available with varying levels of success, and Brave using his hair to make weapons of his own to fight back. By the time they were almost finished with the close combat weapon options, Izuku was frustrated, tired, and sore. Understandable. Ajaru nods. "I know, right?" Hagakure adds. "All right, Deku, this is the last one." Brave said, tired himself. "Knives." Izuku groaned tiredly, but took the knife from the table. Brave made his own and taught Izuku how to hold it before stepping back. "You ready?" He waited for Izuku to nod before running at him. Izuku pivoted out of the way and slashed, using his dull blade to land a hit on Brave's arm, right where he knew there was a ligament that would make it difficult for his opponent to use that arm if this was a real fight. He smiled at Brave, who used his distraction to knock him on his back again. "Dang, the little listener has a knack for this." Mike comments, leaning toward Eraser. "I suppose." He agrees begrudgingly. "That felt different," Brave observed, holding out a hand to help Izuku up. "You liked that one, didn't you?" Izuku nodded. "I think knives will mesh well with the hand-to-hand I've learned from Eraser, and will help me target the weak points I see in my analysis. I could have easily cut your hair with a strong enough knife, or given you shallow cuts on your fingers to make it more difficult for you to pull out your hair. I'll have to be careful and study some anatomy, so I know what cuts I can make without seriously injuring my opponent, but," he smiled brightly, "I think I'm up to the challenge." "Writing that down," Izuku says to himself. "That's my boy." Brave clapped Izuku heavily on the back, almost knocking him over. "Okay, let's go on a short patrol. We can work on ranged weapons tomorrow. How does that sound?" Izuku nodded, and they both went to go change for patrol. The next day, Izuku and Mr. Brave were back in the training gym at his agency, trying to choose a ranged weapon in case Izuku couldn't get close to his target. "Midnight uses a WHP, right?" Brave asked as Izuku picked one up. Izuku nodded. "I think she chose it because it fits with her theme. But it would be useful to be able to grab opponents and bring them closer. Although I think I'd prefer something like Eraser's capture weapon, if that were my goal." He tried to crack the WHP, but just gave himself a welt on the cheek. "Maybe I'll come back to this one if I don't find another weapon I like better," he said sheepishly. Midnight giggled. "Yeah, that'll happen the first few times." He ended up liking the bow and arrow decently well, but quickly realized that his hand-to-hand would suffer if he had to carry such a large weapon on his back. "I think I'll leave that weapon to Native," he said as he gingerly placed it back on the table. "What else have we got?" Brave looked over his shoulder. "It looks like we've got some blow darts and shuriken, as well as some guns." "What do you want to try?" Izuku thought for a moment. "Well, Snipe uses guns, and he varies the kind of bullet he uses based on how much damage he wants to do. He mostly uses RBB bullets and beanbag rounds, but he's also been known to use live ammo and tranq darts. You are not about to give the kid I call problem child a gun." Aizawa growls in Brave's direction. Brave responds with a smile, saying, "He seems like a responsible kid." "Okay, we don't have a shooting range in this building, but the police station does, and it's just a few blocks away. Is that all right?" It didn't take them long to arrive, especially since Mr. Brave was in his civilian garb, and not many people would have recognized him anyway. So they didn't have to worry about being stopped for autographs like a daylight hero would. Detective Tsukachi was standing by the front desk when they arrived, and he waved when he saw them. "Hello, Mr. Brave." "Deku. How's the internship going?" Izuku smiled. It's going really well, Detective. Mr. Brave thinks it's time I start learning weapons so I can make up for everything. Guns seem like a nice option if Deku can't get close to his opponent for any reason, Brave said. We were wondering if we could use the shooting range here, see if he likes them. Sukachi nodded. That'll be fine. You'll just need to sign some waivers and I'll take you right back. Really, Tsukachi, you're helping them? Aizawa asks incredulously. Better in a range than that dump Viridian is practicing in, he replies, causing Eraser to huff in defeat. Meanwhile, is it just me or is Sensei about to have a conniption? Gyro jokes. He does appear rather perturbed. Momo agrees. After they read through the required paperwork, Tsukachi handed them both earmuffs and led them into the basement where a few officers were already practicing their marksmanship. Tsukachi grabbed some paper targets from a bin by the door and sent one out about 3 meters to start, then handed Izuku a pistol. Okay, so the first rule of gun safety is to always treat a gun as if it's loaded, even when you know it's not. Basically, don't point the gun at someone unless you're actually ready to shoot them. Izuku nodded and Tsukachi taught him how to load it and where to put his hands while Brave looked on proudly. Okay, now this little piece on the top is what's called a sight. You aim by lining it up with your target, which will become second nature the more you practice. Now Deku, just try to hit the bullseye. Izuku nodded and took a deep breath, trying to remember everything Tsukachi had told him as he aimed, then pulled the trigger. He looked at the detective who nodded and gestured for him to fire again. Once he'd emptied his cartridge, Tsukachi called back the target and Izuku smiled. None of the bullets had hit the bullseye, but none of them had completely missed the target either. Brave whistled and Tsukachi smiled. That's a pretty nice grouping for your first time holding a gun. Would you like to try again? The pros murmur excitedly about the boy's natural aptitude with a firearm. Aizawa, though still apprehensive, is silently proud of his student as well. Izuku nodded enthusiastically and reloaded the gun as Tsukachi changed the target. By the time they left 2 hours later, Izuku had gotten lucky and hit the bullseye twice and set up appointments to come practice twice a week. He massaged the soreness out of his hand as Brave gave the earmuffs back. Good work, Deku, Tsukachi said. You'll need to have an official firearm certification before you're allowed to carry a gun in the field. But as long as you keep practicing, you should be able to get certified right before school starts in a few months. Either way, you should include the gun in your costume design, and the support company will just add it when you're ready. Izuku nodded and followed Mr. Mids. Brave out the door. Thanks, Detective, Brave chucked as they left. Everybody's gonna be so jealous I got to teach you weapons. Not everybody, Aizawa gripes. Group chat. 12579 Eraserhead at 87 and 650. 7 You gave him a gun. Yuho, Sensei is upset. Kaminari teases. 87657 Mr. Brave. Well, 12579 Eraserhead, of all the irresponsible things you could have done this week, you gave him a gun. He brought him to a police shooting range. How is that irresponsible? Dabai snarks. 87657 Mr. Brave. Calm down, Eraser. It's not like I let him keep it. I took him down to the police station shooting range and Tsukachi was there the whole time. He's gonna help the kid get a certification so he doesn't shoot his eye out. He won't be able to carry it in the field for months, so stop being such a dad. Snorts and fake coughing scatter throughout the room. 12579 Eraserhead, I'm just concerned, and I am not acting like a dad. Keep telling yourself that show. Mike teases. 58726 Miss. Joke actually, you kinda are. 72598 Sir Naitai, I'm on Eraserhead's side. I support the idea of Deku having weapons, but are you sure it had to be a gun? Brave. 87657 Mr. Brave. Hey. We tried a bunch of different ones and Deku liked the gun best. He took to it like a duck to water too. It's not that different from the knives he chose for close combat. 12579 Eraserhead, you gave him knives. Once again, aborted laughter can be heard all around. 58726 Miss Joke. This just in. Eraserhead strives to baby-proof the hero industry to protect one small green bean. 12579 Eraserhead. Shut up, Joke. 58726 Miss Joke. Not until you stop acting like a dad. He couldn't stop it if he tried. Midnight informs, playfully earning herself another glare. 72598 Sir Nightai. As long as he learns how to use the weapon safely, I suppose it'll be alright. There are a lot of quirks that are more dangerous than guns. 12579 Eraserhead. Fine. You win. Deku's got a gun, and I'm going back to bed. 58726 Miss Joke. Just wait. The kiddo will show up to class the first day with a gun strapped to his hip, and Eraser'll have to choose between being a proud papa and a sour grumpus. Is that any different than he normally is? All Might asks, genuinely confused. 12579 Eraserhead. You do realize I'm still here, right? 58726 Miss Joke. Obviously. It's no fun to tease you when you're not here. 12579 Eraserhead. You're insufferable. 58726 Miss Joke. But you love me. 12579 Eraserhead. I really don't. 87657 Mr. Brave. You too. Stop flirting and go to bed. You know what? Ashido asks, absolutely no one. I ship it. 87657 has left the chat. 72598 has left the chat. 58726 Miss Joke. You heard the guy. Sleep well, Eraser. Remember, coffee doesn't count as sleep. That's your opinion. Shinzu says off in his own little corner. 58726 has left the chat. 12579 Eraserhead. We weren't whatever. Good night. 12579 has left the chat. Theories and plans for future weapons training start as the screen fades. The teachers come up with the best methods and recommendations, as the other pros offer guest lectures and their own take on the best fit for each student. The students themselves compare their current styles to what weapons would best fit what they already are capable of. The villains are just messing around, waiting for their favorite of these stories to begin once more and paying special attention when it does. Now playing. Mastermind Strategist for Hire. Hostages. FCK. Now playing. Mastermind Strategist for Hire. Hostages. FCK. What is this DMN world coming to? Mitsuki exclaimed. Just last night that F-Seeker Mastermind gave the heroes the slip. Put a hero in the hospital too, from what I heard. It's just terrible. I wish that they'd just catch him already. It's nerve-wracking every time I turn the news on now. I'm so worried for Katsuki when he starts Yua. Inko fretted. Who wants to tell her? Toga giggles sadistically. Yeah, right. Like some weak F-Seeker like Mastermind could beat me. Katsuki said. They should have sent stronger heroes to the raid. The reason that hero got hurt was because he was weak. Shut up, brat. Don't go speaking ill of the injured like that. Just shut up. Bakugo sighs at his counterpart. Izuku played with his food and tried not to react. Dinner with the Bakugos was always difficult, having to act naturally with Katsuki so his friend wouldn't have any reason to kill him. But it was even harder when he was the topic of conversation. Izuku wanted more than anything to smirk and take credit for his crimes, or even kill Katsuki right here and prove that he wasn't weak. But he was smart enough to realize how stupid that would be. He just escaped a hero raid with his identity intact. He wasn't about to go giving himself away now. It still didn't make it any easier to navigate this conversation. How do you think Kakin is going to react when he realizes how close to death he's been? Izuku asks with a mix of curiosity and concern. His friends aren't sure they want an answer. Well, I'm just grateful that it didn't end up any worse, Masaru said quietly. Inko looked at him like he'd grown a second head. He got away and a hero was injured. How could it have gone any worse? Masaru set down his fork and looked at Inko. According to a friend of mine with the police, a huge crowd gathered shortly after the raid began, and they were worried Mastermind would take hostages. We're lucky he just disappeared. Izuku's head snapped up as the cogs in his brain started turning. Hostages, he thought. Now there's an idea. Once again, this time with feeling. FCK. Did you enjoy dinner with Katsuki's family? You're kinda tired tonight. Izuku nodded. Yeah, it was great, as always. It's just I'm kinda tired. I think I'm just gonna go to bed early. Inko looked at him with concern. Don't you want to watch the news? Izuku just shook his head. It'd all be about the failed raid anyway. Good night, Mom. Inko looked like she wanted to protest, but pity won out. Okay, Izuku, good night. He shut his door and immediately went to his desk and opened the untraceable laptop he'd gotten from Jurin. Hostages. It was such a simple idea, but it would be extremely effective. Because the first rule of hero work was to prioritize the rescue. Anytime a hostage was in danger, the heroes would have to do whatever was necessary to keep the hostage safe, rather than catch the villain. But who to take? Izuku sighed. Kidnapping civilians and holding them somewhere just wasn't practical. As city as his life was outside his villainy, it still existed. He didn't just have an underground bunker somewhere to keep hostages fed and alive for an indeterminate amount of time. If only he could just threaten to kill more heroes if they caught him or something. But then he'd be caught and wouldn't be able to kill them. Shigaraki squinted at the screen, trying to come up with his own plan involving Mastermind's skill set. He paused. Mastermind had never had to be physically present to kill anyone as long as he had interested buyers. It was one of the reasons it had taken the police so long to acknowledge his existence. Izuku smiled slowly. What he had in mind would take a lot of preparation, and he wouldn't be able to do it alone. But he was sure it would make an impact. He opened up his Mastermind account and drafted a message to a hacker named La Brava that Jurin had recommended. The heroes wouldn't know what hit them. Oh dear, a programmer such as the young lady will be quite the challenge to overcome. Nedzu comments, knowing the difficulty cyber crimes had with tracking the girl. If there was anything good that had come from the failed Mastermind raid, it was that the guy hadn't shown his face for 2 weeks. Tsukachi didn't know if he should be happy the guy wasn't committing crimes or frustrated that they couldn't find him. But the fact remained that Mastermind had gone to ground immediately after the raid and hadn't been heard from since. Nedzu had warned that he might be planning something, but Tsukachi didn't know what it could be. He decided he'd just count his blessings that the media had finally stopped camping in front of the station trying to get statements. It was bad enough that the vultures had finally gotten a hold of the fact that Kamui Woods wasn't just injured, but had been viciously burned alive. He'd been lucky to survive, but there'd be a lengthy recovery process before he'd be able to return to hero work. Oh, thank God, you're still alive. Mount. Lady sobbed, hugging Kamui. Tsukachi's thoughts were interrupted by his phone ringing. Hello? Detective, are you watching the news? Nedzu's voice sounded worried and alarm bells started ringing in Tsukachi's head. He'd heard the principal sound gleeful, sad, even frustrated, but he'd never heard him sound worried before. Turn to Channel 5. I am fear. Kaminari shivers. Dude, same. Zero agrees. Tsukachi grabbed the remote to the small TV by his desk and turned it on to find 2 terrified-looking news anchors looking into the camera. Left on the desk of the main producer of our station, this morning with instructions to air it, or our entire production team would be killed. We do not know yet what is on this tape, so we urge viewers to stop watching, as there is the possibility that it could contain sensitive information or images that could be triggering to some viewers. He hijacked the media. Hagakure squeaks. I might throw up. Ojiru mumbles. It'll be okay eventually. Sato whispers. The screen cut to a dark green background. A black circle with a capital M. Inside it was superimposed on the green, and Tsukachi found it strong to breathe. He'd seen that symbol before on some of Mastermind's latest plans. It was a sort of signature he'd added in the past few months, probably to discourage copycats. This was bad. That's some good branding. Twice nods impressed. It's so plain. The image faded to reveal Mastermind in a dark room, his toxic green eyes looking directly into the camera. His voice was somewhat distorted, but it still sounded young and male. Hello. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Mastermind. I'm the strategist behind the recent uptick in hero deaths. You're welcome, he said cheerfully. So, some of you may have heard already, but the heroes almost managed to catch me last week. He slowly clapped. Congratulations, heroes, and I'd say better luck next time, but, he turned deadly serious. There won't be a next time. You see, this video is just a courtesy to let you know that this is now a hostage situation. If I am caught or killed, the murder plans for all top 50 heroes will be automatically released to interested buyers. Deku, Uraraka gulped. I had no idea you could be so menacing. Me either. he whispered with a touch of fear. Tsukachi couldn't look away. Taking the top 50 heroes hostage. Mastermind couldn't be serious. This can't be happening. Tsukachi says breathlessly. Now, I know what you're thinking, but Mastermind. Heroes can defend themselves. You can't take them hostage. His eyes took on a wicked glint. But, you see, that's where you're wrong. I've proved over a dozen times that heroes aren't as invincible as you all want to believe. Just ask Mount. Lady. Stretch. Or maybe Glimmer. The FC Cur is gloating now. Bakugo growls, lowly clenching his fist in frustration. Detective? Detective? Tsukachi raised his phone to his ear again from where it had fallen on his desk. I'm here. Please tell me this is a bluff. Nedzu pleaded. Tell me that he doesn't actually plan on doing this. Tsukachi swallowed. My quirk hasn't registered any lies. Nedzu swore. Another first for the principal. He can't truly think he can do this. Endeavor scowls. It looks like he can. Mirko barks back. May I remind you we are in the top 50. Hawks starts trying to stay at least a little calm. Hell, we're in the top 10. Now, Mastermind continued. In case you think that this is a bluff, I'm going to give you proof. I'll wait until this video airs. Then I'll release the murder plans for Pro Hero Wash. He's in the top 10. A pretty competent hero by all accounts. So go ahead, try to protect him. I'm frankly excited to see you try. Mastermind was smiling now if his eyes were any indication. And just remember, once he's dead, that if you catch me or kill me, you'll have a lot more dead heroes on your hands. You might be able to save some of the top 50. But there's no way you'll be able to save them all. Mastermind waved to the camera. Good luck. This is so much fun. Dabai says around a mouthful of popcorn, occasionally tossing pieces at the hero students. The screen cut back to the news anchors, who began to discuss the footage, but Tsukachi could hardly hear them. Mastermind had just gone from a dangerous up-and-coming to an S-ranked villain instantly. And they couldn't do a thing about it. The villains clap for Mastermind's new rank and achievement, while the rest of the theater watches with bated breath. I'm sorry, Wash. It'll just be for a few days until we can determine Mastermind's threat level. It's okay, Detective. Wash held up his hands placatingly. I understand the need for extra security. Mastermind had Japan on edge even before he announced his plan to take Pro Heroes hostage. I just hope everything works out and we can catch him soon. Tsukachi sighed and shook his head. You and me both. They were currently in a safe house, which meant that Wash had to take a few days off hero duty. But it wasn't the end of the world. At least, this would prove to Japan that the police and heroes were able to protect the top 50 and render Mastermind's hostage situation harmless. It would all be worth it in the end. I have a terrible feeling about this, Aizawa says with strained calm. I think we all do. Mike agrees. Start the stream. A voice called out and Wash and Tsukachi immediately went on high alert. There wasn't supposed to be anyone but them here right now. The other officers weren't scheduled to arrive for another 20 minutes. Tsukachi took out his gun and looked at Wash, who nodded his head and took a place behind the detective. They flinched as an explosion sounded, and the door to the safe house flew open. 4 thugs ran in with gas masks, the one at the back holding a phone out in front of him. Tsukachi fired as Wash shot a stream of water at the villains. All of a sudden, Wash spasmed and fell to the floor. An electricity quirk. Kaminari whispers in horror, and just a touch of guilt. His friends lean in closer, giving him comforting squeezes. Even Bakugo sat just a little closer than before. Wash, Tsukachi cried out. Ha, water's an awesome conductor, isn't it, hero? The lead thug said. Tsukachi aimed for him, only to realize that one of their quirks created a bulletproof shield, and all his bullets were falling ineffectually on the floor. He grabbed a lamp, the nearest thing he could use as a weapon, and stood in front of the unconscious hero, preparing to make a last stand. One of the thugs rushed him and Tsukachi knocked him aside easily, but the next grabbed his lamp and forced him to grapple. All of a sudden, his opponent let go of him and stood back. But rather than catch his breath, Tsukachi stiffened as he felt electricity run through him, and he fell paralyzed against the couch. He's still awake. Koda comments in fear for the man. Make sure you get this on camera. Mastermind wants the world to know what he's capable of. It's the least I can do to rid the world of this scum that arrested my brother. The thug with the camera nodded and Tsukachi watched helplessly as the lead villain took out a gun of his own and shot Wash twice in the CHC. He paused a moment, then put another bullet in the hero's head. The fans and co-workers of Wash began crying for the lost hero, mourning him even from another world. You can never be too sure, he laughed. Roaches like that are tough to kill. Come on, boys, let's go. Backup arrived as Tsukachi was finally able to start moving again. He watched as paramedics rushed to Wash first, only to shake their heads and come to help him instead. Are you okay, sir? Can you move? Tsukachi nodded and flinched. The paramedics continued asking him questions, and he answered numbly. Nedzu arrived as they were leading him to the ambulance with a shock blanket around his shoulders. He must have looked pretty bad, because the principal immediately looked at him with concern. Are you okay, detective? Tsukachi shrugged. My entire body hurts like hell, but the paramedics say I'll be okay. You're crying, sweetie. Midnight sniffles herself. Nedzu got a strange look in his eye. No, I mean emotionally. Tsukachi rubbed his eyes in frustration and was surprised when his hand came away wet. When had he started crying? The leader had an electric-type quirk. When Wash got hit with it, I thought he was just unconscious, but it just paralyzed whoever got hit with it. I was awake the whole time. I had to God. I had to just watch while they killed him, and I couldn't do anything about it. He looked at Nedzu helplessly. What are we gonna do? Nedzu just looked to where the media were already starting to gather, despite the fact that Wash's death had been live-streamed. I don't know, he whispered. I really don't know. As the screen fades, tissues and comforting words are exchanged, reminding each other that their own Wash was still alive and well within their home world. All while the villains start placing bets on who the next on-screen death will be. Shigaraki wants it to be All Might. Dabai is cheering for Endeavor, and Toga just wants it to be bloody. Quiet returns to the crowd as the next chapter begins.